the warrant the feds pulled.
Yeah, she and I had a thing.
And Tamar Braxton.
So many homes, y'all. Towanda smelled like an onion sandwich. Really? She did. She washed her armpits. She's okay now. Yeah, she smells good now. I got a wife that smells like onion burger a little bit. But you good now. You washed up under there and everything. We good. She took a quick, what they call it, a whole bath.
Not Tamar getting messy and calling out Towanda's husband for acting super controlling. Tamar has been saying that ever since Towanda got involved with Sean Hall, things with the sisters started changing fast, and not in a good way at all. The more people go back and watch old interviews and clips, the more awkward and tense this whole situation starts to feel, because Tamar is claiming Sean allegedly had a strong influence over Towanda behind the scenes for a long time.
I have an amazing, wonderful man who provides for me financially, emotionally, mentally, and I just appreciate you, honey. Thank you.
You're welcome, but you know what? You do have to work because there's no way. I
don't have to. I want
Yeah,
to.
but your insides make you do it. Like you're not going to sit there and just get your nails done, get massages all day. That's not happening. Not the Towanda that I know.
No.
I don't care how much money I got. You're not going to sit at the house and do nothing and go shopping all day.
No.
According to Tamar, Sean slowly started getting involved in everything, from Towanda's personal choices to how she dealt with her own family. She feels like he gradually created distance between Towanda and the people closest to her, all while making it seem like he was just protecting their marriage. And once people started connecting the dots, they realized this drama may have been sitting out in the open the entire time. And now it looks like Tamar is completely done staying quiet about all this drama. But wait, because the situation allegedly gets even messier. Tamar is also making claims that Sean started taking control over Towanda's money and assets only days after they got married. That instantly had people online raising eyebrows and asking if Sean may have had bigger motives from the start. A lot of fans are now wondering if this is the real reason Tamar has never been able to fully get along with him. And honestly, this whole situation is turning into a wild mess fast. People are starting to connect the dots and question whether the tension between the Braxton sisters has been building because of Sean Hall's influence behind the scenes.
Amazing guest who showed up and who wanted to be president, following the rules with their phones and posting all the important things. And, we just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Dr. David Johns, we said that. Lisa's and our goddaughter. Thank you. Trina, Tony, Miss Charlotte, thank you to everybody. And shouts out to our son, Brax, who graduated from the Navy. He couldn't make it.
The conversation really exploded after an old clip from Towanda and Sean's wedding started making rounds online again. In the video, Sean made a comment directly to Towanda during their wedding celebration, saying she stank on the big day. Take a listen. That moment immediately rubbed viewers the wrong way. A lot of people felt the comment was disrespectful and unnecessary, especially during such an important moment. Some fans even believe Sean intentionally embarrassed Towanda on camera because they can't understand why he would make that kind of joke publicly in the first place.
Yeah, you're right. The show's supposed to do it because it's supposed to show real-life family. That we have a real-life family, and real-life family goes through real-life situations. You're not going to get along all the time. You're not going to see eye to eye all the time, and everybody has their own journey, period. That's just it. So if you come on here talking about, Towanda is jealous, she's all jealous. How can I be jealous of one sister and not jealous of Towanda Braxton?
Especially since a lot of people end up sweating during their wedding day anyway. That doesn't mean somebody is stanky. It just means they're nervous, emotional, and running around all day. But the wedding clip wasn't the only moment that had fans side-eyeing Sean, because another video started spreading online that really got people talking. In that clip, Towanda was trying to praise Sean and called him a provider while speaking positively about their relationship. But instead of accepting the compliment, Sean quickly shut it down and told her he had no plans to provide for her financially. One moment that really caught attention was when he said, "You can call me whatever you want, but you cannot call me a provider." And people weren't only reacting to what he said, but also the way he said it. Towanda seemed like she was trying to uplift her husband and show love publicly, but viewers felt like he instantly embarrassed her and made the moment uncomfortable. A lot of fans started calling his attitude cold and arrogant, with some even saying it gave major player energy. And according to Tamar, these awkward moments are only part of a much bigger issue because she allegedly believes Sean has been extremely controlling toward Towanda behind the scenes. Tamar is claiming that Sean allegedly handles almost everything in Tawanda's life, while Towanda barely gets much control over her own decisions anymore. And honestly, that has a lot of people seriously concerned. Fans online are saying Tamar may not just be throwing out random accusations for drama, especially after old reports and stories started resurfacing. One situation that really caught attention involved Towanda's home. Reports claimed that only about 2 weeks after getting married, the house was reportedly placed in Sean's name because of financial problems and tax issues. According to the reports, the transfer happened just 15 days after they officially tied the knot, and people are now looking back at that move very differently. At the time, many people didn't immediately see it as suspicious because Towanda had publicly dealt with money troubles before. Back in 2019, she reportedly filed for bankruptcy and claimed she owed more money than she had available. But the situation became even messier after her former landlord pushed back hard against those claims. According to reports, the landlord accused Towanda of owing around $76,000 in unpaid rent and property damages. He also allegedly claimed she was not being truthful about her finances and assets in order to avoid paying creditors. And the drama didn't stop there, because reports also stated that he believed money was allegedly being moved through her beauty business, which only made the entire situation look even more complicated and controversial. Reports were even claiming that T. Braxton Beauty was allegedly being used to help hide money issues and avoid paying creditors, while making it seem like Towanda was completely broke. So when news came out that her house had reportedly been placed in Sean's name, a lot of people assumed it was just another messy financial situation. But now, Tamar is saying the real issue allegedly had more to do with Sean being controlling than with money itself. And according to Tamar, the problems didn't stop there. She's also claiming that Sean supposedly encouraged Towanda to distance herself from parts of her family so she could focus only on her marriage. Once fans started hearing that, people immediately began looking back at old situations differently, especially details surrounding Towanda and Sean's wedding. One thing that really shocked fans was learning that Tamar reportedly wasn't invited to the wedding at all. Tony and Trina were both there standing beside Towanda as bridesmaids, and from the outside, the ceremony looked elegant and peaceful. But people could not stop talking about Tamar being completely left out of such a major family moment. Things became even more awkward after Towanda and Sean posted a video thanking guests who attended the wedding. In the clip, Towanda mentioned Tony and Trina by name, but fans quickly noticed Tamar was not mentioned at all. Amazing guests. Yeah. Who showed up and who wanted to be present. Facts. Towanda was thanking almost everybody she knew, even people who reportedly didn't attend the wedding at all. But fans quickly noticed that Tamar's name was completely missing, and a lot of people felt that had to be intentional. At the time, though, most viewers didn't immediately connect it to Sean allegedly being controlling. Back then, people mostly assumed it was just another chapter in the ongoing tension between Towanda and Tamar. And honestly, those two sisters have had ups and downs for years, much longer than many fans even realize. Their relationship has gone through plenty of drama, misunderstandings, and public disagreements over time. In one older clip, Towanda even admitted that problems between her and Tamar started years ago after Tamar got signed to a record label without talking to her first. According to Tamar, that situation caused Towanda to start acting differently toward her, and things slowly became more strained between them after that. Still, despite all the drama, the sisters eventually seemed to move past a lot of their issues and were able to rebuild their relationship little by little. But according to fans watching everything unfold now, things appeared to shift again once Towanda got engaged to Sean, because that's when many people noticed her slowly starting to distance herself from her sisters. Fans really started paying attention when Towanda stopped showing up around her sisters the way she used to. People noticed fewer family moments, less interaction online, and a completely different energy between them. And once Tamar began speaking out more openly, viewers started wondering if there was way more happening behind closed doors than anyone realized. According to Tamar, Towanda allegedly became harder to reach and less involved with family events after getting serious with Sean. Some fans even pointed out how different Towanda seemed during interviews, claiming she looked quieter and more reserved than before. That instantly sparked even more conversation online, with people questioning whether she was pulling away on her own or if outside influence played a role. Things got even more intense when social media users began revisiting older clips of Sean and Towanda together. A lot of viewers felt Sean often spoke over her or answered questions for her during interviews, which only added more fuel to the speculation. While nobody truly knows what happens in their private relationship, fans are definitely side-eyeing the situation now and re-examining moments they once ignored completely. And the internet wasted no time reacting to all of this. Social media users started flooding comment sections with opinions, and many people were saying the signs may have been there from the very beginning. Some fans defended Sean and argued that people were reading too much into harmless moments, while others felt Tamar might finally be exposing things the family stayed quiet about for years. What really added to the conversation was how emotional Tamar seemed whenever Towanda's name came up. A lot of viewers noticed that Tamar didn't sound angry as much as she sounded frustrated and hurt, like somebody watching a loved one slowly drift away. That completely changed how some fans viewed the situation, because they started seeing it less as regular sister drama and more as a deeper family issue. Meanwhile, old interviews and clips just keep resurfacing online. In several moments, fans pointed out what they believed were awkward interactions between Sean and the Braxton family. People are now analyzing every little detail, from body language to comments made during interviews, trying to figure out when the tension really started. And at this point, the entire situation has turned into one huge debate online. Some fans are even questioning whether Towanda fully realizes how much attention this situation is getting now. Every old clip, interview, and social media post is being pulled apart online, and people keep finding moments they think hit differently after Tamar's claims. What once looked like normal relationship behavior is suddenly being viewed through a completely different lens. At the same time, others are warning people not to jump to conclusions too quickly. A few fans have pointed out that social media only shows small pieces of somebody's life, and nobody outside the relationship truly knows what's happening behind closed doors. Still, that hasn't stopped the internet from non-stop speculating about Sean's role in the growing tension within the Braxton family. And honestly, the timing of everything has only made the drama feel even bigger. Between the resurfaced wedding clips, the financial reports, and Tamar openly speaking on the situation, fans feel like years of hidden family issues are finally bubbling to the surface. Now people are waiting to see whether Towanda will eventually respond directly to all the rumors and accusations, because right now, everybody seems to have questions and very few clear answers. In this clip from Braxton Family Values, Tamar directly confronted Towanda about allegedly not putting effort into their relationship anymore. But Towanda pushed back and explained that she was simply trying to protect her peace and create boundaries for herself. Even then, fans could tell the tension between them was getting deeper and more emotional. Tamar also claimed that Towanda would only respond to her calls or texts when cameras were around, which made Tamar feel like their relationship had become performative instead of genuine. That instantly sparked more speculation online, with some viewers believing Towanda had been hiding problems in her marriage for a long time. And as usual, Tamar wasn't staying quiet about how she felt, which helps explain why their arguments on the show became so intense over the years. For a long time, many fans assumed the real issue was jealousy and believed Towanda felt threatened by Tamar's success and attention. But Tamar has repeatedly denied that narrative completely. In fact, Tamar once pointed out that if she were jealous of anybody in the family, it would make more sense for it to be Tony, because Tony has reached an even higher level of fame and success. Take a listen. Now that people are revisiting everything with fresh eyes, a lot of moments that once seemed random suddenly feel much more layered. Fans are starting to wonder if Tamar was trying to warn people about deeper issues all along, especially with all the recent conversations surrounding Sean and Towanda's marriage. At this point, viewers are waiting to see if Towanda will eventually address all the rumors directly or continue staying quiet while the internet keeps digging into the drama. And judging by how fast new clips and reactions keep surfacing online, this story definitely doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon.
Sister Tracy is the one who said to me, Tony, you know, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always try to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life. And I never used to say it. I never used to say it.
Regurgitate that story to us. Well, or I can only speak for me. I can only speak for me. Right. But for someone else to tell me the story of something that happened to my own family is very disheartening.
Before anyone says anything, please let it be known and let it be clear that as I am in this journey and in this process, and as I'm healing and like trying to understand all of this stuff, that it feels really good to have a family member behind.
Okay, honey. Ashley, the Braxtons' niece, just blew the door off a whole vault of family chaos. And now everyone's caught in the crossfire because the ex-husbands are stepping up like they've been waiting years to talk, ready to spill about everything they saw inside that Braxton household that left them straight up stunned and stressed out. And when these men say the Braxton sisters are carrying generational trauma like it's some kind of luxury accessory.
You felt guilty because you know how you've been acting. And however, excuse me, let me finish because I'll let you talk. Thank you. I will.
Continue.
And I will. And I will. And yes. So, and then you decided that, you know, you wanted to say something, like you just couldn't let him say something nice about me.
Do you think you've been the same exact person?
He does.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that you've
I
been
know I'm the same.
I'm asking, do you think that you've been...
I'm answering. I have been the same motif.
So you
You're not my thoughts high.
So you are.
Nor am I afraid of you. So don't talk to me like that, okay?
Hilarious. Every time.
They're saying it from deep in their chest with no hesitation. Even Tony's ex-husband, Carrie Lewis, is out here breaking it down like he's hosting his own seminar, explaining how Tony allegedly used her own sisters as stepping stones to push her career higher, and he's dropping details on why the sisters, especially Tamar and Towanda, can barely stand being in the same room without the tension getting loud. This man is walking us through drama like he took notes over the years, and the wild part is, it all fits together a little too well. Now look, every family's got drama, for sure. But the Braxtons take dysfunction to a level that feels like a whole different planet. Their issues don't just simmer, they detonate, and the blast radius hits everyone close to them. If we're gonna understand how the sister situation turned into the messy disaster it is today, we gotta rewind and hit the real root of all this chaos. Because nothing about this saga started overnight, and every piece of drama we see now connects to something that went down long before the cameras were even rolling. Evelyn and Michael Braxton Sr., the parents at the center of how this whole cycle even started, are right in the spotlight again after Ashley stepped forward and shared her truth about how one of her auntie's husbands crossed major boundaries with her when she was still very young.
Well, first of all, I was very disappointed in finding out via social media because our family is closer than that. And to have someone else...
And the way the family reacted back then, and even now, is honestly chilling. Instead of protecting her or standing by her, they turned the whole situation around and made her feel like she was the problem, keeping their distance as if she had done something wrong when she was just a teen, trying to make sense of something deeply uncomfortable. Ashley felt so alone, so pushed out, that she packed up her life and moved to a completely different country just to breathe and get away from the pressure. Imagine being that overwhelmed, that leaving the entire environment felt like the only way to survive.
Tamar, you had me thinking I was crazy too. I see, you know what, it felt like a surviving Tamar moment. They always talk about how, women is being mentally abused and physically abused. Men get mentally and physically abused too. Cause she just socked me in my jaw before. You feel me? And I'm sure Jeremy and before and got their head cracked. Okay? And them gas station pills, yeah. You gotta do something to stay afloat.
That's how heavy this was for her. And when she finally shared her story on TikTok, hoping someone in her own family would show some type of support, nothing happened. According to Ashley, out of every auntie she's got, only Tamar reached out to her. Tamar didn't just ignore it. She liked Ashley's post. She reconnected. And it turns out she had been keeping her distance too while trying to recover from her own trauma that sounded way too familiar.
I confess that my breakdown between your mother and I has caused emotional unbalance in the family.
Most of the time, I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family.
But here's the part that really hits hard. What's the excuse for the rest of the aunties? Because Ashley says she didn't get a text, a message, a call, a DM, nothing at all. And you'd expect Grandma Evelyn, of all people, to be heartbroken over what her granddaughter went through. But according to Ashley, there was still no response, no comfort, no acknowledgement, just silence that cuts deeper than any words.
Andre is a writer. He basically sits home and writes books, his own books. And he takes care of the kids, which is great. Except for one thing, he's not out selling any of his books, which means I have to take care of the household because he's not bringing any money in.
I don't like some of the things you do, true. Basically, I feel like I married my mother. And I didn't like my mother. I loved her to death. But I didn't like her.
Ashley even revealed that her own father, Mikey, sent her a whole cease and desist letter, threatening to sue her if she dared to speak out. And that move felt cold, harsh, and completely unnecessary. Instead of stepping up as a parent and checking on his daughter, he went straight to legal threats, which says everything about where his priorities were. And what makes it even wilder is how the family seemed way more focused on silencing her than actually helping her heal or welcoming her back into the family circle, like keeping the image clean mattered more than doing right by her. And Ashley isn't the only one dealing with this pattern. When Tamar opened up about being touched inappropriately as a kid, her own sisters hit her with comments that felt like verbal punches. They said Tamar was sharing what she believed was her truth, but not the truth. And everybody knows that's basically them saying they don't believe her. Instead of supporting her, they were upset she didn't call them before speaking publicly, acting like the real issue was communication instead of the pain she carried for years. And if Ashley, Tamar, and even Tracy had experiences like this, who knows how many others went through similar trauma, but kept quiet because they felt unsafe speaking up. What makes everything even heavier is the idea that Mama Evelyn might have known more than she ever admitted. Tamar wasn't allowed to publicly name the person who hurt her, and the decision felt like protecting the abuser instead of standing up for her own daughter, which leaves a mark that never fully fades. These sisters didn't just develop issues overnight. They were shaped by the environment created by Evelyn and Michael Sr., and the damage runs way deeper than what the public ever saw. Michael Sr. walked out after the divorce and went on to marry the woman he'd been seeing on the side, leaving the sisters and their mom to deal with the emotional wreckage he left behind. Their mom was struggling so badly she ended up in the hospital, and Tony had to step into a parental role when she was barely an adult herself, carrying weight no young woman should have been forced to hold. Once Tony's career started rising, she didn't just have to focus on herself. She suddenly became responsible for her sisters' futures too, whether she wanted that pressure or not. And back then, she wasn't competing with small names. She was up against legends like Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston. Now, Tony's voice is gorgeous for sure, but next to those powerhouse icons, she wasn't holding the #1 or #2 spot, so she pulled Tamar in as her hidden weapon. It was Tamar's vocals layered under Tony's that gave those early records that extra fire and made the sound unforgettable. Tony had Towanda working as her personal assistant, Trina doing background vocals, and everyone falling in line to keep the machine running. But when Tamar started craving her own shine, the cracks in the sisterhood started showing fast. Their girl group fell apart because they couldn't stop arguing long enough to move as a unit, and the tension was loud every time they tried to make something happen. Then Tamar linked up with Vince, and he flipped the whole situation by locking them in for a reality show. Towanda thought this show would elevate all the sisters, but Tamar quickly became the standout star, the one everyone was talking about. From there, she got her solo music career, spin-off shows, and even a spot on a daytime talk show. And according to Towanda's ex-husband Andre, that's when the resentment really started cooking, turning quiet jealousy into something way stronger and hard to ignore. According to Andre, Towanda and Trina held on to anger toward Tamar for years, blaming her for why their girl group never took off, carrying that bitterness like it was a whole job they clocked into every day. Towanda was dealing with heavy pressure at home, too. She was married to Andre, who wasn't working, so she was out here hustling alone while trying to hold everything together. Things got so rough that she even ended up facing criminal charges for forgery and theft, and later caught another case involving alleged fraud with her landlord, making her situation even messier. Tracy struggled with money too, and things spilled into the public when their landlord put up an IG post calling out Tracy and Kevin Sr. for not paying rent. The sisters were dealing with real financial stress, and the world got to watch it unfold. Andre says Tony and Tamar did help them out sometimes, but the way it was done didn't feel warm. It didn't feel like family looking out for family. Tony carried herself like a full-on diva, and Tamar had mood swings hitting left and right, so the support didn't come with kindness attached. Since Tony and Tamar were the most successful, they held the most power, and whenever Towanda, Tracy, or Trina asked for help, Andre claims they were treated more like workers than sisters, talked down to, and made to feel small. Tony and Tamar allegedly chipped away at their confidence, acting like they enjoyed being the ones in control, and that left scars that still linger. And Evelyn, the mama of the whole crew, she was allegedly siding with Tony and Tamar because they were the ones bringing in the fame and the money. Instead of being neutral, it seemed like she leaned toward whichever side had the biggest spotlight, and that added even more division to a family already cracking under pressure. The competition between the sisters didn't stop with their careers. It slid right into their marriages too, turning everything upside down. They could get men to marry them, sure, but keeping those marriages steady long-term was a whole different story, and a lot of that pressure came from the bitterness they grew up around. Their mom's tension and unresolved pain seemed to shadow every relationship they tried to build, making it hard for any of them to find real stability. Towanda's current partner looks like he's enjoying the perks way more than he's invested in her, and anyone watching can see she puts in way more effort than he does. Toni had her own difficult breakup, and people whispered that Birdman's lifestyle and preferences caused tension between them, adding layers of drama they couldn't overcome. Trina dealt with Gabe disrespecting her non-stop, and as soon as that ended, she bounced right into another rocky situation with Vaughn, keeping the cycle going. Tamar has been married and divorced 3 times, each breakup bringing its own complications and public stress, showing just how deep the family patterns run. Tracy dealt with heartbreak too. She forgave Kevin after rumors spread that he had a child outside their marriage, and even after all that, when she passed, she left everything to her son instead of him, and he's still upset about it today. People keep digging into the Braxton family history, and the stories that come out paint a rough, emotional picture of what was happening behind the scenes. And honestly, it makes sense why someone would feel relieved not to grow up in a home where parents are treated like untouchable royalty, because that creates pressure nobody should have to deal with. The Braxtons didn't end up with all this chaos by accident. A lot of their pain ties back to how they were raised and the environment Evelyn created, whether she meant to or not. Very few of their issues are simple or one-sided. It's all tangled, it's all complicated, and everybody's got a story to tell. But when you trace it back far enough, the root almost always leads to Mama E. Evelyn. The more you dig into the Braxton history, the more you realize their family drama didn't just happen. It kept growing because nobody ever stopped the cycle. And by the time fame hit them, the pressure, jealousy, and old wounds were all exploding at the same time, and every sister handled it in her own messy way. People close to them said whenever a Braxton walked into a room, you could feel the tension before they even spoke, like everyone was bracing for the next blow-up. Industry folks who worked with them claim the sisters would compete over everything. Who looked the best that day, who had the better vocals, who the crew favored, who got the most screen time, even who got the most attention from fans and men. It became an ego war wrapped in family loyalty, and nobody wanted to admit how deep the insecurity really ran. One moment they were hugging for the cameras, the next they were side-eyeing each other like rivals instead of sisters. And when the cameras stopped rolling, things got even wilder behind the scenes. Insiders said arguments would jump from business to personal in seconds. Money, old grudges, childhood pain, favoritism, and who deserved the spotlight all mixed together like a recipe for disaster. Some days, Toni and Tamar were on one side, Towanda and Trina were on another, and Tracy was caught in the middle trying to keep the peace even when she was hurting too. People in their circle whispered that the sisters didn't trust each other with good news or bad news because everything turned into a competition or a guilt trip. If one sister booked a gig, another would claim she wasn't supportive enough. If one was struggling, someone else would complain about being dragged into the drama. It was a non-stop cycle of who's the villain today, and every sister had her turn being the one everyone pointed at. And through all of it, nobody stepped back to break the pattern. the pressure kept piling up until the smallest disagreements turned into explosions that felt way bigger than the moment itself. As the years went on, the Braxton drama didn't slow down. If anything, it kept getting heavier because every new situation dragged up something old that was never healed. And by the time the reality show cameras were following them around, the whole world got to see what insiders had been whispering about for years. The sisters were smiling for the show, but the second that red light turned off, everything shifted. The tone, the mood, the energy. It was like watching a storm form in real time. Producers said they never had to push the sisters for drama because the tension was already there, bubbling under every conversation. One wrong look, one shady comment, one old memory coming up, and suddenly the whole room was tight. Arguments would jump from 0 to 100 so fast that crew members were stepping back like, "Let me not get caught in this crossfire." And the sisters weren't just arguing about work. They were fighting over loyalty, respect, and who had been carrying emotional weight the longest. Tracy, especially, felt like she was always being pushed to the side, and people behind the scenes said she would walk away from set in tears sometimes, feeling ignored or treated like she didn't matter. Towanda had her own struggles and felt like nobody took her seriously unless she was doing something for them. Trina felt judged every time she tried to talk about her love life or her mistakes. And Tamar, well, Tamar's emotions were always loud, and instead of comfort, she'd get dismissed or called dramatic, which only made things worse. Even Tony, the calm, classy one, hit breaking points where she snapped because she was tired of being the one everyone expected to fix the family when she was exhausted herself. If Tony didn't show up to an event, people said she wasn't supportive. If she did show up, people claimed she was acting superior. There was literally no winning for her. And every time they tried to resolve things, the conversations turned into someone feeling attacked, someone walking out, and someone shutting down completely. At some point, it stopped being regular sibling arguments. It became emotional warfare built on decades of hurt, jealousy, and secrets nobody wanted to bring into the light. If Evelyn ever stepped up, took real accountability, and actually addressed the harm she caused, it could open the door for real healing in that family. But right now, it feels like nobody wants to face the truth, and the damage just keeps spreading. The more I look at everything the Braxtons have gone through, the more their whole situation gives off this heavy, dark energy that's been sitting there for years, and nobody wants to be the first to break the cycle. This family has layers on layers of pain, secrets, jealousy, and silence, and it's clear none of it is simple. Every sister has her own scars, her own story, and her own reasons for being the way she is. And until somebody at the top finally owns what really happened, they're all stuck repeating the same hurt over and over again. So tell me what you think. Drop your thoughts in the comments because this story is wild from every angle. Hit that like button, show some love, and make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. And if you want even more deep dives, drama breakdowns, and behind-the-scenes truths, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Real. That's where the real tea keeps pouring.
Demand my address. I'm not expecting y'all to really give a about me. What I am asking about is my child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit cards. And help
But
me.
what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them.
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You do not get to leave.
Oh, dirty low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Man, he said he Towanda.
You know that's a lie.
I swear to God.
That's a lie. Which child are you trying to?
Your man for? for? You think I'm too? Don't you?
Tomorrow. Girl, what was that? Why are you wiping sweat off Birdman's head like you his personal assistant? If it was about support, you should have been in the audience, not up there, acting like his hype woman. Baby, that was too much, especially after all those recent rumors swirling that y'all been sleeping together. People are talking and they ain't whispering either. Could Birdman actually be the same ex that Towanda once accused Tamar of sneaking around with? Because if that's true, who?
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have...
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She my life.
The drama is about to hit a whole new level. And wait, why are we just now finding out that Tamar and Birdman may have had something going on way back in the day? And to make it even wilder, Birdman has allegedly responded to all this mess himself. If you thought this was already chaotic, buckle up, because this ride's about to spin out of control. So here's what went down. Birdman, Manny Fresh, and other Cash Money legends hit the stage to face off against Master P and the No Limit crew in a legendary versus battle. The whole showdown happened live in Las Vegas during Complex Con, and it was supposed to be all about the music, but oh no, the spotlight quickly shifted. See, Toni Braxton was nowhere to be found on that stage, but her sister Tamar. She was front and center, loud, proud, and turning up like she owned the mic. She wasn't just vibing, she was twerking, bouncing, and bopping her head like she forgot the cameras were rolling. But what really had folks' jaws dropping was how close she was getting to her so-called brother-in-law.
Hey. You killed it, man. Babe, I was trying to go crazy. I wanted to call him.
Was the #1 trending topic. I tried to tell him, I show him. He don't know what that is. I'm like,
I don't know that.
Bro, you the #1 trending topic in the world. Come on, Toni Braxton.
Yeah, she thinks she's
She look good, man.
Talk TV, stop acting like you are.
Too close. The energy was giving old flames reignited, not family support. The crowd saw it, the internet saw it, and now everyone's asking the same question. What's really going on between Tamar and Birdman? The internet went absolutely wild. Comments were flying left and right. People saying there's no way on earth it was okay for Tamar to be up there, touching her brother-in-law like that, wiping sweat off his head like she's auditioning to be his stylist. Fans were heated, calling it out as straight up inappropriate. One user wrote, "This ain't family support. This is flirtation on stage."
My address. I'm not expecting y'all to really give a about me. What I am asking about is my child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit cards. And help
But
me.
what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead.
Oh, dirty low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Man, he said he Towanda.
You know that's a lie.
I swear to
You know
God.
that's a lie. Which part are you trying
Your man for? You think I too? Don't you?
And honestly, the clip didn't help her case one bit. But before we dive too deep, let's rewind and get one thing straight. There's definitely a real connection between Birdman and Toni Braxton. Not just some casual fling either. We're talking about a whole public engagement. When they started dating back in 2015, both of them openly talked about the idea of getting married. It wasn't some secret situationship. They were serious. But for some reason, that wedding never seemed to happen. Toni later claimed they kept pushing the date because of work commitments. Girl, please. Fans weren't buying that for a second. Let's be honest. If she really wanted to marry the man, she could have made it happen. Something about that excuse just didn't sit right. Anyway, Birdman did eventually popped the question, and Tony even posted photos to prove it. One was captioned, "A couple minutes before we got engaged," and fans lost it. Within 24 hours, another picture surfaced, showing them hugged up tight, Tony proudly flashing a massive diamond ring that could blind the haters. Birdman wasn't shy either. He hit the Wendy Williams show and poured his heart out like a man in love. He called Tony his love, his soldier, his life, his everything, and said he loved her to death. That man sounded like he was ready to risk it all.
But there's no date.
There's no date. We almost had a date. Well, we had 2 dates, but we were doing Braxton Family Values and we were going through a little drama. And I was like, okay, the wedding is a good thing to get all of us sisters together. Yeah. But I couldn't get us all together. And I said, the wedding's not a good reason because it's messing up my relationship a little bit. He's like, come on, Michelle, set a date. I know.
That's what he calls you?
He calls me Michelle. Doesn't call me Tony at all. That's my middle name, Tony Michelle. Yeah.
Set a date.
He said before the year's out, so I have, what, a couple weeks.
Couple weeks?
Yeah.
So he's 45, you're 51.
He's 49.
49.
So now that Tamar's on stage wiping sweat off his forehead, you can imagine how fans are losing their minds trying to figure out where the loyalty really stands. Tony eventually opened up about the whole engagement drama herself, and what she said just added more layers to the story. She revealed that they actually had wedding dates lined up, not 1, but 2. Can you believe that? But according to Tony, things got complicated because they were filming Braxton Family Values, and of course, there was drama brewing behind the scenes. She said the wedding would have been a perfect way to bring all her sisters together. Sounds sweet, right? Except that reunion never happened. Apparently, Tony just couldn't get her sisters on the same page. The family tension was real, and before anyone could even pick bridesmaid dresses, everything started falling apart. Then boom, out of nowhere, in 2019, Birdman dropped a bombshell on Instagram with one simple, cold message. It's over. That was it. No explanation, no emotion, just 2 words that broke the internet. And to make it even more final, he deleted every photo of Tony from his page, like she never existed. Tony didn't stay silent either. She came back swinging with a stunning picture of herself in a red gown, and the caption, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen. Cheers to a new year." That message screamed independence and heartbreak all at once. Fans were split. Some thought she was done for good, while others swore it was just another lover's spat. And wouldn't you know it, weeks later, the two were spotted back together, reunited on stage during Tony's Atlanta tour stop at the legendary Fox Theater. The chemistry was still there, and the crowd went crazy seeing them side by side again. But fast forward to December 2023, and Tony shut down the wedding rumors once more, posting a blunt hashtag, #fake news. So what's the truth now? Nobody really knows, but the back and forth love story has people glued to every move. Tony finally cleared the air, or at least she tried to. She went online and posted, "My dear friend, Birdman and I are not married, never been married. We are both single, honey." She said it with confidence, like she was done with all the speculation. But baby, not even a week later, a bombshell dropped that turned everything upside down. Because guess what? Court documents surfaced showing that Tony and Birdman actually did get married. And then split just 48 hours later. What? The papers used only their initials, TB and BW. But it didn't take a detective to figure out who that was. Fans and blogs connected the dots instantly. The secret was out. According to those same court filings, the two secretly tied the knot on August 8th, 2024. But by August 10th, it was over. 2 days and done. That's one of the shortest celebrity marriages in recent history. And to make things even more dramatic, Tony officially filed for divorce just 2 weeks later, citing that the marriage was irretrievably broken. That's lawyer talk for this relationship is beyond saving. But hold on. Just when everyone thought it was truly over, another twist hit the timeline. In January 2025, Tony suddenly dismissed the divorce petition. Yup, she took it back, and Birdman signed off on it too, meaning that legally, they're still husband and wife. You can't make this up. So as it stands right now, they're technically still married, even though nobody really knows what's going on behind the scenes. And thanks to Tamar's latest messy on-stage moment, we just learned that Birdman and Tony might still be together. Word on the street is, when Tony isn't around, Tamar's been stepping in a little too close for comfort. The whole situation's messy, complicated, and just getting started. So here's where it gets even messier. Tamar decided to clap back. She wasn't staying quiet while the internet tore her apart. After people kept dragging her for wiping sweat off Birdman's bald head, she fired back at a fan on X, formerly Twitter, who asked why she was even on stage with her sister's man. Tamar shot right back, saying, "'Cause she couldn't be here and she love her, so I'ma hold it down for her and my brother." That was her story. She was just showing love and support, but fans weren't convinced. Apparently, while all this was happening at the event, Birdman actually FaceTimed Tony in real time. Tony was at home, cool as ever, rocking some sleek shades and a black turtleneck, lounging like a queen in what looked like pure luxury. Tamar jumped on the call all excited, hyping Birdman up and gushing about how great the show was. She even told Tony that the Cash Money Versus, No Limit Versus, was the biggest show ever. And Tony? She played it smooth as always. With a calm smile, she said, "Oh, I would think so." Of course it was, like nothing in the world could shake her. Meanwhile, fans were analyzing every second of that interaction, trying to figure out if Tony's cool demeanor meant she didn't care, or if she knew something the rest of us didn't. Tamar even pointed out that the stunning house Tony was sitting in was the big, beautiful home Birdman bought for her. That line alone sent social media into chaos. People started saying Tamar was doing way too much, praising the man, FaceTiming his wife, and still playing sidekick on stage. The optics were bad, and fans made sure to say it loud. Even after all her explanations, most people still thought the whole thing was off. They said, no matter what Tamar claimed, it was weird. Straight up weird. For her to be that close to Birdman on stage, especially when rumors were already flying that she'd hooked up with him days before. The internet might forget a lot of things, but that sweat-wiping moment, that's one they're never letting go. Let's rewind for a second, because this family tension didn't start on that Vegas stage. Longtime fans of Braxton family values already know the drama runs deep. During one episode, Towanda Braxton straight up accused Tamar of sleeping with one of Tony's ex-boyfriends. The producers tried to be slick and bleeped out the name, but come on, fans aren't slow. The internet instantly lit up with guesses, and almost everyone pointed straight at Birdman. After all, he's Tony's most high-profile ex, and the timeline just made too much sense. But that's not all. Reports have been swirling for a while that Tony and Tamar's relationship hasn't exactly been picture perfect. Word on the street is they've had some serious issues behind the scenes. The real shocker came when Tony apparently realized she had been blocked by her own sister. On Tamar's birthday of all days. That's wild. Tony herself confirmed it with a little shade on social media, posting, "I wanted to repost that gorgeous picture of you, but I'm blocked again. Anyway, happy birthday, Tae-Hugh." That's the kind of message that says a lot without saying too much. Fans immediately started speculating that this was deeper than a simple misunderstanding, like what really happened between them. Tamar, of course, didn't let that slide. She fired back, calling the whole thing pure gaslighting. She said Tony could have just picked up the phone and called her if she really wanted to talk. Then to prove her point, Tamar posted screenshots of a text thread between her and Tony on her Instagram story, showing they had literally been texting just the day before. In the messages, the two sisters were trying to figure out which city the other was in, so it's clear they were communicating. So now fans are even more confused. Are they close? Are they beefing? Or are they playing nice for the cameras while secretly fuming behind the scenes? One thing's for sure, this Braxton family saga keeps twisting, turning, and spilling more tea than anyone can sip in one sitting. Let's take a minute to focus on Birdman, because his reaction said a lot. While the internet was freaking out over Tamar being all touchy on stage, Birdman looked completely unbothered. In fact, he looked like he was enjoying every single second of it. The man was grinning, vibing, and didn't even try to step back. That right there had everyone wondering. Was this really just innocent family energy, or was something else bubbling under the surface? See, this is where the real tea starts spilling. Word on the street is that Tamar and Birdman allegedly dated way back in the early 2000s, long before Tony ever came into the picture. Yup, you heard that right. Those close to the industry have whispered about it for years, saying Tamar and Birdman were real close. We're talking late night studio sessions, phone calls that went past midnight, and surprise appearances at each other's events. That kind of close. Now, nothing was ever confirmed publicly, but people who were around at the time said the chemistry between them was undeniable. According to the whispers, the romance fizzled out quietly, but the friendship stayed. Fast forward 2 decades later, and suddenly they're back on stage together, dancing, laughing, and looking just a little too comfortable for folks to believe it's all innocent. The tension was giving more than music, and maybe, just maybe, that's why Tamar didn't see anything wrong with her actions. To her, it might have felt like harmless fun. Old vibes resurfacing, familiar energy that just came naturally in the moment. You know how it is when you got history with someone, that spark never really disappears, it just hides for a while. Then one night, under the lights, it sneaks right back out without you even realizing how it looks. Fans caught it instantly though, and now everyone's side-eyeing this so-called family bond. Like, girl, are you sure it's just that? Now here's where things get really wild. After that, Versus Night went viral, fans started digging deeper, and what they found had everyone's jaws on the floor. Old interviews, throwback photos, and even archive posts started resurfacing, showing Tamar and Birdman being a little too friendly over the years. One clip from an early 2000s event showed them whispering and laughing in the corner, looking mighty cozy. People began connecting dots that had been sitting there all along. Like, how did we all miss this for so long? Suddenly, social media was split into 2 camps. Team, it's just family, and team, something ain't adding up. The family side swore Tamar was just being supportive, pointing out that she's always been loud, expressive, and full of energy on stage. But the other side, they weren't buying it for a second. One fan wrote, "You don't wipe sweat off your sister's man like that unless y'all got history." And honestly, they had a point. As more receipts popped up, fans even noticed that Tamar had dropped flirty comments under some of Birdman's old posts before deleting them later. Nothing too wild, just enough to make people say, And let's not forget that Birdman hasn't exactly rushed to shut the rumors down either. His silence, oh, that's been fueling the flames, because in celebrity land, silence speaks volumes. Meanwhile, Tony's been keeping it classy. No direct responses, no shade posts, just pure silence. But insiders claim she's not happy about how things are looking, especially with her name being dragged into yet another messy headline. Some even say this whole thing could be the final straw between her and Tamar if it keeps escalating. At this point, the internet's eating this story up like a reality show we didn't know we were watching. Every clip, every like, every facial expression is being replayed and dissected. And with Tamar doubling down on her nothing happened defense, fans are still side-eyeing hard. Because let's be honest, when body language says one thing and the receipts say another, the truth usually isn't too far behind. The fallout from all this has been absolutely explosive. Social media is still buzzing. Blogs are milking the story like it's breaking news every hour. And fans can't stop arguing about what really went down between Tamar, Tony, and Birdman. You've got Twitter threads running 20 posts deep, TikTok detectives zooming in on clips frame by frame, and Instagram pages turning into full-blown investigation boards. It's chaos, a delicious, messy chaos. People are digging up every moment from the Braxton family values archives, saying the signs were always there. Some pointed out how Tamar used to get defensive whenever Birdman's name came up, while Tony always seemed too calm, like a woman who already knew more than she let on. Others swear you can feel the tension between the sisters even in old interviews. The smiles look polite, but the eyes, oh, they tell a different story. Now what's making this even juicier is that Birdman hasn't said a word. No interviews, no posts, no denials, just pure silence. And that silence, it's making people think he's either guilty or playing it smart, because every day he keeps quiet, the mystery grows. Meanwhile, Tamar's trying hard to laugh it off online, posting memes and motivational quotes like nothing happened, while fans flood her comments asking, "Sis, did you or didn't you?" Behind the scenes, word is, Toni's inner circle is not thrilled. Sources say she feels disrespected, not just by the rumors, but by how public it's gotten. She's worked too hard to keep her image clean, and now all eyes are back on her love life for all the wrong reasons. And if that wasn't enough, Birdman's name keeps popping up in gossip blogs with other women too, making the situation even murkier. Fans are begging for answers, but right now, nobody's giving them. It's like a soap opera unfolding in real time. One post, one photo, one reaction at a time. The only question left is, will Toni finally speak up and shut the rumors down, or will the silence keep letting this fire burn hotter? Because honey, this saga is far from over. Yeah, that might just be what's really happening here. When you think about it, everything starts connecting in the wildest way, especially when you remember Towanda once accused Tamar of hooking up with one of Toni's exes. Now that the Birdman rumors are back in full swing, it all feels a little too coincidental. Something about this whole situation just feels off. Either the Braxton sisters are about to drop the plot twist of the year, or this is one giant misunderstanding that's spinning completely out of control. But let's be real. With social media zooming in on every frame of that stage clip, every hand movement, every glance, nobody's buying the "it's innocent" story anymore. From the outside looking in, that moment didn't scream family love. It screamed something else. Fans are saying it didn't look innocent. Not one bit. And what's really unsettling people is the timeline. If Tamar really did date Birdman first, and then he went on a date and secretly marry her sister Toni, that's not just messy, that's downright awkward. It's left fans divided, confused, and glued to their screens, waiting for someone in the Braxton camp to break their silence. Because right now, it's a mystery that keeps twisting deeper. Family loyalty, old flames, and a love triangle that nobody saw coming. So what's the truth? Was it just a misunderstood moment between close friends? Or is there way more to this than the sisters are letting on? Either way, this story isn't cooling down anytime soon. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and stay locked in with Juicy Real, where we keep every scandal sizzling and every secret on blast.
This was not the first time of me telling this story. This has been years. It started me telling this story when my sister passed away. So this is like years of me getting to this point, to this layer. I always stand true by what I said. I always stand true by what happened. And I don't know if there was a right or wrong way, the way I handled it. I don't think that there was. And with what I speak with my therapist with, there was no right or wrong way to tell the story. I just had to tell the story.
Listen, this whole situation with Ashley and the Braxton crew is spinning out fast, and the drama's getting wild about a minute. This mess got layers, and every time someone talks, it just pulls us deeper into a tunnel that nobody asked for. From the start, Ashley was open about what she went through, and she wasn't shaky about it either. She spoke up for years, stood on the truth, and every detail matched from interview to interview like she had the whole timeline stamped in the mind. Anyone who actually listened knew exactly what she meant and exactly what she was pointing at.
And it may not be your family, and that is totally okay. I am an example of that. You may not get support from your family, and that is totally fine. You still have the right to use your voice. You still have the right to talk. You still have the right to say how you feel. The world will try to silence you. People will try to silence you, but the world needs your voice and not your silence.
But now out of nowhere, Ashley's switching up a whole tone like someone hit a reset button on a story. Suddenly, she talking like the situation wasn't that serious, like the hurt she described for years somehow shrank overnight. And that right there got everybody raising eyebrows. People don't just soften their own truth after standing on it for so long unless there's pressure somewhere. And let's be real, this ain't the type of shift that just happens because someone woke up in a different mood. When somebody been consistent for years, then starts stepping back from their own words, it screams that something or someone stepped in hard. It sounds like somebody slid in their ear, pushed the storyline, or made her feel like she had to keep the peace to protect a certain image or a certain person. Victims don't just rewrite their whole experience unless something around them changed. So the real question is, what changed? And who decided they needed her to tone everything down? Because this switch up didn't come from nowhere, and you can feel that something behind the scenes is twisting the narrative. This whole thing ain't just suspicious anymore. It's giving full-on cover-up vibes, like somebody scrambling behind the scenes to keep certain secrets locked away. Because seriously, who gains anything from Ashley flipping her whole story like this? It's definitely not Ashley, and it's definitely not the people who've been following her journey hoping for honesty and clarity.
Stepbrothers, did they come with her? Were they part of the package, or did they come along later?
They came along later.
Okay.
So my sister is 3 years younger than I am. My oldest younger brother is 4 years. And then after that, it's 8 years.
Okay.
So they came after. And it's unfortunate that even now we don't have a relationship because you were just pit against each other.
Yeah.
So the household was like all for one and one for all. You better guard up.
Wow.
And it's not really healthy.
No, definitely not. No. You know, I was wondering, like, what would the effects of those circumstances be on the younger brothers? Because it would be very difficult for them to, I guess, develop respect towards you and your sister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't see eye to eye because the way they see life is very different than the way I've seen it. And so for them, it's hard, which is understandable.
Yeah.
When I'm speaking these things about their mother, these are quite harsh accusations that I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if you were not there to grasp what was happening, then perhaps you'd think and be like, I think this is a little far-fetched.
Yes.
And that was something that was really hard for me because I come from this family.
So that leaves one group, the folks with a name to protect and a whole image they don't want cracked open. And here's where things start feeling like a plot twist nobody saw coming. Ashley got features that line up with Towanda so tight, it makes people stop scrolling and take a second look. The face shape, the structure, even the expressions. It's wild how strong the resemblance hits when you put their pictures side by side. I ain't got DNA proof in my hand, but I do got eyes. And what these eyes see is raising real questions that are hard to ignore. If something looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and stands there like a duck, at some point, you got to ask if someone been hiding the real story all this time. And that's not even the end of it. Ashley been out here for years, putting her truth on the internet, dropping interviews, posting videos, and telling her story straight up with no shaking in her voice. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't whispering. She was out there loud and clear, but somehow her story barely made a ripple until recently, and that's strange, real strange, especially when she's tied to the Braxton family, one of the most known R&B families in the whole game. Something about that silence feels intentional, like somebody wanted her story pushed into the corner where no one would look. So how is it that Ashley been posting videos for years, but her views look like she's talking to a wall? How is her voice basically invisible, even though she's tied to people with major celebrity pull? That kind of silence don't happen by accident. That's the type of quiet that feels planned. It feels like somebody pushed our content so far down the algorithm that you'd have to trip over it just to find it. That's giving straight up content suppression, like somebody wanted her truth buried deep where nobody would ever hear it. And now let's get into Ashley's father, because the situation around him is sounding way too intense. According to her, he's been trying to shut her down hard, like he don't want a single word leaving her mouth. She said there's been pressure, attempts to silence her, and moments where she felt unsafe just for speaking on what happened. That's serious, because why would any father fight that hard to keep his own daughter quiet unless she's talking about something he don't want in the open? When someone works overtime to silence another person, that usually don't mean the story is fake. It means the story hits too close to home. Folks don't waste energy trying to shut down lies. They shut down truth because truth crack open doors they won't lock forever. So hearing that he allegedly wants her to stop talking just makes her claim sound even more real and even more dangerous to whoever she's exposing. And then out of nowhere, right in the middle of all this tension, Ashley's sister passed away, and that shook everybody. The timing, the situation around it, and the silence that followed had people side-eyeing everything. It had the internet buzzing because it came out of nowhere and left a big question mark floating about the whole family. People instantly started wondering what's going on behind the scenes, what secrets are being protected, and who stands to gain from keeping all this in the dark. Now, when you look at all of this, the suppression, the pressure, the fear, the timing, the bigger family picture starts coming into focus. It makes the whole theory feel like it's not just theory anymore, like there's something under the surface that nobody wants touched. When you raise a kid every day, feed them, take care of them, guide them, that kid is going to naturally lock onto you as their parent, especially when they're young and nobody is explaining the full situation around them. So it sparks a real question here. If Towanda was the one doing the day-to-day raising, could Ashley have grown up believing a story that wasn't the full truth because that's the only version she was ever given? It would explain why she always felt unsure about who she really felt like her real mother is. And now we got to look at this birth certificate situation, because this part right here is where things get legally messy fast. Ashley said her mother's name was removed from her birth certificate, and that is not the type of thing that happens with a quick phone call or a form at the DMV. Birth certificates don't just get switched up on a random Tuesday. To change that kind of document, you need court involvement, legal steps, official paperwork, the whole 9 yards. That's a serious process with serious intention behind it. So let's break that down for real. Either Ashley grew up being told something that wasn't accurate, or somebody fed her one version of the story to keep the real situation quiet. Or something way more questionable happened behind closed doors to legally rewrite her history. None of those options look simple, and all of them point in the same direction, that something about her family background was being kept under wraps for a long time. And if a legal alteration really went down, that means someone took the time, money, and effort to get the courts involved just to adjust the information tied to Ashley's identity. That kind of move ain't small. That's a major step someone takes when they want certain truths buried deep where nobody thinks to look. This lines up way too clean with the theory that Towanda might be her real mother, and somebody didn't want that detail out in the open.
Here's where the story flips again. Out of nowhere, Ashley suddenly mentions having brothers, and this is the very first time she's ever said that in all the years she's been sharing her life online. That dropped like a bomb, because how do you talk for years about your past, your pain, your family, and never once bring up brothers until now? So where did these brothers come from? Who are they? And why were they never spoken about before? It feels like pieces of her family tree been kept in the shadows from the start. When new relatives pop up out of thin air, it hints that there are deeper layers the public has never heard about. More hidden relationships, more secrets tucked away, more parts of the story that were never allowed to surface. And every time Ashley shares something new, instead of clearing things up, it just opens another door and brings in more questions. It's like the truth is wrapped in twist after twist, and each reveal makes everything look more suspicious. Now let's zoom out for a second, because this situation ain't happening in a vacuum. The Braxton family has had multiple people come forward with their own stories over the years. Tamar spoke publicly about what she went through. Ashley shared her experiences, and Trina's ex, Gabe, had his own messy scandals that the public still talks about. That's not random. That's a pattern, and patterns don't build themselves for no reason. So with all these claims stacking up from different angles, you gotta wonder what kind of environment these women grew up in. What type of family dynamic allowed all this to stay quiet while people were hurting? It's looking like the priority in that house was keeping the family brand shiny and untouchable, while the people inside were left carrying their pain alone. That kind of silence don't happen by accident. It happens when a family decides the image is more important than the truth. Now this brings us right back to Ashley in that sudden switch up that nobody saw coming. After years of standing firm on her story, she's now brushing off what she went through like it wasn't that serious. And that is not normal for somebody who's been so steady and outspoken for so long. This doesn't look like healing. It looks like somebody got in her space, leaned on her hard, and pushed her into toning everything down. Something about this shift screams pressure, not peace. And when you stack that on top of the family's past,
she said she thought was right. Pitiful lie, too. And as long as you agree with her, she's fine. And it's the same thing with y'all. If y'all don't agree with her, she is pissed. And it's time for y'all to stop letting your mother run y'all.
Steal anything.
You don't. You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them.
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead. Oh,
bitch. Dirty, low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Let me know if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So looking at Tina Knowles and her children, and looking at Evelyn Braxton and her girls, it's proof to me that forgiveness or unforgiveness and bitterness can trickle down to your kids. I feel like Tina Knowles is the reason why Solange and Beyonce are able to persevere and press through adversity with grace and poise. I know this is a weird way to put it, but Beyonce and Solange was able to see their parents go through a healthy divorce.
So, imagine this for a second. What if Tamar was never the real issue at all, and the person shaking up the whole Braxton legacy has actually been Miss E the entire time? This whole family storyline just keeps getting wilder. And once again, Tamar is standing right in the center of the storm, like she always does. Every time Tamar pops up online for anything, people rush in, ready to drag her like she caused every single problem ever created. They call her chaotic. They say she wants attention, and they swear she never lets go of old drama, like she's just walking around collecting grudges. It gets loud every single time, and folks act like they've already solved the whole situation. But Tamar is not letting anyone throw the blame on her without speaking up. She's been real clear lately, saying she didn't just wake up one day and decide to be this way. According to her, she carries these habits and reactions because of her mother, and she's not scared to say it out loud anymore. Tamar feels like people judge her without understanding what shaped her in the first place, and she's finally peeling back the curtain with some raw honesty. This Braxton family drama is getting intense.
Say some things out her mouth that are really cutting.
But your daughters are being held emotionally hostage to your ex-wife's bitterness towards you.
Mm-hmm.
You and her need to get on the same side of the table and free those girls. Because the elephant in the room that nobody will talk about is Evelyn Braxton's attitude.
Your mother run your life.
How dare he try to tell me how to raise my kids after he have abandoned us? He has some nerve.
Y'all have lives to live yourself, and she can't run her life, her home, and your home too.
You know what? Had you been home long enough to help me to raise them, it wouldn't be such a problem. But where were you? I'm there hanging in the street,
What did you do
doing
all
whatever
day?
you were
What
big
did you
enough to
do
do.
all day long?
What did you do?
What did you do?
Well, look at this twist. Because Tamar has been opening up heavy about her mental health lately, and she's been hinting that her mom's old resentment toward people, especially toward their dad, hit her spirit hard growing up. She's been saying that this energy shaped her, and it still follows her into adulthood, which is a big part of why she's still fighting her own battles today. Let's keep it real for a second, because Tamar has shown the world everything. The good, the bad, the messy, and the straight-up confusing. From her relationship chaos with Vince, to the ups and downs with JR, to beefs with her sisters, to Beacon drama, to people from the outside saying Josh'd say he is in trouble, she has walked through every storyline imaginable. And somehow, she still ends up being the clip everyone rewatches and the name everybody brings up. And this year, she pushed it even further. She threw Funky DVA into the mix by hinting that something might have happened to her after a night out.
Can I ask you something, Miss Evelyn? Do you know what her pain is? Because the only reason a person would behave in this manner,
We're not going to throw this behavior word around again. We're not going to do that. She does not have a behavior problem, and that's not fair.
first of all, your finger in my face is not going to work for me.
But the
I'm
name
not
calling is
speaking-
not going to work for me. Because I don't appreciate you keep throwing out these names. That is what about my disrespect? All I have been is disrespectful. I've been called. Wait a minute.
Or even worse, implying she might have been involved with some of Tony's men. That rumor alone had the whole internet sitting up straight like, what is going on right now? Back in the early days of Braxton Family Values, people loved this version of Tamar. Her big reactions, her dramatic moments, her bold comebacks. She became the fan favorite fast, and viewers acted like they couldn't get enough of her. Every season she delivered something new, something spicy, something people couldn't stop talking about. But as time kept moving forward, the tone started shifting. Every year, Tamar ends up doing something that has everybody rubbing their forehead, taking a deep breath and saying, "Here we go again!" The audience went from cheering to squinting, from laughing to wondering what exactly is going on behind the scenes. This situation just keeps getting messier. People are honestly stunned right now, and a lot of them are getting tired of what they see as Tamar's non-stop messy behavior. She keeps saying she's on this big healing journey, but plenty of folks feel like things have only gotten more chaotic, with some even saying Tamar really needs deeper support, because watching her unfold online has become draining for them. They say she's the type you gotta love from a distance, because the drama pops up too fast and too often. They swear Tamar never believes she's wrong about anything, and she reacts like the world is coming for her every time someone disagrees with her. People say she doesn't notice how sharp or hurtful she can get in arguments, and it leaves folks stepping back like, wow, did she really say that? Now she's nearly 50, and people point out she has fallouts with basically everyone who gets close to her. They're convinced she's not changing anytime soon, and they're warning her that the public is starting to lose patience. Tamar being dramatic has never been a secret, but people are now saying she should step back before whatever good reputation she still has slips right through her fingers. But like always, Tamar is not letting anybody talk about her without clapping back. In true Tamar style, she's flipping the whole conversation and putting the spotlight on everyone else, especially her mom, Ms. Evelyn. She's saying that some of the ways she reacts, some of the habits she can't shake, all go back to the environment she grew up in. And she's not the only one with emotional scars. Each sister has their own bitterness and resentment tucked away, and it's been sitting there for years. But Tamar is the only one who comes out and speaks about it openly. And now, for the first time ever, she's directly connecting her current behavior to the upbringing she had her whole life, and she's saying it loud for everyone to hear. This family story is getting intense. Tamar grew up watching her mother struggle to let things go, especially when it came to holding grudges, and it hit her hard because all that energy came straight from how Miss Evelyn's marriage ended with Michael Braxton. Even though that breakup happened ages ago, Tamar still remembers the anger floating around that house like it was yesterday. It's been more than 20 years since Evelyn and Michael divorced after she found out he wasn't being loyal, but the level of resentment she still carries toward him is unbelievable. People close to the family say that this bitterness didn't just sit with Evelyn. It shaped the entire way Tamar and her sisters learned to deal with pain, rejection, and disappointment. They didn't just watch their mom get hurt. They soaked up every emotion like sponges, and it followed them into every relationship and sister argument they've ever had. And let's not pretend only Tamar was affected. Even Tony, the oldest, the calmest, the one everybody calls the classy one, has her own version of messy behavior. She just hides hers a little better and keeps it tucked behind a polished smile, but it's still there, simmering underneath. That alone shows how deep the family patterns run. And here's where it gets real messy. During the divorce, Miss Evelyn reportedly became extremely controlling, and she made the kids choose sides like they were in the middle of a battlefield. Anyone who even tried to stand beside their father ended up catching the coldest treatment from her. It wasn't just sadness, it turned into pressure, confusion, and emotional weight that the girls had to carry way too young. This is the environment Tamar grew up in, and now she's finally saying out loud that it shaped how she moves, reacts, and lashes out today. This family history is serious. This whole situation also explains why Evelyn and Tracy were never fully aligned, because Tracy still wanted to keep a relationship with their father, especially since she lived the closest to him in Maryland. And Miss Evelyn was not happy about that, not even a little bit. People say she held on to that grudge all the way up until Tracy passed away, which adds a heavy layer of sadness to their family history. But Tamar? She was the youngest, and back then, she stood beside her mom in everything. Tamar has said she barely made a move without checking with her mother first. And that's where the real trouble started. It created this deep codependency that followed her well into adulthood, shaping how she responds in relationships and friendships to this day. And the way Tamar explains it, it wasn't just the bitterness or resentment that got passed down. She says her mom loved the sound of her own voice and always believed she was right about everything, no matter the topic. If Tamar had an opinion that didn't match Miss Evelyn's vibe, it got shut down instantly. No debate, no conversation, just a firm no. And Tamar was expected to fall in line. Miss Evelyn reportedly expected all her daughters to follow her direction without question, and going against her felt almost impossible. Tamar says the guilt was strong, because their mom constantly reminded them how she raised all 6 kids on her own after leaving their father, Michael Sr. That reminder wasn't said lightly. It was used like a weight that kept the girls in check. For Tamar especially, it created this emotional trap where she felt like she owed her mom loyalty in every situation, even when the choices didn't feel right. She grew up believing she couldn't challenge her mother without being seen as ungrateful, and that mindset has followed her for years. And now Tamar is finally unpacking all of this, saying out loud how much her upbringing shaped her reactions, her outbursts, her loyalty struggles, and the way she deals with conflict today. This story just keeps going deeper. This is the exact kind of environment Tamar grew up in. And even after more than 20 years, it feels like nothing changed at all. Miss Evelyn still carries a lot of anger, and it spills straight onto her daughters whenever things get tense. Tamar says she's been dealing with that energy her whole life, and now people are starting to see the pattern for themselves. A lot of folks online are actually agreeing with Tamar, saying it's not hard to understand how Evelyn Braxton set the tone for all the disrespect and emotional chaos the girls grew up around. They're pointing out how her behavior shaped Tamar's reactions and played a huge part in how Tamar handles conflict today, whether she realizes it or not. People have even started making lists of villains who don't look like villains, and Miss Evelyn's name is right at the top. Comment after comment says Evelyn reminds them of the type of toxic moms who put on a polished front but leave emotional damage behind closed doors. Women who act like they have everything under control while their children quietly absorb all the pain. The Braxton family has always had a lot of tension, and more people are admitting that Evelyn might have been the root of most of it. They say she kept her kids tied together with guilt, pressure, and emotional expectations, making them feel like they had to stick together no matter how deep the issues ran. And that kind of setup turns into scars that follow you into adulthood, shaping everything from friendships to relationships to how you argue and how you love. Now, Tamar is putting words to what she's carried since childhood, and the whole situation is exploding in front of everyone. This family story is getting wilder by the minute. Now that all this is spilling out, people are starting to look at the Braxton family in a whole new light, and the conversations online are getting louder by the day. Fans are saying this whole situation finally explains why the sisters move the way they do, why every little disagreement turns into a full meltdown, and why healing has always felt like a never-ending process for them. It's like watching a family trying to grow while still dragging decades of emotional weight behind them. And Tamar isn't holding back anymore. She's speaking up with the kind of honesty people didn't expect, and it's making everyone rethink who's really been stirring the pot all these years. She's pointing straight to the patterns she grew up with: the silence, the pressure, the guilt, the expectations. And she's saying she's done carrying all that without naming where it came from. What's wild is that so many viewers are saying they relate to her now more than ever. They're in the comments talking about how they grew up with moms who never apologized, moms who expected perfection but gave out criticism like it was candy, moms who ran the whole house with guilt and control instead of love and freedom. And suddenly, Tamar's behavior isn't looking like chaos for attention. It's looking like someone trying to break habits she never had a chance to unlearn as a kid. But the twist is this. The more Tamar opens up, the more divided the fans are becoming. Some say she's brave for finally breaking the silence, while others think she's dragging her family for sympathy. It's turning into a whole debate, and people are choosing sides like it's a championship match. This Braxton saga is getting messier by the minute, and Tamar is standing right in the middle of it with a mic in her hand and no fear at all. Now here's where everything gets even messier, because while Tamar is out here opening old wounds and trying to explain her side, people are starting to question why the rest of the sisters are staying so quiet. Fans are side-eyeing the whole family, wondering if they've been protecting an image for years while Tamar took all the heat in public. And honestly, the silence is making everything look even more suspicious. Some folks are saying the sisters don't want to confront the truth because it would force them to admit they've been affected by the same emotional patterns their whole lives. Others think they're staying quiet because they don't want to go against Miss Evelyn even now as grown women. And that just feeds into Tamar's whole point, that the guilt and pressure never really stopped, it just got quieter with age. But what's shaking people the most is the idea that Tamar might have been carrying the family's issues on her back this whole time while being labeled the dramatic one. Fans are saying that maybe she wasn't acting out for attention. Maybe she was the only one who didn't know how to bottle it all up like the others. And now that she's finally talking, everyone else looks uncomfortable because the truth is hitting too close to home. Meanwhile, the internet is spinning with theories. Some say there's way more behind the scenes that the family tried to hide, and Tamar just blew the lid off. Others think Miss Evelyn kept such a tight grip on the family dynamic that nobody ever learned how to express themselves without fear. And people swear you can see those patterns in every interview, every reunion, every argument the public ever saw. And now Tamar is stepping into this whole situation with fire in her voice and no hesitation, calling out what she feels shaped her entire life. It's bold, it's messy, and it's definitely got everyone watching like it's a whole new season of drama unfolding live. At this point, it's clear those sisters don't even vibe with each other like that. And Tamar always ends up being the one blamed because she talks loud, reacts big, and refuses to hide her personality. People treat her like the permanent scapegoat, even when she's not the one who started the mess. And it's wild to watch every time. But now I'm curious, what do you think about all this? Do you feel like the family has been unloading everything onto Tamar for years? Or do you think she plays a part in the chaos too? Drop your thoughts in the comments because this situation is way too layered not to talk about. And listen, if you're rocking with these breakdowns and you want all the behind-the-scenes drama delivered with real talk and no sugarcoating, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now. Trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next.
I'm the baby, or whatever you want to call me, and the youngest. I could be the most opinionated, but I'm not the worst on the planet because I always come back for y'all. I always come back for them to help them.
You know, I'm always tell you the truth, and I hear you, and I know it's not easy, but you gotta try to figure out. And again, I don't know the answer. I don't know the path forward or how to get to a resolution or resolve. It's just, but you can't keep putting yourself through all of.
Tamar jumps into this episode and she's straight up emotional, saying her own sisters don't even vibe with her like that.
She basically admits that she feels pushed out the circle, like they don't see her as real family anymore, and that hits heavy.
Coming? No, she's not coming to my wedding. She's not coming to the wedding? No. No, are you sure? I'm so positive. What do we think about her behavior? The other day. I think it was unacceptable. Entirely unacceptable. I was pretty upset at myself for allowing a situation to affect me that way. I get it. Certain things, even as sisters, I wouldn't necessarily spew out.
Those words weren't slipped out by accident. She said it with her chest, and you can feel how long she's been holding that in. She talks about how the energy between them is off, like she's the odd one out every time she walks into the room. And even though she's hurting, she still says she wants to fix things, which shows she's not giving up on this bond. She's not shutting the door. She's not throwing shade for fun. She's genuinely trying to pull the family back together. But here's the wild part. Why does she even feel this disconnected in the first place? What happened behind closed doors that got her feeling like she's standing outside her own house, knocking to be let in? If her sisters really care, wouldn't they show it? And if they do care, then what's blocking them from showing love the same way she's asking for it?
So Tamar sits down with, I believe the lady she's speaking with, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe her name is Taz. She expressed emotions on pretty much working things out with her sisters, being able to sit down, work it out. She's ready, as long as they're ready, open, and willing. But what I learned is during that time, well, we know the.
So now I gotta ask you, do you think her sisters actually want to deal with her, or are they keeping her at arm's length for a reason? And if they do want a relationship, then why is Tamar carrying this heavy feeling that she's not part of the sisterhood anymore? So Tamar sits down with this lady, and if I'm not mistaken, her name is Taz, and she's really opening up about wanting to fix things with her sisters. She's talking from the heart, saying she's willing to sit down, talk it out, and finally put all this tension to rest as long as everybody else is open and ready too.
Show is filmed in advance, but Towanda and her husband did a live, and it looks like they had a whole bunch to say about Tamar. So although Tamar is feeling like she may want to, to reconcile, it doesn't seem like Towanda wants to reconcile with Tamar at all.
Like Cantor Simmons, shouts out to Cantor Simmons. He's one of my best men. The faces of who and the realities of relationships fade away, and then you start to be more attracted to the frequency that you are on. And I'm not out here looking for what looks nice. I'm not out here looking for what smells nice or what feels nice. I'm looking for what is frequency nice. So I don't care about none of that anything. If you're not matching that, I will pour into you my extra, but I'm not putting myself at a deficit or letting you like sap all my good energy, make me sad, make me upset, have me engaging in triggers and all of that, and talking down about people or talking gossiping or calling people like they name or fighting or any of that. I ain't doing it, bruh.
Nope.
I ain't doing it. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you my mama, my sister, my twin, Jesus. It don't matter.
Yeah.
She's not running from the smoke. She's saying, I'm here. Let's deal with it. And that takes guts. But here's where it gets messy. Even though Tamar is ready to settle things, the timing of everything tells a different story. We all know the show is filmed ahead of time, but while these scenes were playing out, Towanda and her husband went live online, and they had a whole lot to say about Tamar. That wasn't some quiet little side comment. They were speaking loud and clear, and it didn't sound like love at all.
I ain't spending 2 seconds on that junk. And I love you and I mean it. I wish the best for you. I hope you find all the happiness in your life. But everybody at this house, them 2 kids and that woman upstairs that I'm responsible for, we not plugging into that. I don't care what it is.
Nope. We're not plugging, we're not pouring, we're not entertaining, we're not doing any of that. And what people need to understand is it's not our responsibility to nurture your triggers. That's no one's responsibility but yours. Period.
Yep.
We're not coddling anything other than peace, happiness, and joy. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. And if you can't vibrate up, then you have to vibrate out.
That's it. And here's the thing. This is not coming from a place of hate, meanness. I will speak for myself. I sincerely, from the core of who I am, hope that every spirit, soul on this earth finds their purpose, finds their passion, finds the people that support them, finds the people that encourages them, that cheerleads for them, and that they can do that for everyone else in their circle and be led by their source.
Right. That's
what I want for everybody.
Right.
I just do. And ain't nothing you gonna do gonna change that. But what I have control over, me, and what I will allow in my space, in my home, on my phone, in my car, like I have a choice to make there.
Yeah.
And that choice is love. That choice is peace. I've tried before. I've tried to pull people. I've tried to be like, hey, let me show you. I'm not doing that. And she ain't doing it either. We love you. We rather look towards the hills from what's coming our help.
Come on now. Come on, honey.
It's Good Friday.
So while Tamara's out here says she wants peace, it looks like Towanda isn't matching that energy one bit. It really doesn't seem like she's trying to reconcile or sit at any table with Tamar, and that's a huge red flag for anyone hoping this family would work things out soon. The vibe is off, the tone is cold, and the divide is looking deeper than what Tamar even realized. And when the episode shows Tamar breaking down, you can tell this isn't some dramatic moment for cameras. She's genuinely hurt. She says straight up, they don't like me, and she's in tears while explaining how all these issues didn't just pop up yesterday. They've been going on for a long time. It's like she's carrying years of feeling pushed aside, ignored, or misunderstood, and it finally hit her too hard to keep it inside. This whole situation is getting heavy fast. So now the real question kicks in. What's the actual solution here? Because Tamar could not keep putting herself through the same hurt over and over again like this. At some point, you got to stop walking into the same fire, expecting it not to burn you again, and that's exactly the kind of emotional cycle she's trapped in. From what the show revealed, one thing is crystal clear. Towanda does not mess with Tamar, and it shows every time her name comes up. Whatever the root of the drama is, it's been boiling for years. There were those allegations that Tamar used Tawanda's credit card to cover a phone bill, and that's the type of thing that sticks with family even if both sides tell the story differently. Then there was the whole situation where Towanda lent her money and Tamar turned around acting like it was a gift. That moment alone caused a huge crack in their bond. And let's not forget the drama where Towanda told everyone Tamar didn't show up, even though she had actually uninvited her. That's wild. That kind of move hits deep because it twists the narrative and leaves Tamar looking wrong when she wasn't even given a fair chance. These aren't small disagreements. These are the type of moments that break trust permanently. So even though Tamar is out here crying saying she wants to fix things, Towanda is given a completely different energy. During that live with her husband, she made it very clear, without naming names, that she's not babysitting grown people's behavior, and the tone was obviously aimed at Tamar. She wasn't hinting, she was straight up saying she does not want to deal with her. And the biggest shock? Even with Tamar showing she wants peace, Towanda still hit her with a loud and clear no, especially when it came to her wedding. She practically said, don't let this lady come to my wedding. And that's not a soft boundary, that's a hard block. This shows the damage between them is way deeper than what we're seeing on screen. And now, here's where things really take a turn. Because while Tamar is sitting there wanting peace, wanting closeness, wanting that sister bond back, the energy she's getting from the other side is icy. It's like she's reaching out her hand and they're stepping back every time.
That kind of tension doesn't happen overnight. That's years of hurt piled up with nobody cleaning up the mess. And when Towanda made it clear she didn't want Tamar at her wedding, that wasn't just a small not today moment. That was a straight up message. Weddings are supposed to be family events, right? If you block your own sister from stepping foot in the building, that means things have gone way past petty arguments or small misunderstandings. It means trust is broken, feelings have been bruised, and nobody's trying to fix the cracks. But here's the part that hits even harder. Tamara's confused because she's still trying. She's emotional, she's open, she's saying she wants resolution, yet she's standing alone while her sisters move like she's the problem every time. That kind of rejection hits the soul, and you could see it in her face when she talked about not being liked. She wasn't putting on a show, she was speaking from a place of real pain. So now we're all left wondering what went down behind closed doors that made this bond crumble like this. How do sisters get to a place where one is crying for connection and the others are setting up boundaries strong enough to keep her out of major life moments? This drama is getting deeper by the second. And now we reach the heavy question everyone's been circling around. If Tamara's out here crying for unity, but her sisters are shutting the door every time she knocks, what does that really say about where this family stands? It's like Tamara's fighting for a seat at a table that her own sisters keep pulling away from her. And that kind of emotional tug of war can break anyone down. Tamar keeps saying she doesn't feel loved, doesn't feel wanted, doesn't feel included, and honestly, her tears told the whole story without her even needing to explain it. You could see it in her voice, her body language, everything. This isn't drama for cameras. This is someone who's been carrying hurt for way too long. And when someone reaches that level of pain, it means the problems didn't start yesterday. This has been building for years. Meanwhile, her sisters move like they're done trying, done talking, done giving chances. They act like there's no space left for healing, no room for a fresh start, and no interest in meeting her halfway. And when a family hits that point where one person is begging for reconciliation and the others are acting like the bridge is already burned, that's when you know the history between them has layers we still haven't seen. So now the real question is, can this family ever find their way back to each other, or is the divide too deep to repair? Is Tamar chasing a bond that her sisters checked out of a long time ago? And if things keep going like this, what happens next for them as a whole? If you're into wild celeb family drama like this, make sure you hit subscribe to Juicy Reel because trust me, the next stories are going to be just as explosive.
You had stepbrothers. Did they come with her? Were they part of the package, or did they come along later?
This was not the first time of me telling this story. This has been years. It started me telling this story when my sister passed away. So this is like years of me getting to this point, to this layer. I always stand true by what I said. I always stand true by what happened. And I don't know if there was a right or wrong way, the way I handled it. I don't think that there was. And with what I speak with my therapist with, there was no right or wrong way to tell the story. I just had to tell the story.
Okay, listen to this, because the way this whole thing flipped is straight up shocking. Ashley spent years speaking on what she went through. Same details, same tone, same pain, every single time. She never switched up, never hesitated, never changed the timeline. But now she suddenly pops out saying it wasn't that bad. That jump is wild. When someone sticks to one story for years and then pulls a 180 like this, that's not random. That's a signal. Something went down. That type of switch don't just fall from the sky. It's given pressure, heavy pressure. It's given somebody stepped in and started pulling strings. It's given the type of influence that makes people panic behind the scenes. And honestly, this whole thing feels like a straight-up cover-up, because grown folks don't just rewrite their entire experience unless there's a reason that makes them feel unsafe or boxed in. Anyone who understands how trauma works knows this. People sometimes downplay what really happened when they feel cornered or pushed into silence. So let's keep it real for a second. A sudden narrative change like this doesn't happen without a spark. Something triggered it, where someone stepped in hard. The big question we gotta ask now is simple but loud. Who gains the most from Ashley dialing her story back like this? Keep that in mind, because this next part gets even wilder. Take a second and actually look at pictures of Ashley. Then look at Towanda. Pull them up side by side. You seeing what I'm seeing? Ashley looks way more like Towanda than she does the woman listed as her biological mother. The resemblance is loud. The facial shape, the features, the bone structure, everything lining up like it came from the same blueprint. Now, I'm not saying I've got proof in my pocket, but the mix of those visuals and all the secrecy wrapped around this situation is straight up suspicious. Real suspicious. It makes you pause and think, hold on. Is Towanda actually her real mother? Because the way they mirror each other is too strong to ignore. And since we're already swimming in questionable territory, let's talk visibility for a second. Ashley has been speaking up about this family tension for years. She's made videos, shared her truth, put her story out there repeatedly. But barely anyone ever saw her content. Her views were strangely low. Like, low in a way that doesn't make sense for someone connected to the Braxton family.
And it may not be your family, and that is totally okay. I am an example of that. You may not get support from your family, and that is totally fine. You still have the right to use your voice. You still have the right to talk. You still have the right to say how you feel. The world will try to silence you. People will try to silence you, but the world needs your voice and not your...
The same family with major fame, music history, reality shows, and a whole fan base watching their every move. So how does somebody tied to a big-name family stay basically unseen online, even while dropping story after story? That doesn't happen naturally. That doesn't just slip through the cracks. It makes you wonder if she was being hidden on purpose. Was she being shadow banned? Was someone quietly pushing her content down so people wouldn't find it? Because a situation like that isn't random, not at all. Now we're stepping into the darker side of this whole situation, and it gets intense real fast. There are allegations, serious ones, that Ashley's father isn't just trying to avoid her, he's trying to silence her completely. Not stay quiet, not stop talking, but silence her in a way that feels threatening. People are out here claiming he wants this entire story buried so deep that nobody ever hears it again. And that adds a whole new chilling layer to what's already a messy situation. And if you think that's the bottom, it goes even lower. Ashley's sister has passed away. She's gone. And now the public is looking at the family sideways. Folks are asking, what's really going on in that household? What exactly is this family trying to keep under wraps? Because when you mix heavy secrets, constant drama, and then someone in the family suddenly passing away, people are absolutely going to start questioning things. And honestly, those questions are fair. Let me break something down real simple.
Had stepbrothers. Did they come with her? Were they part of the package, or did they come along later?
They came along later.
Okay.
So my sister is 3 years younger than I am. My oldest younger brother is 4 years. And then after that, it's 8 years.
Okay.
So they came after. And it's unfortunate that even now we don't have a relationship because you were just pit against each other.
Yeah.
So the household was like all for one and one for all. You better guard up.
Wow.
And it's not really healthy.
No, definitely not. No. You know, I was wondering, like, what would the effects of those circumstances be on the younger brothers? Because it would be very difficult for them to, I guess, develop respect towards you and your sister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't see eye to eye because the way they see life is very different than the way I've seen it. And so for them, it's hard, which is understandable.
Yeah.
When I'm speaking these things about their mother, these are quite harsh accusations
of course.
that I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if you were not there to grasp what was happening, then perhaps you'd think and be like, I think this is a little far-fetched.
Yes.
And that was something that was really hard for me because I come from this family.
When you're raised by someone from the time you're small, you automatically accept them as your parent. That's just natural. You don't question it, you don't investigate, you don't search for hidden answers because you don't even know their answers to search for. That hits directly at Ashley's situation. She might have grown up believing one woman was a mother when the truth could have been completely different. She might have been raised on a version of her life that wasn't the real one at all. And if that's true, it opens the door to even more questions about what she was taught, what she was kept away from, and what parts of her past were reshaped to keep her in the dark. This whole thing is layered, confusing, and way too suspicious to ignore. Now this is where the legal side starts getting real strange. Ashley says her mother's name was removed from her birth certificate. Hold up, that's not something you can just edit like a spelling mistake. You can't cross someone out and call it a day. Legally, that takes a whole court process, official paperwork, approvals, hearings, the whole package. So for something that serious to happen, one of two things had to be going on. Either Ashley was told the wrong story growing up, or something genuinely shady took place behind closed doors. And honestly, this kind of detail makes that theory about Towanda possibly being her real mother feel a lot less far-fetched. It makes the whole cover-up angle look a lot stronger. Because who goes through the trouble of altering birth records unless they're hiding something big? And listen to this part. Ashley recently mentioned brothers, plural, hidden family members nobody even knew existed. And she brought it up like it was nothing major. That little detail flips the whole timeline on his head. It raises even more questions about what was hidden and why it was. Because now we're talking about secret siblings, extra family connections, and layers of her childhood that clearly weren't meant to be public. So take a step back for a second and look at the full picture. You've got missing names on legal documents, mystery siblings, and a lifetime of confusing information. Everything about this situation feels tangled, guarded, and suspicious from every angle. This whole situation isn't some random one-off moment. It fits a bigger pattern that's been floating around this family for years. Tamar has spoken up about what she went through in that household. Ashley has openly accused her father of serious misconduct. And even Gabe, Trina's ex, had his own mess and scandals tied to this family. When you line all that up, it becomes real clear this isn't just one person talking. This is multiple people over different years pointing to the same kind of chaos. That says something is seriously broken in the structure of this family. So when you circle back to Ashley suddenly downplaying her trauma after years of telling the same story, that shift stands out heavy. That's not normal behavior for someone who has been consistent for so long. When a person goes from years of truth-telling to suddenly saying, actually, it wasn't that bad, that usually signals pressure. That signals somebody stepping in and trying to control the narrative. Healing never requires you to rewrite your past. Not like that. Healing doesn't mean pretending things didn't happen. Something pushed her into changing her tone, and it wasn't peace or progress, it feels like manipulation. And let's get into how childhood memory works for a second. Early memories fade, and adults can absolutely reshape what a kid believes, especially when those adults are the ones controlling the story from day one. Ashley might have been fed a version of her childhood that wasn't accurate at all. Someone could have been in her ear since she was small, making sure she accepted a storyline that kept certain truths hidden. That would explain why some of her memories feel tangled, why details shift, and why things don't fully line up. Now, bring it back to the birth certificate situation. Changing legal documents is not some casual errand. It's not something you can just scribble out and redo. That takes court involvement, forms, approvals, official signatures, the whole legal machine. So for something on her birth record was altered, that means it happened through a serious process. That means there were decisions made behind the scenes, and those decisions didn't happen just because somebody felt like it. There is too much confusion, too many secrets, and way too many signs pointing to people shaping the story around Ashley's life long before she ever had a chance to understand what was really going on.
So when Ashley talks about names being removed and added on her birth records, that's not regular paperwork. That's something rare and complicated, and it throws up some serious questions. Moves like that don't just slip through the system. And once again, all roads start pointing back to secrecy in this family. And possibly, that Towanda theory people keep whispering about. Because let's be real, the resemblance between Ashley and Towanda is loud. Ashley looks more like Towanda than Towanda's own child, and that is not something you can just brush off. That kind of similarity is bold enough to make anyone pause. It doesn't feel like some random coincidence. It adds real weight to everything surrounding this situation. Now let's get into Tony Braxton's reaction, because this is where things get extra interesting.
Tony came out and said the family was surprised by all of this. Surprised? But Ashley has had videos online for years, sharing her story over and over. So this leaves only two options. Either Tony isn't telling the full truth, or the family has been ignoring Ashley for a long time and acting like she didn't even exist. Either way, the vibe is the same. It looks like damage control. It feels like they're trying to grab the steering wheel and control the story before it spins out of their hands. And here's another wild detail Ashley shared. She claims her father's new wife, her stepmother, added her own name to Ashley's birth certificate. That's not some small update. That's huge. That puts the entire timeline, the entire family story, and everything Ashley has been saying under an even brighter spotlight. Okay, hold up, because what Ashley said right here is straight up impossible. You cannot just walk in and add your name to someone's birth certificate like you're signing a guest book. That takes courts, hearings, legal proof, stacks of documents, the whole legal machine. So if Ashley grew up believing her stepmother somehow added herself onto that birth record, that means somebody fed her that story when she was young, and she accepted it because she was a kid who trusted the adults around her. But here's the bigger issue. This shows a long pattern of deception. Someone has been shaping Ashley's understanding of her own life since she was small. Someone has been telling her things that don't line up with how the real world works. Even if some of her memories are mixed up or cloudy, her trauma is still real. Confusion does not erase her pain. If anything, it makes her story even more alarming because it shows how much was kept from her and how much she had to piece together on her own. And don't forget, Ashley mentioned 2 half-brothers that nobody even knew existed, hidden siblings. That's another layer of secrecy that keeps pointing straight back to the father's involvement. Why were these brothers hidden? Why wasn't Ashley told about them? What else has been tucked away or rewritten? How many parts of her childhood were built on information she wasn't supposed to question? Now here's the theory that's been bouncing around, and honestly, it lines up with everything we've seen so far. People are wondering if Michael, Ashley's father, is trying to silence her completely. Not calm her down, not correct her, but shut her up. There could even be cease and desist letters floating around behind the scenes, because if the rumors about his behavior are even half true, he would have a big motive to keep her quiet, a motive to protect his image, a motive to bury anything connected to his allegedly abusive past. This whole situation feels way deeper than a family disagreement. It feels like a full-on effort to keep certain truths from ever seeing daylight. And this ties right back into the theory people keep talking about, the possibility that Michael and Towanda are actually Ashley's real parents, and the whole thing has been covered up for years. Now look at how the Braxtons move in public versus how things play out behind closed doors. On TV, they paint themselves like this open, honest family that shares everything with the world. But behind the scenes, it's a whole different story. Secrecy, tight control over what gets out, and layers of information they clearly do not want public. Ashley's situation exposes all of that. It shows there are major things this family keeps hidden. Not small details, but big, life-changing truths. And Ashley even confirmed something huge herself. Those brothers she mentioned are half-brothers. She said it straight up. That one detail makes the suspicion of a hidden family history even stronger, like we're only just now scratching the surface of something that has been buried for years. So here's the real question everybody needs to be asking loudly. Why is Ashley suddenly minimizing her trauma after years of telling the same story with the same energy every single time? Why is she walking everything back now? This doesn't look like healing. This looks like pressure. This looks like somebody stepping in, whispering in her ear, and pushing her to rewrite her whole truth. Somebody likely convinced her to shift her tone, and the real mystery is who did it and why they needed her to do it. Because switches like this don't happen without a reason, not after years of consistency. All right, so let's get into the final theory the internet won't stop talking about. Is Towanda really Ashley's mother? This is the question hanging over everything, and the more you look at the pieces, the harder it gets to ignore. Here's where everything snaps into focus, because the timeline, the secrecy, the resemblance, the hidden siblings, it all starts pointing in the same direction. If Towanda really is Ashley's mother, that would explain why so many parts of Ashley's story feel twisted, confusing, or flat out hidden. It would explain the birth certificate issues, the shifting narratives, the strange legal details, and the way everyone in that family suddenly got real quiet when her video started getting attention. Think about it. If Ashley is actually Towanda's child, raised under a different identity, that means the family has been carrying this secret for decades. And a secret like that doesn't stay buried without effort. It takes planning, silence, and everybody staying on the same page. And that could be exactly why Ashley is suddenly dialing everything back. Because if the real truth is starting to leak out, the people involved would panic fast. And let's not ignore the timing. Ashley only started softening her story after the internet began piecing things together, after people started noticing the resemblance, after viewers caught on to the contradictions. That kind of shift doesn't happen randomly. It happens when someone behind the scenes starts feeling exposed. Plus, if there really are hidden brothers and rewritten family roles, it means someone else was controlling Ashley's whole understanding of her childhood. Someone was shaping what she believed, who she thought she belonged to, and what pieces of the truth she was allowed to access. That's not normal, that's intentional. And here's the part that keeps ringing in people's minds. If Michael is trying to silence her, and Towanda is staying quiet, and Tony is claiming surprise, then who exactly is trying to keep this story from being uncovered? Because someone clearly is. So now we're left with the biggest unanswered question in this entire situation. If everything is lining up the way people think it is, what happens if Ashley finally tells the full truth? Let's break this down piece by piece, because the clues are stacking up in a way that's hard to ignore. We've got the physical resemblance, and not a subtle one, a strong one. Then we've got those questionable legal documents and all that birth certificate confusion that doesn't line up with how real paperwork works. Add in a family history full of missing information, strange gaps, and details that never fully match, and things start looking real suspicious. On top of that, there are the abuse allegations, and not just from one person, but from multiple people who've spoken up at different times. That alone tells you something deeper is going on. And we can't forget about the way Ashley's content stayed almost invisible for years, even though she was tied to a well-known family. That type of narrative suppression doesn't just happen out of nowhere. It usually means someone didn't want her message getting too loud. Is everything confirmed? No, not yet. But do these puzzle pieces fit together way too cleanly to brush off? Absolutely. This whole situation feels bigger than anyone first realized. And the more you look at it, the more the story starts to reveal itself. So now I'm passing the mic to you. What do you think? Do you believe Towanda could actually be Ashley's real mother? Do you think the family stepped in and pushed Ashley to switch up her story after years of being consistent? Drop your theories in the comments, because I want to know exactly what you're thinking. And trust me, we're going even deeper in the next video, because this story is nowhere near finished. If you want every twist, every update, and every hidden detail exposed, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Real so you don't miss a single drop of this drama.
Man for? You think I'm too? Huh?
Don't you go there.
Don't you? Man. Don't you? First of all, a superstar. You put your hands on me. I didn't touch you. I didn't touch you. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Tony, this is unacceptable behavior. I had to try to de-escalate it as much as I could. I didn't touch Tamar. I got in between she and Tony because Tony's smaller than Tamar. That's like a Rottweiler trying to fight a Yorkie.
Can someone please just pull the plug on the Braxton sisters reality TV chaos already? This family has turned every season into a battlefield with no peace in sight.
Y'all don't like me because y'all jealous. You're a mean girl. You're you're such a hater. Y'all hate me so bad. Oh my God. And mental illness is real. It's real. Oh, I'm crazy? Mental illness is real.
Go ahead, Tony. I'm listening. I don't argue with sick people. Go ahead.
Bitch, I will you up. Don't play with me.
Do that.
I swear to God. But you're not going to do it. my mental health when all y'all really need to pick.
They've cycled through more therapists than most people change hairstyles, yet somehow the drama keeps exploding louder every time. It's like therapy sessions turned into war zones instead of healing circles. Tony and Tamar are back at it again, throwing verbal punches left and right. Tamar went off, asking Tony if she really slept with that other man, and the whole room froze. Then someone dropped another bomb, allegedly Birdman too. Like, seriously? Towanda even jumped in, accusing Tony of messing with her own ex, which sent everyone spiraling.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them a few times.
Who? What man?
Do not get
talking about the Versus battle where Birdman, Manny Fresh, and other Cash Money artists hit
the shade, the tension, the absolute nerve. Now things have gotten so wild that they're threatening to have Tamar locked up. She's gone from emotional to explosive, screaming, crying, and lashing out like she's had enough of everyone's fake love. And Tony, she's not even playing the peacemaker anymore. Her calm queen energy has turned into straight coldness. Everyone's masks are slipping, and we're seeing who's really who in that family drama. The Braxton family feud has gone from entertaining to pure madness. No lines, no limits, and no turning back.
But her sister Tamar was loud and proud in the middle of the stage with her brother-in-law, and she was not only seen twerking and bopping her head to all the hits played from both sides.
Each sister's got secrets, and they're dragging each other through the mud on national TV. It's messy, emotional, and addictive. You can't look away for even a second. If there's one thing Tamar got right, it's that this whole family might need a serious mental health check and maybe a prescription or two, because the way these sisters been acting lately, it's not even close to normal. Nothing about their behavior screams peace. It's pure chaos, non-stop. Every episode feels like a breakdown waiting to happen. Now let's get into this wild Birdman situation, because that's where the drama really popped off. During one episode of the Braxtons, Tamar showed up to dinner with that "I know something y'all don't" look and started grilling her sisters about a cease and desist letter she mysteriously received at her private address. She wasn't even mad about the letter itself at first. It was how they got her new address that made her lose it. See, Tamar swore up and down that her home was under a different name for privacy, like most celebrities do, so for someone to get that info, someone close had to snitch. Fans online immediately started pointing fingers at Towanda, Trina, or even Tony, accusing them of leaking her address. The family group chats must have been on fire that night because the tension on camera was unreal. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. The family's own attorney confirmed that Michael Braxton Jr., their brother, was actually the one who sent the cease and desist. The reason? They brought their niece Ashley onto the show without his blessing. But that reveal didn't calm Tamar down one bit. Instead, she exploded, saying it wasn't even about the letter anymore. It was about her sisters scheming behind her back. And just like that, what started as a dinner talk turned into a full-on Braxton battlefield. Voices raised, hands flying, tears, accusations, pure madness. 1 minute it's about a letter, the next it's about betrayal, and suddenly everyone's dragging everyone. This family doesn't argue. They erupt. Things went from bad to straight explosive when Tamar started accusing Towanda of stealing from her for years. Tamar claimed she had loaned Towanda a whopping $50,000 to help with a down payment on a house, but Towanda fired back, saying it wasn't a loan at all. It was a gift of $35,000. That's a huge difference, and it didn't stop there. Tamar then dropped another bomb, saying Towanda had been secretly using her credit card for 4 years to pay her own phone bill. Can you imagine? But Towanda wasn't about to stay quiet. She flipped the whole thing and called Tamar the real thief. And then came the nuclear-level accusation. Towanda said Tamar had slept with one of Tony's ex-boyfriends. The producers had to literally bleep out the name during the show so no one knew exactly who she was talking about. But that didn't stop fans from playing detective. Online, people started buzzing that the mystery man might have been Shamar Moore, one of Tony's old flames from way back. Others swore it was Birdman, claiming the affair went down years ago and just got buried under family drama. The theories were flying wild, and everyone had their own version of the truth. Then on the show, Tamar directly confronted Tony, asking if she really slept with her other man, and Tony's face said everything. That awkward silence, that look, it was giving pure Birdman vibes. Fans watching went crazy, convinced Tamar was throwing real shade right there on camera. And here's where it got even messier. Just days before this aired, fans were already side-eyeing Tamar for being too friendly with her brother-in-law, Birdman. It all happened at that Versus battle in Las Vegas when Birdman, Manny Fresh, and the Cash Money crew went up against Master P and No Limit. Cameras caught Tamar laughing, touching, and acting a little too cozy backstage, and social media exploded with clips. People were like, wait, is this the same Birdman Tony's with? The timing couldn't have been worse, and the Braxton family drama just hit a whole new level of scandal. Tony Braxton was nowhere to be seen on that stage, but her sister Tamar, she was front and center, owning the spotlight like it was her show. Cameras caught her dancing right next to Birdman, her brother-in-law, and fans could not believe what they were seeing. Tamar was twerking, laughing, and vibing hard to every track from both sides of the battle. But what really had people talking was how comfortable she looked with Birdman. At one point, she even leaned in to wipe sweat off his head, and that clip went viral in seconds. The internet exploded with outrage. Comment sections were flooded with fans saying, "Ain't no way that's okay, and you don't touch your sister's man like that." The whole thing spiraled fast. People were calling it disrespectful, messy, and downright suspicious. Tamar didn't say much at first, but her body language told the world she wasn't worried one bit. Then came the real plot twist. Rumors resurfaced that Tamar and Birdman actually dated way back in the early 2000s, long before Tony ever got with him. Back then, it was all hush-hush talk, just whispers floating around the industry. But insiders claimed the two were definitely close, maybe too close. Nobody had proof, but the way they moved together that night had fans saying, yeah, something's up. And honestly, when you put it all together, it suddenly makes sense why Tamar seems so comfortable around Birdman. That kind of chemistry doesn't come from nowhere. If those old rumors are true, it flips the whole situation, because that would make Tony the one who crossed the line, not Tamar. Imagine finding out your sister dated the man you're with now. That's wild. The Braxton drama just keeps getting deeper, and this one might be the most scandalous twist yet. Now here's where things take a shocking twist. Turns out Tony Braxton and Birdman actually got married, but what happened next had everyone's jaws on the floor. According to leaked court documents, the two secretly tied the knot on August 8th, 2024, but just 48 hours later, yes, 2 days, they were already separated. The paperwork used only their initials, TB and BW, probably hoping to keep it under wraps, but come on. It didn't take long for people to connect the dots. The documents clearly listed the marriage date and the split, August 10th, 2024, and just 2 weeks later, Tony filed for divorce. In the paperwork, she and her attorney described the marriage as irretrievably broken, which is basically legal talk for this relationship is done for good. The internet went wild trying to figure out what could have possibly gone wrong in just 2 days. But then, just when everyone thought it was officially over, Tony changed her mind. In January 2025, she quietly dismissed the divorce petition, and Birdman signed off too. That means as of right now, the two are still legally husband and wife, whether they're living together or not. And thanks to Tamar's recent chaos bringing old drama back into the spotlight, fans just found out that Tony and Birdman are still together behind the scenes. Now, the big question everyone's asking, why stay together after all that? Well, insiders claim Tony might be hanging on for financial security. She's had a long public history of money troubles, from bankruptcy filings to unpaid taxes, and Birdman's got the kind of cash that can keep things comfortable. Some fans even say Tony sees Birdman as her financial safety net, especially with her health issues and recent financial setbacks, whether it's love, loyalty, or just smart survival. One thing's for sure, Tony's playing this game her way. And Birdman, he's clearly not letting go either. This marriage might be messy, but it's far from over. People online are saying Tony and Birdman couldn't be more different, like total opposites who somehow ended up in the same storm. Word is, their marriage might have been more of a business arrangement than a fairy tale love story, and honestly, that wouldn't surprise anyone at this point. The vibe between them has always felt complicated, like something's being held together by image, not emotion. Now, whether Birdman was actually the man in question from Tamar's accusations still isn't confirmed, but just the rumor of it had Tony Braxton completely losing her cool. Tony snapped, saying that Tamar loves being infamous more than famous, and that she's beyond disappointed in her sister's behavior. She even admitted she's been paying her own publicist to clean up Tamar's messy image online. Imagine having to hire a whole team just to manage your sister's social media drama. That's wild. And fans were quick to point out, Tony's emotional reaction made way more sense if Tamar was talking about Birdman all along, especially since rumors have been swirling that Tamar and Birdman dated first. The tension suddenly made sense. This wasn't just about family, it was about a love triangle wrapped in years of resentment and buried secrets. But Tamar wasn't sitting quietly while Tony threw shade. Oh no, she came with receipts. Tamar started dropping her own claims, saying that Tony isn't as innocent as people think. She even said it was Tony's idea to bring their niece Ashley onto the show, the same niece who later spilled some jaw-dropping tea of her own. Ashley revealed that her father, Michael Braxton Jr., and her stepmom once found inappropriate text messages between Ashley and one of her aunt's partners, and that partner turned out to be Trina's ex, Gabe. The whole situation was disturbing and messy, and fans couldn't believe how deep the Braxton family web of drama really goes. Every time you think you've heard the worst of it, another layer peels back, and it's always more scandalous than before. When Ashley first told her aunt what happened, she said her aunt was loving and heartbroken over the situation, showing real emotion and concern. But as time passed, something changed. Ashley claimed her aunt's attitude shifted completely, almost like she started to side with the wrong person. As Ashley got older, she said it began to sink in just how strange it was that her aunt stayed with that same partner even after everything that went down. That's when things took a dark turn. Apparently, her aunt started blaming Ashley instead, saying she was part of the problem. The betrayal there is unreal. So Tamar brought Ashley onto the show to finally speak her truth. But here's the kicker. Tamar said it was actually Tony's idea to include her niece in the storyline. That set off a whole chain reaction of family drama because now fans don't even know who's really telling the truth. Was Tamar trying to help Ashley heal, or just using her pain to stir up the pot and get revenge on her sisters? A lot of viewers think Tamar had an ulterior motive, not genuine concern, but pure payback. They believe she's exploiting her niece's trauma to throw shade at her sisters and grab headlines. And honestly, that theory doesn't sound too far-fetched considering how every Braxton scandal seems to end up benefiting Tamar somehow. But if you look closer, the real story here goes deeper than Tony versus Tamar. It's about Ashley, a young woman trying to find her voice while being dragged into her family's chaos for TV ratings. She's become the centerpiece of this messy season, carrying the emotional weight of grown adults' drama on her shoulders. And now, she's the one catching all the backlash online, people calling her a liar, a pawn, or worse, while the sisters keep going back and forth like it's just another episode. It's heartbreaking and scandalous all at once. Turns out, it really was Tony's idea to bring Ashley onto the show, not Tamar's. That revelation flipped everything upside down and made Tamar's next accusations hit even harder. Tamar went off, saying her sisters have been secretly jealous of her for years and that they love to gaslight her every time she opens up about her emotions. She said they twist her mental health battles into weapons just to make her look unstable on camera. And honestly, that's a low blow. In Tamar's own words, "You're not going to guilt me over having depression and anxiety, especially when half of that came from y'all." And you know what? That hit deep, because if that's true, it's seriously messed up. Imagine fighting your own mind while your family turns your struggles into insults. That's beyond cruel. Tamar's been loud and honest about her mental health journey, so watching her sisters use it against her on national TV, that's wild. She also clapped back at the whole cease and desist situation, questioning what her mental health had to do with any of that. She told them straight up she didn't do or say anything to deserve a legal threat, calling the whole thing ridiculous. Tamar made it clear that dinner wasn't about to become her mental illness coming out party for her sister's entertainment. She wasn't letting anyone turn her vulnerability into reality TV content again, and honestly, she sounded like she meant every word. Tamar reminded everyone that she's been transparent about her depression and anxiety for years and that she's actively getting help. She even revealed she talks to a counselor multiple times a week, both on and off set, proving she's doing the work to stay healthy despite the chaos around her. It's heartbreaking and powerful at the same time. A woman trying to protect her peace while her own family keeps stirring the storm. This isn't just family drama anymore. It's emotional warfare with cameras rolling. But just when everyone thought Tamar was finally standing her ground, things spiraled right back into chaos. Her sisters weren't having it, especially Towanda, who rolled her eyes mid-conversation and muttered something under her breath that set Tamar off instantly. Cameras caught Tamar slamming her fork down, shouting that she's done being the family's punching bag. The energy in that room, pure fire and tension, like decades of resentment exploding in real time. Tony tried to stay calm, but her voice started to shake too. She told Tamar she's tired of walking on eggshells and that the family has to protect their brand. That's when Tamar snapped, yelling that her mental health isn't bad for the brand. It's bad because of the brand. The whole table went silent after that line. Even Trina and Towanda looked stunned, like Tamar had finally said the one thing everyone was too scared to admit out loud. And the internet ate it up. Fans online were divided, half saying they finally understand why Tamar feels so isolated, and the other half calling her dramatic for making everything about herself. But one thing's clear. The Braxton sisters' wounds run way deeper than what we see on TV. This isn't just sibling rivalry anymore. It's pain that's been festering for years, now spilling out for the world to judge. Later in the episode, Tamar stormed off set in tears, saying she didn't want to be filmed anymore. But the cameras kept rolling as producers tried to calm her down behind the scenes. She shouted that she's been loyal, honest, and open, and that everyone in her family keeps betraying her for ratings. "I'm not your storyline," she cried, and you could feel every ounce of that heartbreak. Meanwhile, Tony sat in silence, staring into space like she was processing everything. Maybe guilt, maybe exhaustion, or maybe realizing how far gone things really are. Because at this point, the Braxton family's bond looks shattered. And if Tamar decides to walk away for good, this might be the end of the show as we know it, or the start of something even messier. Stay tuned for the final piece, and don't forget to hit subscribe to Juicy Reel so you don't miss the next wild twist. After that explosive dinner, the Braxton family hasn't been the same. Cameras caught them barely speaking during filming, and producers had to edit around silent tension just to keep the show moving. The energy is heavy, like everyone's walking through emotional landmines. Tamar's been avoiding family events, while Tony's keeping her distance, focusing on music and trying to look unbothered online. But fans aren't buying it. They can feel the tension even through Instagram posts and staged smiles. Rumors are now flying that Tamar's ready to quit the show completely, saying she's tired of being the villain in her own family's story. Insiders claim she's working on her own docuseries, one that'll expose the truth behind all the fake sisterhood we've been seeing on TV. And honestly, people would watch the hell out of that. The girl's been through public breakups, career setbacks, and family betrayal. She's got a story to tell, and fans are dying to hear her unfiltered side. Meanwhile, Tony and Birdman are still confusing everyone. One minute they're split, the next they're spotted leaving a studio together late at night. Some say Tony's just trying to protect her image while figuring things out behind the scenes, while others think she's holding on because of loyalty or money. Either way, their situation screams complicated. Towanda and Trina, they're caught in the middle, trying to keep peace while still throwing little bits of shade when cameras are rolling. Every confession scene turns into a mini therapy session mixed with a clapback. You can see the exhaustion in their eyes, but also the addiction. Because let's be real, the fame and drama keep them relevant. The Braxton legacy used to be about harmony, sisterhood, and soul. But now, it's turning into one of reality TV's most unpredictable sagas. From love triangles to betrayals to emotional breakdowns, it's a roller coaster you just can't look away from. And whether you're Team Tamar, Team Tony, or just here for the drama, one thing's for sure, this family feud is far from over. So keep your popcorn ready because with the Braxtons, every episode feels like a finale. Tamar later made it crystal clear she's perfectly fine, just tired of everyone weaponizing her vulnerability like it's entertainment. She said her emotions aren't a storyline, they're real life, and she's done letting people twist her pain for TV views. And this time, the internet actually had her back. Fans flooded social media defending her, saying her sisters have been gaslighting her for years and turning her genuine hurt into a punchline. They said Tamar's outbursts aren't drama, they're cries for help that keep getting ignored. But things got even messier when Towanda allegedly started pushing Tony to press charges against Tamar. Like, who does that to their own sister? Fans online were furious, calling it heartless and unnecessary. Many said the family's completely lost sight of what matters, that they're so deep in their TV roles they forgot how to be a real family. Still, not everyone was on Tamar's side. Some viewers said they've had enough of the constant crying, yelling, and chaos, calling her emotionally exhausting and saying she needs to step away from the cameras for good. One commenter even wrote, "The whole Braxton family needs a reality TV break permanently." And honestly, after all this, who could argue with that? The drama's gotten so toxic, it's hard to tell what's real anymore. Are these women trying to heal or just keeping the ratings alive? Every argument, every tear, every shocking revelation has blurred the line between reality and performance. But one thing's for sure, this family's love story has turned into one of reality TV's most explosive sagas ever. So here's the big question. Did Tony really flip out because Tamar brought up Birdman, or is there more to it than we know? Are the sisters truly gaslighting Tamar, or is she spinning the narrative herself? Either way, the Braxtons have the world watching, waiting for the next meltdown, the next confession, the next betrayal. Drop your thoughts below, because this one's got everyone talking. And if you live for the drama, scandals, and secrets, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Real, where we keep it raw, real, and juicy.
Tony, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always try to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it.
Like a lot of people don't understand, my second bankruptcy is because I was sick. I have lupus, and my show in Vegas got canceled.
And the insurance wouldn't cover it.
The insurance didn't cover it, so I had to pay myself.
Yeah.
And
That's a lot. That was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money to put up a show. People don't understand. If you see a concert, you see the lights, you see the band on stage, the artist pays for all that. The hotel rooms, the salary, so then you have nothing left over.
Remember when Tamar went so far as to block her own sister Tony on social media? Not only did it happen, but Tony didn't even realize until she tried to tag Tamar for her birthday shout out, and boom.
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have sex?
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She my life.
Blocked. That's cold. But insiders claim this wasn't some random petty family spat. Word on the street says Tamar had been whispering shady things about Tony behind the scenes. And all roads allegedly led right back to Birdman. Now, we're not talking about a fairy tale romance here.
Please welcome Towanda Braxton. She was so freaking mean to me. I was in shock.
Do you take responsibility for the situation that you're in right now?
100%.
100%.
100%. I couldn't believe it because I loved her so much. I admired her and looked up to her. And she pretty much reprimanded me.
I read that you were upset about stories that your overspending caused this.
She says to me, I hear you have Gucci flatware. I'm Oprah Winfrey and I don't have Gucci flatware.
First of all, I didn't know Gucci made silverware.
You ain't got Gucci flatware because you didn't want to buy it. It's not because you couldn't afford it. What do you mean? And immediately, she made me feel this big. This big. That moment completely changed my career. It made people look down.
The gossip mill was spinning with claims that Tony's marriage and even her divorce were part of a bigger strategy to lock down the bag with Birdman. People were even saying she was broke at the time, which made the story stick harder. And here's where it gets spicy. Tamar herself has been accused of being the one spreading that Tony's broke narrative in private. If that's true, blocking her sis might have been more than a clapback. It could have been Tamar throwing shade in the middle of their already messy family drama. The Braxton family has always been a roller coaster, but lately, Tamar's chaos has gone full-blown nuclear, and fans can't stop watching. Tamar didn't just block her sister. She went all the way off with a full-blown meltdown online before pulling the plug on her social media. She started firing off wild posts straight onto her ex's page, dragging her own family and calling them toxic. In one now deleted rant, she wrote, "Y'all have no idea. The gaslighting is crazy, and I'm going back into treatment. Oh my God, I just pray my marriage can be saved and my life can be spared. My family is awful." That's heavy. And just when you thought she was done, Tamar doubled down with another post, venting, "I'm so mad at my life. My family is toxic. I should have never went back to BFI." Fans were shook reading those lines. It sounded like she was carrying the weight of every grudge and heartbreak at once. But Tamar wasn't stopping there. She later revealed that in the upcoming season of Braxton Family Values, she was asked to be Towanda's maid of honor. But get this, she admitted the invite felt fake as ever. And here's the kicker. Tamar spilled she wasn't even included in Towanda's bridal shower. No invite, no updates, nothing. She claimed she only got a random text, a week before the wedding, asking her to step in as maid of honor, almost like she was an afterthought. That's cold-blooded. Meanwhile, Towanda allegedly had Tony and Trina wrapped deep in the wedding plans, making them feel like VIPs, while Tamar says she was left standing outside the circle. For a family that built their brand on sisterhood, this is looking more like a reality show showdown, and Tamar's not afraid to call it exactly what it is: fake love. And just when you thought the Braxton drama couldn't get any hotter, Tamar claims Towanda's new husband has been talking slick about her behind the scenes. That was the final straw. Instead of swallowing her pride, Tamar decided to skip the entire wedding altogether. Bold move. Now, everyone knows Tamar and Towanda don't exactly move in harmony, but what really shocked fans was how this mess spilled onto Tony. People always assumed Tamar and Tony were the solid duo holding it down, but clearly, cracks have been showing. Reports say the tension had been brewing since last year. Even Tony herself admitted she noticed something was off when she tried to post a sweet birthday shout-out for Tamar, only to realize she was blocked. Tony even wrote, "I wanted to repost that gorgeous picture of you, but I'm blocked again. Anyway, happy birthday. Tay ouch." Tamar didn't let that slide. She clapped back, calling Tony's move straight up gaslighting, and insisted that Tony could have just picked up the phone instead of making it public. To drive her point home, Tamar even leaked screenshots of their text exchange on Instagram, showing the sisters casually talking about which city they were in, literally the day before. Fans were left scratching their heads. How do you go from texting like everything's cool to blocking overnight? But hold on, it gets even wilder. Whispers are floating that Tamar has been out here telling folks that Tony only got with Birdman for the money. Allegedly. If that's true, then this feud isn't just about bruised feelings. It's about money, loyalty, and the kind of betrayal that leaves scars for years. And we can't ignore the roller coaster that was Tony and Birdman's relationship. When they first went public, the two were openly talking about marriage, and fans were buzzing about the wedding that never came. Tony blamed her packed work schedule, but let's be real. If she truly wanted that ring locked down, nothing could have stopped her. And speaking of that ring, who could forget the shady saga of the missing $1 million rock? Tony claimed she lost her engagement ring after putting it in her checked luggage, saying it was stolen. But the way the story came out had everybody side-eyeing like, really? $1 million ring in checked baggage? That just didn't add up, and the streets never let it go. By 2019, the fairy tale seemed dead for good. Birdman hit Instagram with a cold, cryptic message that simply read, "It's over." Then he wiped every single photo of Tony off his page. Clean slate. No trace. Fans were left stunned, like, did we just witness the end of the saga? But Tony didn't stay silent. She clapped back with her own statement. Not with words, but with style, posting a stunning shot of herself in a fiery red gown. Her caption read, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen. Cheers to a new year." The energy was giving heartbreak with a side of empowerment, like she was hurt, but ready to rise again. And just when everyone thought it was really over, boom! Weeks later, Tony and Birdman shocked the entire culture by reuniting like nothing happened. 1 minute, it's heartbreak. The next, it's deja vu love. Fans couldn't keep up with this whirlwind romance. They weren't done keeping fans guessing. Out of nowhere, Tony and Birdman popped up together on stage during her Atlanta stop at the Fox Theater, and instantly the whispers of reconciliation took off again. But the Braxton-Birdman roller coaster wasn't slowing down. It was just climbing higher. By December 2023, Tony jumped online to silence the rumors, writing, "Fake news, my dear friend. Birdman and I are not married, never been married. We are both single. Case closed, or so we thought." Because the real bombshell was still loading. Fast forward, and in a jaw-dropping twist, court records surfaced showing the two actually did secretly tie the knot. The gag? They split just 48 hours later. Yup, less than 2 days of marriage before it all went up in flames. According to the documents, they tried to keep things on the low by using just their initials, TB and BW. But fans weren't fooled for a second. The paperwork exposed everything. Married on August 8th, separated on August 10th, and just 2 weeks later, Tony filed for divorce. Her lawyer didn't mince words either, bluntly stating the marriage was irretrievably broken. That sounded like the end of the line, but not with these two. In another twist, Tony dismissed the divorce in January 2025, and Birdman signed off too, which means, legally, these two are still husband and wife right now. But here's the kicker. Nobody's buying the fairy tale anymore. Behind the legal papers, the cryptic posts, and all the whispers, fans say this marriage looks more like a messy paper trail than real love. And with Tony and Birdman, every reunion feels like it's just one scandal away from collapse. Neither Tony nor Birdman has been caught wearing wedding rings. And if that wasn't telling enough, they both went as far as wiping each other completely off their Instagram feeds. Suspicious, right? That move only made the whispers louder. Fans started saying Tony only walked down the aisle for Birdman's money, and given her long documented financial troubles, a lot of people weren't exactly surprised by the theory. But let's set the record straight. Money or not, Toni Braxton is still one of the most legendary R&B voices to ever touch a mic. She's not just famous, she's iconic. Toni first broke out in the late 80s, performing with her sisters as the Braxtons, before launching her solo career in 1993 with her self-titled debut album. And when that record hit the streets, it didn't just sell, it exploded. It shot straight to #1 on the Billboard 200 and moved a jaw-dropping 10 million copies worldwide. The album gave us timeless hits like Breathe Again and Another Sad Love Song, with powerhouse producers Babyface and L.A. Reid behind her every note. Toni was unstoppable, instantly cementing her place as R&B royalty. And then came her follow-up, Secrets, which gave the world one of the most heartbreaking anthems ever recorded, Unbreak My Heart. That single alone sold 10 million copies globally and remains one of the most iconic ballads in music history. The power, the pain, the delivery, no one could touch Toni at her peak. And that's why, no matter how messy the Birdman saga gets, her legacy in music will always speak louder than the rumors. Over the years, Toni has dropped 9 studio albums, her latest arriving in 2020, and every single one proved she still had the kind of star power most artists only dream of. But here's where things take a shocking turn. Despite selling out arenas, moving millions of records, and generating more than $170 million in sales for her label, Toni's personal earnings were scraps. We're talking less than 35 cents per album in her pocket. Fans couldn't believe it. It got so bad that Toni eventually sued Arista/LaFace, demanding her fair share. But just 8 weeks after filing that lawsuit in 1998, she was forced to file for bankruptcy. And when she later spoke out, she revealed the ugly truth. Her contracts were set up so unfairly that she walked away with under $2,000 in royalties. Meanwhile, she was expected to pay the label back for everything. Clothes, travel, studio time, even her music videos. Imagine being a global superstar, your songs topping charts worldwide, and still going home with pocket change. It's mind-blowing. And that's exactly why so many people keep side-eyeing her relationship with Birdman, claiming it looked more like a business move than a love story. Because truth be told, her money struggles ran deep. At one point, Toni was even accused of secretly transferring $53,490 to her then husband, Carrie Lewis, to keep it hidden from creditors during her bankruptcy case. Whether true or not, it added another layer of suspicion to her financial roller coaster and made the whispers about Birdman's money hit even harder. All this financial drama came to a head when Toni sat down with Oprah, hoping the interview would paint her in a sympathetic light. But instead of compassion, the moment turned into pure humiliation. Toni later confessed she felt crushed, saying Oprah came across as judgmental, cold, and flat out unsympathetic. The interview that was supposed to save her image ended up wounding it even more. And just when it seemed things couldn't get heavier, Toni was hit with another devastating blow. By 2010, she had to file for bankruptcy again. This time, it wasn't just about money slipping through her fingers. Her health was collapsing too. Doctors diagnosed her with microvascular angina and later lupus, a brutal 1-2 punch that forced her to cancel her multi-million-dollar Las Vegas residency. Losing that contract was like a financial gut punch that she never fully bounced back from. But the bad luck didn't stop there. The IRS came knocking. By December 4th, 2019, Uncle Sam filed a lien against her, claiming she owed over $340,252.90 in back taxes from 2017. And just when you thought that number alone was staggering, the California Franchise Tax Board piled on days later, hitting her with another lien for $116,154.64. Add it all up, and that's nearly $500,000 in tax debt, weighing Toni down. From sold-out tours to bankruptcies, from Diamond Records to IRS liens, Toni's story is living proof that fame doesn't always mean fortune. And with Birdman tangled in her love life and money struggles in the spotlight, this saga is still unfolding, and fans can't stop watching every messy twist. By now, you'd think Toni would finally catch a break, but the spotlight never let her rest. After the tax lines and health battles, whispers started floating that she was leaning on Birdman more than ever. Some insiders even claimed their back-and-forth relationship wasn't just about love, it was survival. Fans started asking, was Birdman her safety net, or was she caught in a cycle she couldn't escape? And the headlines just kept stacking. Rumors of canceled shows, unpaid bills, and icy tension with her sisters made people wonder if the Braxton bond was permanently fractured. Tamar airing family business online didn't help either. It painted a picture of a dynasty crumbling in real time. But here's the twist. No matter how messy things get, Toni still pulls crowds. Her voice, untouchable. Her legacy, cemented. That's the part that makes all this drama so wild. How can someone so legendary be so entangled in money problems, broken promises, and roller coaster relationships? Fans say it's the ultimate cautionary tale about fame. All the glitter, but not always the gold. And with Birdman still legally tied to her on paper, the million-dollar question remains, is Toni Braxton really free to move on? Or are the two locked in a toxic contract of love and money that neither one can fully escape? Until they make it crystal clear, the culture is going to keep watching, side-eyeing, and waiting for the next shocking headline to drop. And through all of this chaos, Toni has made it clear. She's the one who had to carry her entire family on her back. She's spoken openly about being the sister who paid the bills, kept the lights on, and held the Braxton name afloat, while others barely lifted a finger. That kind of resentment doesn't just fade, it festers. And fans swear you can see the tension bleeding through every Braxton family interaction. So when people whisper that Toni may have married Birdman for financial security, honestly, the receipts make it believable. But here's the part that cuts the deepest. Why would Tamar allegedly be the one spreading that same storyline behind her sister's back? If that's true, then their sisterhood is fractured in ways the cameras can't even capture. Word on the street is Birdman himself wasn't here for the gossip and actually pulled Tamar aside to check her about running her mouth. That's a whole different level of messy. But here's the big question. With a brand new season of Braxton family values on the way, are we watching real drama, or are they stirring the pot on purpose to keep the spotlight burning? Either way, the Braxtons know how to keep the name ringing in the culture. And Toni and Birdman's saga proves that sometimes the real show isn't on stage, it's behind closed doors. Now it's your turn. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think Toni's marriage to Birdman was about love, money, or survival? And don't forget, like, share, and subscribe to Juicy Real so you never miss the scandals we dig up next.
Listen, I have a question. Who put out that horrible, terrible, bad rumor that y'all broke up? Who did that?
Your sister.
Toni Braxton just broke her silence, and she didn't hold back. All those wild rumors about Birdman and the Cash Money empire, she finally addressed them, and the truth is darker than anyone expected.
Toni Braxton? Right, I don't believe they got married. I think that's a lie. The reason why I think it's a lie, because Stella not gonna do nothing without Slim being there or Slim knowing something about it.
Birdman's entire empire, once dripping in luxury and diamonds, is now being linked to strange rituals and twisted energy that's eating him alive. And guess what? Toni might have just confirmed it without even meaning to. For years, people looked at Toni and Birdman like a mystery wrapped in money, the R&B queen and the street mogul. Everyone thought it was some odd fairy tale, but behind those red carpets and private jets was something way more dangerous.
Weird to me when I got the Cash Money, it was the weirdest thing. I know they had all these artists on the label. Right. So I get to the label, and then all of a sudden, they let all the artists go, all the other artists go.
Toni didn't fall for Birdman's flash. She fell into his world, a world that looked glamorous from the outside, but felt cursed once you stepped in. When she walked away, it wasn't because she was done loving him. It was because she'd seen too much. That sparkle turned sinister fast, and all that talk about their secret marriage, it wasn't a rumor anymore. It was real. Paperwork was moving behind the scenes, and people close to them were whispering that something went seriously wrong right after they said, "I do." 2 weeks later, the internet blew up. Toni was on social media calling it all cap, scrubbing every trace of their union like she was running from something bigger than heartbreak. That wasn't just denial. That was self-defense. She wasn't dodging embarrassment. She was cutting ties before the darkness pulled her down too. And now those old whispers about what really happens inside Cash Money, they're getting louder, way louder. People been whispering about strange late-night meetings and shady moves inside Cash Money for years. And now those stories sound a lot more real. Artists like Juvenile been warning about it forever, saying weird things happen behind closed doors that don't add up. And Toni Braxton, she saw it firsthand. She looked that side of Birdman's world right in the face, and it scared her more than any disease ever could. Toni's been through it all. Lupus, heart surgery, near-death scares. She's a survivor. But this was different. It wasn't a medical battle. It was spiritual warfare. She realized she wasn't just dealing with a man. She was dealing with an energy that could drag her straight down if she stayed too close. So she made her move quick, wiped her socials clean, erased their connection, and threw herself back into music and self-care. That wasn't a breakup. That was an escape plan. While Toni was glowing up and getting her strength back, Birdman's whole vibe started falling apart. Cameras started catching him looking off. There's footage of him literally dozing off during shows, slumped in his chair like his body was shutting down. Fans said he looked sick, like something was draining him from the inside. Some joked he was the Black Joe Biden, saying he could barely stay awake. But behind those jokes was real concern. Ever since that Hot Boys reunion tour, clips been flooding social media, Birdman standing under bright lights, eyes rolling, losing focus, mid-sentence, while the crowd looks confused. People in the audience were whispering, "Yo, is he okay?" Some swore it looked like seizures, others said it was a bad relapse. Either way, the man didn't look like himself. Those videos spread like wildfire, faster than his team could cover up. Suddenly, it looked like the empire he built off power and control was starting to crumble right in front of everyone. His closest people tried to quiet it down, but the internet had already seen too much. Not long after the rumors exploded, BG jumped on camera, cracking up like it was all a joke. He said, "Man, Birdman ain't high. He just can't read the teleprompter," and laughed it off like everything was business as usual. According to him, Birdman was fine, no health issues, no relapse, just bad lighting and a little exhaustion. And that's the same story everyone in Birdman's circle keeps repeating. He's good, just tired. But come on, not everyone's buying that. Maybe they're protecting the boss, or maybe they're scared to say what's really going on. Because when you see those clips, Birdman half conscious under the lights, mumbling while the crowd stares. It's hard to believe it's just fatigue. It looked like something way deeper, like the life he built was finally taking its toll. Some folks online even said, That ain't lean, that's karma catching up. And honestly, it's hard to argue. Just think about it. How many artists from that empire have faded away, lost their shine, or straight up disappeared? Big names, once on top of the world, now ghosts in the game. It's like Cash Money drained the life out of people, one deal at a time. Every fallen career, every silenced voice feels like another piece of that empire's soul slipping away. So let's be real. Toni Braxton didn't just leave a man, she escaped a machine, a system that looked golden from the outside, but was rotting on the inside. Birdman's name been tied to the word ritual for years, but people got it twisted. Nobody's talking about candles or pentagrams. The real rituals were about power, loyalty, and total control. That's how the game was played. You gave your soul to the label, and the label decided what you were worth. From the outside, Cash Money looked like a music label, but once you peek behind that glossy image, it moved like a secret society, one that demanded silence, obedience, and sacrifice. Cash Money moved like a secret society, straight up. Every new artist had to prove they were loyal before they could even dream of rocking that diamond-studded logo on their chain. It wasn't just business, it was initiation. Think about it. The infamous kiss on the lips, calling him daddy, the matching tattoos. None of that was random or playful. Those were pledges, silent promises that said, "You're mine now." Once you signed that contract, you didn't just join a label, you joined a system that demanded loyalty every single day. Birdman ran his empire like a ritual. He made the routine look like a flex, showing off his cars, stacking cash on camera, tossing chains like golden crowns. But nothing in that world came for free. Every gift came with a message attached. This came from me. Don't forget who put you here. It was Loyalty Theater, a performance where every artist had to play their part or risk losing it all, and the ones who didn't play along, they vanished from the story real quick. Groups like UNLV stopped being mentioned. Names like Kilo G faded into silence. Some even whispered that Kilo's death wasn't random, that he paid the price for speaking out. That's when people started realizing this wasn't about business anymore. This was control, dressed up as family. Then came Lil Wayne, the golden child, who finally pushed back. When he started questioning the money, the contracts, and the so-called family structure, everything cracked open. That's when the mask started slipping. The fairy tale turned into a power struggle. Fans online began piecing it together, saying, "Yo, this ain't no occult ritual. This is a loyalty trap." See, people love to hype Cash Money like it's some dark secret cult, but the truth is colder than that. Birdman didn't need magic. He had manipulation. His rituals weren't about candles and symbols. They were about control, obedience, and ego. The real sacrifices weren't goats or blood. They were freedom, independence, and identity. And Birdman pulled that same move so many times that it stopped being business. It became belief. Even if it was fake, people started treating him like he was untouchable. That's how deep the mind game ran. A kingdom built not on talent, but on fear and loyalty. That's the world Toni Braxton walked straight into. A world where everyone froze the second Birdman stepped in the room. The air changed when he arrived, like people were scared to even breathe wrong. For Toni, that didn't feel like love. It felt like a warning. Around him, respect looked more like worship, and Toni wasn't built for that. She'd already fought through lupus, heartbreak, and the music industry itself just to keep her peace. No way she was about to let any man, no matter how powerful, take control of her soul. So she did the only thing a strong woman could do. She broke the spell and walked away. And that's when the whole Birdman aura started falling apart. The power, the mystery, the boss image. It all started to look fragile. That short, secret marriage between Toni and Birdman became the first domino in his downfall. Sure, they'd gone public back in 2016, flashing smiles and luxury like a power couple, but behind the glam, everything was cracking. When they secretly tied the knot last year, fans thought it was the start of a new chapter, but the honeymoon didn't even last a week. Just 2 days after the ceremony, Toni filed for divorce, calling it an irretrievably broken union. That's not heartbreak. That's someone escaping the trap. She later withdrew the petition in January 2025, probably trying to handle things quietly. But by mid-2025, their social media told the whole story. Every photo gone, every post deleted. The silence said it all. The love story was over for good. Then Birdman did what Birdman always does. He went online and started firing shots. He accused Tony of using him for money, called her a gold digger, and even claimed she pawned her engagement ring while demanding $160 million payout. That's when the drama exploded. Blogs lit up, gossip pages ran wild, and reaction live streams turned it into a cultural circus. Suddenly, everyone was choosing sides, some defending Tony as a survivor of a toxic empire, others riding for Birdman like he was the one betrayed. It turned into a loyalty war, split right down the middle. The R&B world versus the hip-hop kingdom. And for the first time, Birdman wasn't controlling the story. The internet was. Birdman's reputation took a major hit after that split, and it hit different depending on where you looked. In R&B and pop circles, he got painted as cold and manipulative, the kind of man who treats love like a business deal. But in the trap and southern rap scene, his never back down attitude only made him look more like a boss. People said, "That's Birdman. He don't fold for nobody." His image stayed powerful in the streets, but his credibility outside hip-hop, it started to crumble. Financially, he managed to dodge big losses since Tony's divorce filings got tossed out. But the damage wasn't just about money. Tony had the public's sympathy at first. Fans saw her as the woman who escaped a controlling empire. But when that $160 million claim dropped and talk of a missing $5 million ring surfaced, the internet flipped the script. Suddenly, old headlines about Tony's bankruptcies started making the rounds again, and a few brands quietly hit pause on sponsorships. Still, the scandal brought her name roaring back into the spotlight. Streams for her classic hits shot up overnight, and her documentary work about women's financial independence started getting fresh love. In a strange way, the chaos gave her career a second wind. Proof that even heartbreak can turn into power when you own your story. Meanwhile, over at Cash Money, things weren't looking smooth either. The feud exposed deep cracks inside the empire. Birdman's shaky relationships with legacy artists, producers, and mid-tier acts finally came to light, especially the ones still tied to Lil Wayne's Young Money. They started freezing collabs and distancing themselves from anything stamped with Birdman's name once the feud blew up online. But Birdman being Birdman, he flipped the drama into hustle. He used the controversy as promo fuel for rich gangs' releases, turning every headline and live stream debate into free marketing. He knew how to spin attention into profit, but even with the streams up, the respect was gone. When the dust finally settled, Birdman still had the keys to Cash Money, but not the heart of the culture anymore. His empire was intact, but his legacy felt hollow. Tony, on the other hand, walked away with empathy, momentum, and her dignity, even if some skeptics still whispered that her timing was just a little too perfect. The old Cash Money alliance, gone for good. The brotherhood that once ruled Southern hip-hop finally cracked under the weight of greed and secrets. And when people talk about money, they're not just talking about hits and platinum chains. They're talking about the dark financial rituals that kept Cash Money spinning for decades. Even Jada Kiss couldn't resist taking a jab at it on stage, laughing, "I love Bird's money." But everybody knew there was truth hiding in that joke. No one can deny what Cash Money did for the culture. They shaped Southern hip-hop, brought a whole new sound to the world, and built an empire of hits. But behind the champagne toasts and private jets, the business was a maze of manipulation. The fancy cars, the designer fits, the mansions, all props in a show designed to keep artists chasing a dream they could never fully own. For years, the label was run like a pyramid, every artist owing more than they made, every deal written to keep Birdman on top. Dozens of artists said their advances never really came, or came as recoupable debts that they could never escape. No transparency, no freedom, just confusion and contracts built for control. Even legends got caught in the web. T.I.'s $10 million lawsuit exposed just how deep the trap went. His teenage contract had one lawyer repping both him and the label. That's a setup if there ever was one. A total conflict of interest that guaranteed every deal leaned straight in Cash Money's favor. And then came Lil Wayne's war, the battle that pulled the curtain all the way back. His 2017 lawsuit accused Cash Money and Universal of doing business behind his back, playing games with his streaming money and publishing rights. They allegedly twisted numbers, delayed payments, and forced him into a corner until he finally settled for less than he earned. Just like Suge Knight ran death row out west, Birdman had his own version down south. All power, no mercy, and no exit once you signed that dotted line. Birdman had a genius and ruthless way of keeping control. He'd flash the cash, the cars, the ice, but those weren't just flexes. They were payments, symbolic offerings meant to keep his artists locked in, even after the spotlight faded. It wasn't real freedom. It was a golden cage. Those flashy gifts said, "You're rich because of me, so don't ever forget it." And behind those glittering chains and Bugattis, the real deal was buried in contracts that nobody could fully understand. See, back in 1998, Cash Money signed that legendary deal with Universal, the infamous 80-20 profit split that changed the game forever. Sounds great for the label, right? Because it was. That deal became Birdman's blueprint. He copied that same model for every artist that came through. It was loyalty by contract, and it kept him sitting on top while his artists chased checks that never arrived. Masters, almost never owned by the performers. Royalties, so foggy that even accountants gave up trying to trace them. Birdman used to brag, Universal never owned nothing. And technically, he was right, but it also meant nobody else did either. Even the people who helped him rise, like Wendy Day, the same woman who negotiated that first Universal deal, said she never saw the money she was promised. And Birdman's cold-blooded catchphrase became legendary in industry circles. Sue me. When I gotta pay you, you'll get paid. That line alone told you everything about how he ran business. Eventually, Universal stepped in, again. Not to fix the problem, but to protect their own. They started covering Cash Money's debts in exchange for tighter control over distribution. That move flipped unpaid royalties into corporate leverage, turning the artist's missing money into bargaining chips. Insiders later started calling it ghost royalties, money that should have gone to the people making the hits, but instead got funneled up the ladder into silent power plays. Inside that empire, loyalty bought you Lambos, jewelry, private jets, and front row treatment. But the minute you stepped out of line, your career went ice cold. Late checks, shelved albums, ghosted calls, even quiet blacklisting. Meanwhile, the public still saw the illusion. The helicopters, the mansion shoots, the Stuna Island lifestyle, all part of the myth that Cash Money was unstoppable. But behind that myth was a machine straight out of the medieval era. One ruler, total control, and everyone else fighting to keep their spot at the table. Birdman and Slim ran Cash Money like kings on a throne. Nobody made a move without their blessing. The younger generation, like Jacquet and others under the label, showed almost blind loyalty. They pledged allegiance for life, even though most of them had zero real control. These weren't mystical rituals or secret spells. This was something scarier. Habits built over decades that weaponized money to keep power locked at the top. It was proof that behind all the shine and bling, the system was never about family. It was about control. But power like that always cracks eventually. And 2025 was the year the empire started to shake. Some of the biggest names in Cash Money began making silent moves behind Birdman's back. Quiet, strategic, but loud enough for anyone paying attention. The tension inside the camp was boiling. Some artists were flexing, showing they didn't need the label anymore, while others stayed quiet, scared to lose their spot. But one thing was clear. Everybody had an agenda. Lil Wayne, the heart of the brand, the one who helped build Cash Money's golden era, made it crystal clear He was done pretending. His old beef with Birdman had been cooling for years, but this time, the heat came back full blast. During the Hot Boys reunion tour, Birdman tried to hype up the crowd mid-speech, and Wayne straight up walked off stage with the crew, leaving him hanging in front of thousands. Cameras caught it, clips hit the internet, and fans went wild. And that wasn't the only moment. Just weeks before that, at Lil Louisiana Fest 2025, Birdman tried to give a heartfelt shout out to his late mother, Ms. Gladys. But Wayne cut him off mid-sentence, snatching the mic and switching the topic. It was icy, public, and loud. Everyone watching knew what that meant. The forgiveness from their 2018 settlement was dead and gone. Whatever peace they made had expired. Old wounds reopened, old checks resurfaced, and old rules got broken. The so-called Cash Money family wasn't family anymore. It was a cold business war waiting to explode. Wayne was done playing nice. This was his comeback era, his time to take back control. He wasn't just rapping, he was reclaiming his legacy. Every move, every verse felt like a statement. I built this, now I'm taking it back. Meanwhile, Juvenile took a different route. He stayed cool, kept his tone classy, but fans could still feel the frustration bubbling underneath. During the Cash Money Millionaires 30th Anniversary Tour, Juvenile finally let a little truth slip, calling out Birdman's own booking team for underpaying or flat out sidelining fellow Hot Boy Turk after more money disputes. He said it straight. It put him in a weird position, torn between loyalty to the crew and doing right by his people. By the summer, though, Juve switched up his energy, focused back on the music, channeling all that tension into his new projects. He wasn't trying to feed the drama, but everyone could tell he saw through the game. Loyal, yes, but not blind. Then came Drake, the smoothest chess player in the room. Kendrick might have called him a snake, but the truth is, Drake's always been strategic. While everyone else was trading shots online, he stayed quiet, plotting in silence. And when he finally made his move, it hit like a bomb. His 2025 lawsuit against Universal, the very plug that handled Birdman's distribution. It wasn't personal beef, it was pure business chess. Drake was making power plays, slowly building his independence, while still dipping into the Cash Money orbit whenever it benefited him. That's smart money right there. And let's not forget Nicki Minaj, the queen who knows how to move in silence. She didn't pick sides or throw shade, but her actions said everything. While Birdman bragged in interviews about making over $2 billion off Wayne, Drake, and Nicki, claiming he'd paid them handsomely, Nicki didn't say a word. No confirmations, no denials, nothing. Just dropped her own projects through her own imprint, her own connections, not Birdman's pipeline. That's how you move like a boss, staying respected, keeping your distance, and letting your success speak for itself. While Birdman tried to flex ownership, his biggest stars were already slipping from his grip, proving that power built on control never lasts forever. Smart move, because by the end of 2025, Birdman's so-called Big Three weren't really his anymore. Lil Wayne, Juvenile, Drake, and Nicki Minaj, the very artists who built his empire, had each found their own path, and none of those roads led back to him. Wayne's public walk-offs, Juvenile's calm but pointed diplomacy, Drake's cold legal chess moves, and Nicki's silent but powerful independence, together, they painted a picture of rebellion wrapped in class. Loyalty only went so far, and every one of them finally decided to own their story. Behind the cameras, the whispers were wild. Secret lawsuits, backdoor exits, and new alliances forming in the shadows. Everyone could feel it. Something big was brewing, and one wrong move could flip the entire Cash Money universe upside down. By late 2025, the label wasn't running like a music powerhouse anymore. It was running on chaos. The studio, the tours, even the staff meetings all felt like pressure cookers ready to blow. Cash Money had turned into ground zero for hip-hop drama. The tension that used to stay locked behind closed doors started leaking into the public eye through social media rants, leaked clips, and tense moments caught on live streams. Fans couldn't look away. Every new headline was another episode in a saga that just wouldn't end. And Birdman, he was trying his hardest to hold the empire together with sheer control, micromanaging release dates, blocking collaborations, even deciding which tracks could drop and which had to stay buried. It wasn't about creativity anymore, it was about authority. The more he tried to tighten his grip, the faster the loyalty slipped away. By the end, Cash Money wasn't the shiny dynasty it once was. It was a battlefield dressed in luxury, where egos clashed louder than beats. The empire that once ran the South was now cracking under its own legend. And if you've been following this wild ride, you know this story isn't done yet. The next move could change hip-hop forever. So if you want more shocking truths, wild drama, and deep dives into the biggest scandals in the game, don't forget to hit that subscribe button to Juicy Real and stay locked in for what comes next.
Part of the problem with this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendeecees had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up. I was very uncomfortable with it. And if we gonna tell it, let's tell.
So check this out. Trying to stand behind Tamar Braxton is straight up draining, like it will wear a person out. And I'm saying that as someone who has honestly tried to give her chance after chance, hoping she'd keep it real just once. But here we go again, with Tamar caught in another messy situation that has everybody looking sideways. And this time, the chaos is on a whole different level, way more twisted than anybody expected.
I want him to tell his own story. You know, I don't really like telling people's story. You should ask my nieces.
Let me paint the picture for you, because this story has layers on top of layers, and each one is wilder than the last. We gotta peel this whole thing back step by step because the mess did not start small. It exploded from the jump. It all kicked off when Tamar Braxton and Funky Dineva started tearing into each other online. And when I say they were going at it, I mean full-blown digital showdown. Shady comments flying, slick captions popping up, cryptic messages dropping out of nowhere, the whole dramatic package. Every hour, it felt like somebody was throwing another jab. Meanwhile, fans were sitting there confused like, hold up, what is even going on? Who's telling the truth here? Because both of them were dropping totally different stories, and the situation turned into a big puzzle with missing pieces everywhere. But then Tamar pushed everything into overdrive. Out of nowhere, she claimed, not hinted, not suggested, she claimed that she almost lost her life. Yes, she said that loud and clear. It shocked everybody because the energy went from petty drama to something way more serious in seconds. She came out saying she needed surgery, talking like something major and frightening went down, and then she started dropping these heavy hints, real heavy, suggesting Funky Dineva had something to do with her situation. She didn't say his name straight up, but the way she was talking, everyone knew exactly who she was pointing at without her spelling it out. Meanwhile, Funky shut that down instantly. He jumped online like, I don't know what you're talking about. I had nothing to do with anything that happened to you. He made it clear he wasn't playing and even warned her, straight up warned her, to stop putting his name anywhere near that story. But did Tamar chill for even 1 second? Not at all. She kept running with it, kept pushing the narrative, kept stirring the pot like it was helping her brand. She kept throwing subliminals, kept stretching the drama out, kept doubling down like she was hoping the attention would blow up even bigger. And honestly, it was getting out of hand real fast. So Funky finally said, all right then, if this is the game you want, let me show you something. And when he said he had receipts, he was not lying. He had real details ready to spill. And the moment he started talking, everything flipped because what he dropped involved Menace. Yes, Yee's husband. The second that name entered the chat, the whole situation went from regular messy to straight catastrophic. This wasn't just a little online back and forth anymore. This was a full-blown scandal shaking the room. So let's back up for a second and talk about what Tamar originally claimed went down, because the way she described it had everybody's jaw on the floor. She said she woke up in a pool of blood, missing teeth, with zero memory of how it happened. None at all. She said she didn't know who did it, didn't know what led to it, didn't remember anything, just that she came to bloody, hurting, and confused. Now here's where things got messy real fast. Funky Deneva had been hanging out with her the night before this all happened. So the internet did what the internet does and immediately jumped to conclusions. Fans were pointing straight at him like, it had to be him. The comments were brutal. And let me tell you, the dragging was intense. Folks were calling him every name imaginable. Woman hater, terrible friend, dangerous, and all kinds of accusations with no proof at all. People were painting him as the villain before he even had a chance to say a word. And the whole time, Funky was sitting there like, I didn't do anything. I don't even know what happened to her. He even reached out to Tamar privately, asking her to clear his name, to speak up and tell people he wasn't involved. He wasn't begging. He just wanted the truth out there because the internet had turned him into some kind of monster overnight. But did Tamar defend him? Did she say even one simple sentence to stop the chaos? Not at all. She stayed dead silent while the narrative spun out of control. And why? Because the spotlight was all over her, and she wasn't letting that go. She wanted the curiosity, the attention, the sympathy, all of it. And if Funky had to take the hit for something he didn't do, she let it happen. Meanwhile, Funky kept repeating over and over that he knew nothing about what happened to her, standing firm on his innocence while the internet kept wilding out. He was not involved, not even close. But here's the wild part. Tamar acted like Funky was just some speed bump on her road to grabbing more attention. She kept tossing shade his way, kept dropping vague little comments, kept confirming that yes, something serious did happen to her, and yes, she did need surgery. But she still refused to clear Funky's name. She let him sit there taking hit after hit online while she stayed quiet like it wasn't her problem. Meanwhile, Funky was getting tired, real tired. He told her more than once to stop playing with his reputation. He warned her straight up, if you keep pushing this, I'm going to expose you. I'm going to tell everybody what really happened. He gave her chance after chance to stop the nonsense. But Tamar didn't take him seriously. She thought he was bluffing, thought he wouldn't dare speak up, thought she could just keep spinning her story with no consequences. Spoiler alert, he was not bluffing. Months rolled by, the drama cooled down, and everybody thought the whole situation had finally died out. But out of nowhere, Tamar decided to drag it all back into the spotlight again, like she couldn't resist starting the fire all over. She popped up for an interview on The Morning Hustle with Laurel, and honestly, she did not need to do that interview at all. Nobody was begging for it, nobody was checking for it, but she still showed up ready to talk, ready to dig everything back up, and basically poked the bear one more time. She went in there answering old questions, stirring the pot again, and acting like the drama needed a sequel. And during this interview, she didn't say Funky's name outright, but the way she described him made him sound like some ungrateful, backstabbing friend. She laid it on thick, painting this whole picture like, I celebrated him, I supported him, and then he turned around and hurt me. She was really leaning into that victim role heavy. She even said, I came home like I would normally do, like she was setting up some tragic movie scene. But then the interviewer switched gears and asked her about Menace. And Tamar's response? She said she didn't know him like that. She acted like they barely crossed paths, like there was no real connection, like he was just some guy in the background. She made it sound casual, distant, unimportant. But here's the thing. Mendices literally showed up in one of her music videos. There is footage of them together, smiling, hanging out, like they were cool. So everybody sitting at home was like, "Girl, what are you talking about? We can see the receipts." Fans instantly started warning her too. They were like, "Tamar, Funky is not gonna like this." Because anytime she tried to downplay something or twist the story, it was only a matter of time before Funky clapped back with the full details. People were telling her straight up, "You're playing with fire." And wow, they were absolutely right, because Funky saw that interview, and he decided it was finally time to drag her. And I mean drag her through the streets with no hesitation. He came out and said, "Listen, I didn't follow Tamar home that night because she was already with a friend, and that friend looked like he was gonna take care of her just fine." And who was that friend? Manus, Yee's husband. Yep, that's the name he dropped with no fear. Funky claimed that Tamar and Menace were together the entire night. He said the only time they separated was when cameras were around, just to make it look like they weren't close like that. But according to him, everybody at V12, the spot they were all at, already knew what was going on. It was an open secret, something people were whispering about, but nobody was saying publicly. And then Funky took it even further. He said that once the cameras were off, Tamar and Menace were making out the whole ride to her place, like full-on kissing, not some innocent moment. And once Funky left the scene, he claimed they hooked up. He laid everything out like he'd been holding it in for months, and once he started talking, the story blew up instantly. But hold up, it gets even wilder, because according to Funky, there was another man involved that night. This was the same man Tamar later claimed found her unconscious the next morning. But Funky hinted that this man didn't simply find her. He implied there might have been more going on between the three adults before things took a turn. And once he said that, the internet went into full speculation mode. People started tossing out all kinds of theories. Some were saying maybe it was a late-night hangout that got out of hand. Others claimed maybe things got chaotic between everyone involved, but nobody actually knows. Only Menace and that third man know what really happened, and the fact that a whole extra person is even part of this story, that sent everybody spinning. Naturally, Tamar was not letting this slide. She hired a lawyer and dropped a full statement. In that statement, she said these rumors were affecting multiple families and causing real hurt. Which fair, because public gossip can hit hard. But then she switched the tone and added that if these rumors kept spreading, someone would be held responsible. Translation? She was clearly signaling, "Funky, stop talking or we're heading to court." But Funky, oh, he did not flinch. He fired back, saying her statement didn't scare him one bit. He said he's not afraid of a lawsuit at all, and if she wants to take him to court, he's ready to show up with everything he knows. He genuinely feels like Tamar started something she's not prepared to finish. And honestly, the way he's talking, the confidence is loud. It's giving, "I'm standing on this, no shaking." Of course, not everyone is fully convinced by Funky's version of events. Some folks think he might be exaggerating. Maybe he heard things secondhand, or maybe he interpreted the night differently from what actually happened. The streets are divided, and everybody has their own theory about who's telling the truth. But one thing's for sure. This saga keeps getting messier, and the details are getting more tangled by the minute. But here's where things really flipped, because after Funky stood his ground, people who were around that night started whispering. Folks on social media began popping up saying, "Oh, I was there," or "I saw Tamar leave with people who weren't her usual circle." Suddenly, everybody had a memory to share, and the streets were buzzing. Then someone who claimed to work at V12 jumped into the mix saying, "Josh say he is in trouble," hinting that Menace wasn't exactly moving like a man who was just being friendly. And that comment alone sent the whole story spinning again, because now people were wondering if way more went down behind the scenes than anybody originally thought. But the real shocker? A few fans dug up old clips and old photos showing Tamar, Menace, and that third guy all hanging around the same events before. Not close, but close enough to raise questions. People started asking, wait, was this really just one chaotic night, or has something been brewing for a minute? The theories were coming out fast and loud. And while all this was blowing up, Tamar hopped online posting motivational quotes, pretending like nothing was happening. But everyone could see she was dodging the heat, because every time Funky spoke, it added another twist to the story, and people were watching her pages like detectives waiting for her next move. At this point, the whole situation felt like a reality show with missing episodes. Fans were tagging both of them non-stop, demanding answers, trying to connect dots, and arguing back and forth about who was lying, who was exaggerating, and who was about to crack under pressure. But here's the thing. When Funky told this story, his whole tone gave him away. He didn't sound like somebody making stuff up just to stir chaos. He sounded annoyed, frustrated, and done holding anything back. It felt like he was finally spilling everything because he was tired of being quiet while people dragged his name for something he says he didn't do. And real talk, a lot of people actually believe him. Why? Because this isn't the first time Tamar's been caught up in rumors about being a little too close to men who already had partners. First, it was Jermaine Dupri's father, allegedly, and now it's Menace. So folks are looking at this like, okay, this is starting to look like a pattern. And honestly, Towanda tried to warn everybody about Tamar's behavior way back. She wasn't lying about the chaos that follows her. So now it's on you. Do you think Tamar and Menace had something going on? Or do you think Funky misread what he saw that night and the whole thing got twisted into something bigger than it was? Because at this point, the story has so many layers that everyone's picking their own side. Drop your thoughts in the comments and let the conversation fly, because this situation is nowhere near simple. And listen, if you rode with us all the way through this wild story, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to Juicy Real, because we're just getting started with the real tea.
Hold on.
My niece Ashley, who very much posted her videos on social media with some accusations about her family. My family was a little surprised. Well, there was a lot going on the internet. Tamar announced that she would be interviewing our niece Ashley on Tamar's podcast. I didn't think it was a good idea.
I am getting Ashley. You're not going to make me feel bad about that. I wanted her to come to a safe place to talk.
Blame for something that I didn't do.
So who gave the man my address?
It's called an attorney.
Oh, he can't find my address in that letter. That house not even under my name. Because I know y'all give a about me. I'm not expecting y'all to really give a about me. But what I am asking about is my child.
Sit down for this one, because Tamar Braxton is officially done staying quiet. She's done playing nice, done covering for people who never had her back, and done pretending everything is sweet. This time, she showed up with receipts, raw emotions, and zero filter, and she made it loud and clear she's not holding anything in anymore. For years, we've watched the Braxton family drama unfold on TV, the sister clashes, the emotional breakdowns, and those tearful hugs that made it seem like healing always came in the end. But according to Tamar, what viewers saw was straight-up smoke and mirrors, carefully edited, cleaned up, and watered down to protect certain images. Now here's where it gets wild. Tamar says the real story behind closed doors is way darker, way messier, and way more painful than anything that ever aired on television.
And so when my house got robbed, that was really hard for me. And people that's close to me knew that. And I have gone to great lengths and spent an obscene amount of money keeping my home and keeping myself safe, because it's just Logan and myself.
Yeah.
And when that was violated, that was like, wow, so y'all giving out my address now? Well, y'all know. Because I know everybody was like, well, she lived with her mother, and everybody thought I was having financial issues. No, that wasn't the case. I just didn't feel safe anywhere.
Yeah.
You know? And it was like, I didn't want to leave from my mother's house, because if everybody has a good relationship with their parents, your home or your family's home is a safe place.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it took me a long time to actually buy a house here that I actually lived in. Like, I have 3 that's just sitting here in the city because I just didn't feel safe enough to move into.
Yeah, so when they gave out that address, you just felt like they already knew what you was going through?
Yeah, man, because, not only did he send it to my house once, he sent it to my house 3 times. He sent it to my house. He had someone walk in.
The version fans got was just the surface, while the real chaos stayed hidden. Tamar finally broke her silence, and she didn't come to play games. She came to set the record straight. Tamar says flat out, what viewers saw is exactly what producers wanted people to see. She's dragging reality TV for what it really is, a tightly controlled storyline where scenes get picked, chopped, and polished to fit an agenda. According to her, the real drama never makes it to air because it's too messy, too uncomfortable, and too real to show on camera. She's basically saying the audience has been watching a performance, a clean, curated version of a family that's actually cracking behind the scenes.
Up to my house. He sent it where they sent it through U.S. mail, and then they sent it there. They sent it through U.S. mail, and then they sent it through.
And it said your name on it.
Said my name, where I was, and sent it through UPS. And I'm like, I mean, are we being intentional here?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I was really upset about it. And unfortunately, at that table was the first time that I had seen
them. Like, I got a cease and desist and nobody said anything.
Because it was never a factor of a cease and desist. It was a factor of who gave out my personal information.
Yeah.
My home.
Tamar says she's exhausted from pretending everything is fine, tired of covering for people who don't deserve protection, and done playing along with a fake image that hides deep problems underneath. Then things take a sharp turn. Tamar goes straight at her own sisters, calling them out by name and saying their behavior on TV is sick, not just fake, but deeply wrong.
It's about being blamed for something that I didn't do.
So who gave the man my address?
It's called an attorney.
Oh, he can't find my address in that letter. That house not even under my name. Because I know y'all don't give a about me. I'm not expecting y'all to really give a about me. But what I am asking about is my child.
She says they perform for the cameras, cry on cue, hug on cue, and argue on cue like it's a script. But the real pain, the heavy family trauma, never gets addressed. That stuff gets brushed aside so the show can keep selling a perfect family image. Tamar made it clear she's done with that life, saying if people won't face the truth, they shouldn't be on TV at all. Things take a sharp turn when Tamar brings up her niece, Ashley, who had already posted videos online making accusations about the family. Tamar admits the whole situation shocked a lot of people, and the internet went into full chaos mode almost instantly. When it was announced that Ashley would be interviewed on Tamar's podcast, Tamar straight up said she knew people would think it was risky, but she didn't back down. Tamar made it clear she wasn't trying to shame Ashley or silence her.
She was trying to break it up, so we're just going to go with what she said. When she tried to separate us, I didn't feel like she tried to separate us. I felt like she tried to separate me. You get what I'm saying?
I can see why you think that.
Right, because she pushed me and turned and protected Tony.
She did.
Right? And gave you a superstar. You're the number one R&B. Right? So that's what I was feeling like.
But aren't y'all all superstars?
I mean, okay. Fine. I don't have to be, and I definitely don't have to be in my family dynamic. I'm okay with being the youngest sister of amazing siblings that I grew up with that are beautiful and talented and Black.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't have to be a superstar in that situation. When I'm at work, you will give me my flowers. You will respect me. But when I'm in that situation with my family, we don't even have to bring up our occupation.
Right.
You know? And the status of
Yeah,
our
you
life.
shouldn't. Yeah,
right?
I don't think so.
But I just felt like I was pushing the corner at
Yeah.
that table. Like, I really came to discuss my niece, where's everybody head at in this, and who gave out my address. That was the objective for me.
Yeah.
And I didn't mean to come, in a way that was combative or aggressive. I was really trying to have a real sensible conversation. Now, when people started pushing my back up against the wall and I had to come out fighting, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Do you feel, did this happen, this whole situation, the cease and desist, was that sent before Towanda's wedding?
All of that was before Towanda's
Before
wedding.
Towanda's
and
wedding.
before the bridal shower that I was invited to, but I wasn't invited to.
Do you feel like you was uninvited because they felt like you were trying to put the family on blast with your niece, or?
I wasn't trying to put my family on blast with my niece. My niece put her experience on blast by herself.
Yeah.
And I signed up to support her. And I still am signed up to support her.
So what was Towanda's issue with you? Do you feel like that you were uninvited from the wedding? Because originally you were.
But I was uninvited from everything before the table.
Yeah.
So was I really invited to the wedding, or was it another part of being gaslit?
She said she wanted Ashley to have a safe space to speak, a place where she didn't have to pretend everything was fine when it clearly wasn't. Tamar called out the family for acting close on camera while barely speaking off camera, saying that fake unity had gone on long enough. She accused them of choosing image over honesty and money over accountability, and she positioned herself as the only one willing to say the quiet part out loud. Then it turned serious, fast. Tamar reveals a cease and desist situation involving her sister, Towanda. Yes, lawyers entered the chat. This wasn't just family drama anymore. Apparently, a certain clip caused so much tension that legal action was taken, proving this mess runs way deeper than anyone thought. Tamar starts hinting that the unseen footage holds some seriously heavy family issues, the kind of stuff the family is desperate to keep hidden at all costs. She says these are the exact things that would completely shatter the image they've worked overtime to protect. But Tamar makes it clear she's done guarding secrets for people who are trying to silence her, so she's speaking up anyway. She explains that whatever is in that clip is so serious, legal action was taken just to keep it locked away. And this is where the story turns heartbreaking. Because Tamar doesn't just speak in vague terms, she names names and shares situations that leave people stunned. She talks about her niece Ashley, her brother's daughter, and acknowledges the deep tragedy the family has already faced with the loss of Ashley's sister. Then, Tamar drops a shocking allegation, revealing that Trina's late husband allegedly sent inappropriate messages to Ashley. Nothing graphic is described, but Tamar makes it clear the situation crossed serious boundaries and caused lasting harm. She also addresses allegations of abusive behavior involving her brother, pointing to patterns of manipulation and silence. Tamar says these painful family traumas were ignored and buried to protect a polished public image on TV and social media. When she tried to confront it, she says the response wasn't healing. It was pressure to stay quiet. Tamar says the moment she tried to bring the truth into the light, her own sisters flipped on her. Instead of backing her up, they painted her as the villain for speaking on abuse and trauma inside the family. Imagine being punished for telling the truth about real pain in your own bloodline. Tamar says that's exactly what happened to her, and she's done being used as the family scapegoat. This is the core of Tamar's message, and it cuts deep. She says the Braxton family cares more about looking good than actually being good. They want to sell that perfect aspirational image on TV, the successful, beautiful, talented Black family that everyone is supposed to admire. But behind the scenes, Tamar says it's manipulation, dishonesty, and deep dysfunction running the show. When she tried to hold people accountable, when she said the family needed to face the truth and heal, she says she was shut down fast. Image was chosen over healing every single time. Tamar makes it clear she refuses to carry blame for things she didn't do. She even brings up legal pressure, saying an attorney was contacted over misinformation, pointing out how messy and calculated things got. She says she's not asking for sympathy, but she is standing up for what really matters, especially her child. Tamar positions herself as the only one willing to risk her reputation, relationships, and peace, just to tell the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it makes everyone else. Tamar's stance is clear now. If nobody else is willing to keep it real, she will. And then she drops something that makes this whole situation way more serious than gossip or TV drama. Tamar reveals she went through a terrifying home break-in. Someone actually broke into her house. Think about that fear, especially as a public figure, and especially as a mother trying to protect her child. After that incident, Tamar says she was so shaken she moved in with her mother because she no longer felt safe in her own home. She shared that she now spends serious money on security, full systems, protection, the whole setup, because safety isn't optional when you've been traumatized like that. She needed her address kept private, not for status, not for secrecy, but strictly for protection. This wasn't about being fancy or acting distant. This was about survival and making sure her child was safe after something deeply traumatic. But then comes the coldest part of all. Tamar says someone inside her own family leaked her address. Let that sink in. Her private location was given out, completely violating her trust and her safety. At that point, this stopped being regular family mess and crossed into dangerous territory. Tamar says the person knew about the break-in, knew about her fear, knew about her child, and still gave out that information. That betrayal cuts deep. Tamar makes it clear this isn't just hurt feelings. It's about safety, trust, and how far things went inside her own family. Tamar puts the question out there loud and clear. How do you put someone's life at risk just because you're mad at them? How do you gamble with a child's safety just because your feelings are hurt? She reveals that her home isn't even registered under her legal name, and that says everything about how serious her security fears really are. That move wasn't random. It was a calculated step to keep people from tracking her down. She explains that this was a whole extra layer of protection she put in place after everything she'd been through. But once that address got leaked, the entire safety setup she built collapsed. All that money, all that planning, all that effort wiped out because someone close to her decided to weaponize her private information. Tamar calls the leak dangerous and careless, and honestly, she's not wrong at all. This isn't petty family mess anymore. This is real-life danger involving real people and a child who deserves protection. Tamar even shared her own words about the trauma, saying, "When my house got robbed, that was really hard for me, and people close to me knew that." She added, "I have gone to great lengths and spent an obscene amount of money keeping my home and myself safe because it's just Logan and myself." That statement hits hard. Tamar isn't talking about drama. She's talking about survival, trust, and protecting her child at all costs. Tamar explains that once her privacy was violated, it hit her like a punch to the chest. She basically said, "Wow, so y'all really giving out my address now?" And the shock was real. She clears up a major rumor too, saying people assumed she moved in with her mother because of money problems, but that wasn't true at all. She says flat out it was about fear, not finances. She didn't feel safe anywhere, period. She talks about how a parent's home is supposed to be a safe space, a place where you can breathe and feel protected. That's why she stayed there so long. Tamar says it took her a very long time to feel secure enough to actually live in a house she bought, even though she owned multiple properties in the city that just sat empty because she didn't feel safe moving into them. Then comes the part that makes everything even darker. Tamar explains that when her address was leaked, it felt extra cruel because the person already knew exactly what she was going through. She reveals that items were sent to her home repeatedly, not just once, but multiple times. She says things were delivered directly to her house, walked up to her door, and even sent through official carriers like U.S. Mail and UPS, clearly labeled with her name and location. That level of targeting made the situation feel invasive and threatening. Tamar makes it clear this wasn't accidental, this was deliberate, and it shattered what little sense of safety she had left. This story keeps getting deeper and more intense, so make sure you're locked in. And if you want every update, every breakdown, and every receipt as this unfolds, hit subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel now, because this drama is far from done. Tamar says she reached a point where she had to ask the obvious question out loud. Was this intentional or not? Because from where she was standing, it didn't feel accidental at all. She admits she was heated, hurt, and shaken, especially because the first time she saw certain family members face to face was at that table, right after everything blew up. She explains that people kept focusing on the cease and desist letter, but to her, that wasn't even the real issue. The real issue was who gave out her personal information, who handed over her home address and then stayed silent like nothing happened. Tamar says being blamed for something she didn't do cut deep, especially when the real danger was ignored. She makes it clear the address didn't come from her. She even points out that the house isn't under her legal name, saying, "That house not even under my name," to show how hard she worked to stay protected. She adds that she's not asking anyone to care about her feelings, but when it comes to her child, that's where the line is drawn. And just to show how broken this family dynamic really is, Tamar reveals she wasn't even invited to her sister Towanda's wedding. Her own sister got married and left her out completely. That speaks volumes about how deep the fractures run. Tamar says this wasn't about drama. It was about truth, safety, and being pushed out for speaking up. Tamar explains that she never felt like anyone was trying to split the whole family. She felt like the move was aimed directly at her. She says it felt personal, like she was the one being pushed aside while others were protected. She even admits she can see why people viewed it differently, but from her seat, the energy was clear and it stung. She talks about how certain family members were defended and elevated while she felt shoved into the corner. And when the topic of superstar status came up, Tamar made something very clear. She said she doesn't need to be the biggest star in her own family. She's perfectly fine being the youngest sister of talented, successful, beautiful Black siblings, and she meant that with her whole chest. Tamar draws a hard line between work and family. At work, she expects respect and recognition, period. But inside her family, titles and fame shouldn't even matter. She says family is supposed to be about love and basic respect, not rankings or careers. Then she circles back to why she even showed up to that table in the first place. Tamar says her goal was simple, to talk about her niece's situation and to find out who gave out her address. That was it. She says she wasn't trying to be aggressive or start a fight. She was aiming for a calm, real conversation. But once people started pushing her, she says the tone shifted fast. And that's when things went left. Tamar says once her back was against the wall, she had no choice but to come out fighting. That's how she describes the moment everything fully exploded. She confirms that the cease and desist situation happened before Towanda's wedding, before the bridal shower, and before that tense table conversation ever took place. She points out something wild, too. She was technically invited, then quietly uninvited, and then iced out completely. When asked if she was cut off because people felt she was putting the family on blast with her niece, Tamar shuts that down fast. She makes it clear, "I wasn't trying to put my family on blast with my niece." She explains that her niece shared her own experience publicly, and Tamar simply chose to stand by her. She says she supported her then, and she's still supporting her now, no switching sides. That's when Tamar questions everything. Was she ever truly invited to the wedding? Or was it another case of being gaslit? She says she was uninvited from everything before that table meeting, which made it clear the decision had already been made behind her back. And let's be real, this isn't about sisters having a small argument and moving on. This is a full family breakdown. Sisters not speaking, legal threats flying, painful secrets coming to the surface, and Tamar standing in the middle saying she's done playing along. She makes it clear she's choosing truth, even if it costs her everything. She's officially done protecting people who refuse to protect her, done pushing a fake family storyline on television, done pretending everything is okay when it's clearly falling apart behind closed doors. Tamar wants people to understand that the real Braxton drama is way worse than anything viewers ever saw on TV. What aired was cleaned up, edited down, and made easy to swallow for entertainment. But the truth, the real truth, is darker, messier, and way more painful than anyone imagined. Tamar Braxton has made it clear she's not playing along anymore. She's stepping out of the illusion and saying enough is enough. And honestly, after everything she's shared, it's hard not to see why she reached this point. This is where things stand now. The family image they worked so hard to build is cracking right in front of everyone. Secrets are coming out, lines are being drawn, and Tamar is choosing honesty over silence, no matter the cost. Now it's on you. Do you think Tamar was right to speak up, or should some things stay private? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And if you made it this far, hit that like button and subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now, because this story is far from over and more details are definitely coming.
We have been trying to identify what that looks like, closing one chapter and figuring out what it's like to be friends again. I've been very specific about my boundaries. I've been very specific about where we stand as friends. Go date anybody you want. I'm going to date when I'm ready. I am emotionally unavailable to you, and I'm physically unavailable to you. Now, birthday comes up.
And I married you after you ate somebody's whole booty sandwich. Y'all, I'm not trying to make this a big deal. I swear, it's not about, y'all, it's $1,000. It's not, you know, make or break. It's the point. The point is that you wanted me to sit back and let you not only use my card, let's just say it's a mix-up. Okay, fine. But now it's different because you're using my card for your extracurricular activities.
So it looks like Tamar Braxton's ex, Jeremy Robinson, just dropped a messy video of her crying and pleading for him to take her back. And the whole thing looks wild as soon as you hit play. It really feels like he's going out of his way to embarrass her in front of the whole internet, because there was absolutely no reason for him to blast her like that. After everything that went down between them, anyone would have thought she was completely done with him for good, especially after she called him out for stepping out with multiple women and even using her money to spoil the women he was sneaking around with. She even had her biggest one out here supporting her and calling JR a straight-up user, only for Tamar to spin the block and end up begging him to take her back again. That twist had everybody looking around like, wait, what just happened? It's messy in a way nobody expected, and it's got the whole timeline arguing. And if you think that's already wild enough, just wait until you hear the rest of what JR is out here saying about Tamar. Because the way he's talking will have your jaw hitting the floor. He's not holding back at all, and it has people wondering why he's still this pressed if the relationship is supposedly over. At this point, it's hard not to admit that JR has become some kind of storm hovering over Tamar's life, because ever since they crossed paths, he's brought non-stop headaches and chaos her way. And the way things are looking, it doesn't seem like he's planning to let up anytime soon, which makes everything even more dramatic than it already is. They've gotten engaged, married, divorced, spun the block, and somehow this whole hate train aimed at Tamar still refuses to slow down even for a second. It's like every time you think the drama took its final breath, it jumps back up with a brand new twist that nobody asked for. And listen, this isn't about blaming her, but the red flags were waving around so bright they could have lit up a football field. Tamar either couldn't see what was right in front of her, or she kept holding on to the idea that he might change one day, and because of that hope, she stayed locked in through every messy chapter they went through. Then last week, Tamar completely spiraled when she thought JR had cheated on her, and she didn't hold back any emotion.
So it's officially over between Tamar and her reality TV fiancé, JR. He's confirming this on his social media. So a lot of people already suspected that this relationship was over because after Tamar was recently burglarized, she said that she doesn't feel safe anywhere or with anyone. If you watch The Queen's Court, you remember that these two met on that reality show and immediately got engaged.
So I'm pretending and I'm delusional. Me and your relationship status has changed. The way I see you have changed. You know what I'm saying? Just like you outside, baby, I'm outside too. Like, let's stop pretending like you is the last of the Mohicans. You are not, you know.
But here's the kicker. JR came forward trying to clean it up, saying it wasn't even cheating because according to him, they weren't together anymore. The plot twist? These two had secretly gotten married and then divorced without telling a single person. And the funny part is, whenever something chaotic happens between them, they rush straight to social media and drag everyone into their mess like we're part of the relationship. But when they decided to get married, suddenly everything became top secret and hush-hush, like they were guarding national treasure. It just sounds wild because Tamar had the whole internet thinking they were still together, especially after she posted, "Played in my face for a 25-year-old, shaking my head, took my jewelry, took me to Turks, and all along had a whole tramp." Those words had everybody convinced JR had stepped out on her again. But now that we know they were already divorced, the whole situation looks even more twisted than before, and people can't figure out why nothing between them ever stays simple for more than 2 minutes. Tamar went online and dropped a raw message saying, "I hate you, Jeremy Robinson," and that alone showed how deep the hurt went. She also admitted that she had secretly married him after she found out he had once messed around with someone else, and when she said JR even ate. Yeah, that whole post probably should have stayed locked in her drafts because it was way too personal and turned into a mess instantly. But things got even messier when JR popped out calling her D. Lulu, claiming she was imagining things, and he announced they'd actually been divorced for 6 months already. He made it sound like there was no reason for Tamar to crash out the way she did, which only made the whole situation feel even more chaotic than before. Then one of his 4 former partners came forward and dropped some heavy accusations about him, saying he used Tamar to feed a strange preference he had. She claimed he liked to call himself light-skinned while chocolate and would tag himself as the minority within the minority. She even said he used to hit the clubs almost every night trying to charm black women and take them home, which had people side-eyeing the whole situation from every angle. She also described him as rude, arrogant, and insensitive at times, claiming he acted like a supporter and a protector of black women, but his actions didn't match the way he presented himself. She didn't stop there. She suggested he behaved like someone trying to insert himself into spaces where he didn't truly belong, all to boost his ego and feel accepted. That allegation alone had people talking nonstop because it painted a picture of someone more focused on validation than genuine connection. The way these stories keep unfolding is wild, and every new detail makes the situation look even more tangled than before. The whole situation got so chaotic that even Tommy stepped in to back Tamar, saying JR was a straight-up user and that the only person he ever truly cared about was himself. That support had people thinking Tamar was finally done with him for real and ready to move on with her life. Because being caught up in these low-budget storylines is way beneath her, and everyone knows she can shine on her own. But nothing was as shocking as JR's latest claims, where he tried to paint Tamar as the one chasing after him. According to someone close to the situation, JR has been running around saying he has a video of Tamar crying and asking him to take her back, like he's proud of it. The insider said that in this supposed video, Tamar allegedly admitted the only reason she called him out online was because she wanted his attention and hoped he'd come back to her. Allegedly, Tamar had been trying to reach out and JR was ignoring her completely, so the story goes that she felt she had to stir up drama just to get a reaction from him. The way this narrative is being pushed makes everything sound 10 times more dramatic than it already was, and people don't know what to believe anymore because it keeps twisting in every direction. Now, the wildest part is the claim that JR has been showing this supposed video around like some kind of trophy, bragging that he can have her back anytime he wants because she's never going to get over him, since he supposedly had her locked in emotionally. That kind of talk had folks stunned, because it makes him look more focused on bragging rights than healing or respect. It could not have been that good, Tamar. Please get your mind right because this whole situation is spinning out of control. Someone straight up told Tamar that she is a Braxton and deserves way better than a man who seems ready to drag her down every single chance he gets. Fans have been watching this unfold in real time, and they're calling it exactly how they see it, saying things like, this is embarrassing. People are practically begging her to step back and breathe, telling her, Tamar, please, for the love of God, delete all socials and focus on real healing from the inside out. The crowd is not holding back anymore, and even her supporters are saying this whole display is too much to watch. Another comment floating around said, I'm sorry, Tamar Braxton is embarrassing out here, acting a whole fool over a white man that was being intimate with another woman and then posting Bible scriptures after. That message hit the internet hard because folks felt like the behavior just didn't match the image he tried to show. People started calling for Tamar to remove herself from the entire situation, saying things like, get her the Eva out of here, because they don't want to see her wasting energy on someone who isn't treating her with respect. Every new update just makes fans more frustrated, and they're hoping she finally snaps out of this mess because she truly deserves better. The situation got even louder when more people jumped in, saying Tamar needed to stop letting this man play with her emotions like it's a game. One commenter said, Tamar, you keep lowering your standards for someone who wouldn't even lift a finger for you. And that comment started going viral because people felt it in their soul. The whole internet was watching the chaos unfold, like it was a season finale, and every hour brought a new twist. Then another voice popped up claiming Jeremy had been talking wild behind the scenes, acting like he was the one holding all the power. He was allegedly telling folks that Tamar was always going to come back, and that alone had people fired up like, how dare he say something that bold? The disrespect was unreal, and even people who weren't Tamar fans were stepping in saying she didn't deserve this circus. At this point, Tamar's name was trending nonstop, and everybody had an opinion on how she should move. Some folks were saying she needed to cut him off completely, while others believed she was too deep in her feelings to see the truth right now. And honestly, the way things kept unfolding, it wasn't hard to believe she was stuck in a loop she couldn't break out of yet. People started reminding her of her own worth, writing things like, "You're a whole superstar. Why you letting some man treat you like a side character?" That message had fans cheering because they knew Tamar had more potential than the messy storyline she kept getting dragged into. But what really shook everyone was a final rumor floating around that Jeremy wasn't even done stirring the pot. According to someone close to the situation, he allegedly said he still had more receipts he could drop if she pushed him. That made the internet go silent for a second because it felt like he was ready to keep this drama going for as long as he could. Everyone watching could feel the tension rising, and the worst part is, nobody knows what he's planning to spill next. But the streets are already bracing for the next wave of chaos. And now here's where things take an even wilder turn. Because while all this drama was exploding online, JR suddenly decided to pop out with a whole new narrative, like he wanted the spotlight back on him. He started claiming that Tamar was twisting the story and that he had been the one trying to keep the peace the entire time. That claim had people squinting at their screens because nothing about his actions matched the calm energy he was pretending to have. Then someone close to the situation came forward saying JR wasn't bothered by Tamar's posts at all. He was actually enjoying the attention. They said he was walking around talking about how this is exactly why she can't leave him alone, acting like the drama was proof she was still attached to him. That rumor hit social media quick, and folks were calling him out for being delusional and messy on purpose. Even worse, another insider claimed JR had been telling people he didn't regret leaking anything because he wanted everyone to see the real Tamar, whatever that's supposed to mean. That comment had fans heated because it sounded like he was trying to tear her down publicly just to make himself look better, and people were not here for that at all. Meanwhile, Tamar's supporters kept begging her to stop reacting online and block him for good, writing messages like, "Tamar, please stop giving him energy. He is loving this way too much." You could feel the frustration through every comment because fans truly wanted her to protect her peace instead of feeding into this never-ending back and forth. But the tension reached another level when someone claimed JR was planning to sit down for a full interview to clear his name. And that shook the whole timeline because everyone already knew what that meant. More drama, more accusations, more mess. Folks started saying that Tamar needed to get ahead of the story before he twisted things even further, while others thought she should stay silent and let his behavior expose itself. One thing is clear, every new update feels like another chapter in a saga that refuses to die, and the streets are watching closely because whatever happens next is guaranteed to set the internet off again. This whole situation is straight up embarrassing, and seeing Tamar's name next to these messy headlines just makes your stomach drop. Like, seriously, come on now. You're Tamar Braxton, a whole legend out here, and you're out here crashing out over this man like he's the last one on Earth. It's painful to watch because everyone knows she's bigger than this kind of chaos, yet somehow she keeps getting dragged right back into it. People online have been calling it out nonstop, saying stuff like, "Why is Tamar letting this man spin her like this?" And, "She is way too iconic to be tied up in this circus." The disappointment is loud, because you can tell folks genuinely want her to rise above all this mess instead of letting it consume her. Now the big question is hitting the streets hard. Is Tamar really crashing out for real? Or is JR trying to stir up attention for himself and riding this drama just to stay relevant? The internet is split, emotions are running high, and everybody's got something to say about it. So drop your comments below and let me know what you really think. Is this Tamar losing control, or is JR the one chasing clout out here? And once you're done sounding off, make sure you hit that next video. And don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more wild, unfiltered stories that keep you locked in.
And for the most part, I have always minded the business that paid me. That's why every time I see Mendeecees out with, what's the girl name? Angie, that's married at MTK, and I seen them a few other places. And I got pictures too. I usually just mind my business, but tonight you really tried it. I told you nothing. How you gonna want to be a cheater and be scared that your husband gonna find out? You just created so much commotion tonight. Somebody could have ended up shot.
She and I had a thing. It was stupid, but it happened, and I feel bad.
Sit down right now because this story is completely off the rails. Cheating rumors are flying, STI accusations are getting tossed around, Spunky Diva is coming through with receipts longer than a CVS receipt, and Yandy Smith looks ready to go toe-to-toe with the entire internet. This is not light tea, and that word matters big time. Mendeece Harris has been moving way too reckless, and according to the streets, he got caught up with Tamar Braxton of all people.
Started putting you two together. Do you and Mendeecees have like anything beyond this film? Or?
No, to be honest, I barely even know him.
Okay.
To be honest, you know what I mean? We're not like, we're cool, but he's not like my homie. You know what I mean? It's not like that. And he just got casted in the film, and here we are.
She and I had a thing. It was stupid, but it happened, and I feel bad about it.
Yes, that Tamar. The vocals, the chaos, the headlines, the whole package. And now everything has exploded. Spunky Diva is putting everybody on blast. Yandy is heated and not backing down. Tamar is denying everything like the pressure is on max, and Mendeece allegedly made it 10 times worse. Word is, he didn't just admit to the situation, he went further and accused Tamar of giving him an STI. I'm stunned. The mess is messy, the timing is wild, and every single detail has the internet in a chokehold right now. So, allegedly, heavy on allegedly, Mendeece finally came clean about being involved with Tamar after Funky Diva put him fully on blast. And listen, a normal person would have apologized, begged Yandy for mercy, logged off and stayed low for a few months, right? Wrong move, because this situation took a sharp left. According to the streets, instead of calming things down, Mendeece decided to turn the chaos all the way up by claiming Tamar gave him an STI. Sir, you already admitted to cheating, and now you're adding jet fuel to a fire that was already out of control. And Yandy? Yandy is furious. Word going around is that she's calling Mendeece out non-stop, dragging the situation publicly and letting everybody know she's not playing. Tamar allegedly caught some heat too, because emotions are high and patience is gone. And honestly, can you blame her? Imagine finding out your partner allegedly stepped out with Tamar Braxton of all people, and then hearing wild accusations stacked on top of that. The disrespect level is unreal. Yandy is clearly having a brutal week, while the internet is clowning, memeing, and watching the mess grow by the minute.
We just got word in real time. Some receipts were sent to us. We did promise the girl that we would give her anonymity. He knows who she is because he blocked her today. Put up the block receipt, Jess. That was fast. And, you know, she got her receipts before. I asked her to send a screenshot of the DMs, and she did that. So let me pull up mine. So the voice note, we got him. Give me 1 second. He goes in the next text, like real bad. She says, you can have me. He says, I can't even front no more. She said, I'll let you have me. He said, we'll see. And then she goes, I will. She's from North Carolina, by the way. He goes, you know, you be busy. And then she goes, so you don't want me? And then he goes, I do. Absolutely.
Now, let's get into Miss Tamar Braxton, because allegedly she's the spark that lit this whole mess. The streets are saying Tamar tossed some slick shade at Funky Diva a while back and completely underestimated how petty and prepared that man really is. Funky Diva does not play about his name. You come for him, he's pulling up receipts, timestamps, timelines and screenshots you forgot even existed. Tamar allegedly thought she could throw a little shade and keep it pushing. Big mistake. Funky cracked the vault, aired everything out, and now we're all watching this circus spin in real time. But wait, it gets even messier. Tamar hit up the Morning Hustle radio show trying to clear her name and downplay the whole thing. She straight up said she barely knows Manice, telling them, "I don't even know him like that, girl.
Now Saturday night, we went to the roof, Chris. We ate. We had a good time. She was like, let's turn up for your birthday. We went down to the V12. Shouts out to Vinny and all the people at V12. That's the video y'all saw, or whatever, with us walking in, them making a whole lot of noise. We left there. We all got in the car together. Car dropped us off at Tamar house. I didn't go upstairs. I went to my car. I went and met James Knox at BJ Rooster, and I came home. The next day when I woke up, I had a text message from Tamar at 10 in the morning that said, "Can you give me Dr. Heavenly phone number?" I didn't think anything of it because people ask me for Dr. Heavenly phone number all the time. And it's typically when people have an emergency veneer situation. I did not think anything of it. People ask me for her number all the time. And then the next thing I know, folks is sending me this thing on the internet where the lady said she almost died and she was laying in a pool of blood.
Fans did not let that slide. They immediately pulled old videos and photos of Tamar and Manice hanging out, laughing, looking real comfortable, real familiar, like close friends who definitely knew each other. And just like that, the internet started asking questions. The internet said, "Oh, so we're lying now?" and completely tore that denial apart. You can't say you don't know someone when there's actual video of you two vibing, laughing, and looking real comfortable. Come on, Tamar. This is the digital age. Google exists. Archives exist. Receipts live forever. Now, allegedly, and this part is coming from someone said to be close to the situation, Manice is switching up the story again.
You gonna sit up in my face? You gonna sit up in my face with your three faces and tell me that you and Mendices did not have a conversation at that table in Roof Chris about him putting out a statement about him and Yandy not being together no more? We really gonna do that? And he said he did a version of the letter on Chat GPT. And then you started laughing back and was like, no, you got to go back and rewrite it to kind of make it sound like it's you. We going to say that didn't happen? We going to say that didn't happen? We going to sit up here and say, after he was digging in between your thighs at that Roof Chris, and he got up and went to the bathroom, that the conversation was, y'all, I can't. He just my friend. He just my friend. I can't. I mean, and then I said, Tamar, ain't he married? He ain't married. They not married. They just do that for the show. They not married.
He's now claiming it was just a one-night situation. One night, one bad decision, one big regret. He's reportedly been telling people it meant nothing and that he wishes it never happened. Okay, but let's be clear. One night is still cheating. There are no bonus points for doing it once. That defense is weak. And then it gets messier. Allegedly, Manice started saying Tamar didn't disclose a medical issue beforehand. Now suddenly he's playing confused and claiming he didn't know. Sir, you were the married one who stepped out. Let's not rewrite history like you're the injured party here. The audacity is loud. The switch-up is wild. And while nobody's claiming facts, the streets have been whispering Tamar's name for a long time now, allegedly.
Part of the problem with this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendices had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up, I was very uncomfortable with it. We're going to say that didn't happen. We gonna sit up here and say, after he was digging in between your thighs at that Roof Chris, and he got up and went to the bathroom, that the conversation was, y'all, I can't.
He just my friend. He just my friend. I can't. I mean, and then I said, Tamar, ain't he married? He ain't married. They not married. They just do that for the
Word on the block is that she's allegedly been outside, living loud, moving freely, and staying active in the social scene. Some people are even whispering that she's extra cautious in certain situations, if you catch the drift. Again, these are rumors only, nothing confirmed, nothing proven, but the streets are talking non-stop, and once a narrative hits the internet, it spreads fast. The internet does not sleep, does not forget, and definitely does not chill. Now, here's where it gets real spicy. The big question everybody keeps asking is this: why would Manice even admit to any of this in the first place? That's not something people usually volunteer. Well, allegedly, Funky Diva is sitting on some serious dirt, and not regular gossip either. The word is, this is deep, messy, career-threatening information, stuff that could flip everything upside down. The streets are saying Funky basically backed Manice into a corner, forcing him to confess before something even worse came out. So, instead of letting the bigger bomb drop, he chose the lesser damage. And let's be real, if you know Manice's history, cheating rumors aren't new. This isn't his first scandal. But this time, the pressure is heavier, the stakes are higher, and the fallout looks way more dangerous than before.
Now this is where things get real cloudy, so let's be clear. These are street rumors and pure speculation. Allegedly, people are hinting there may be even more serious claims connected to Menace that haven't seen the light yet. No details, no proof, nothing confirmed. But the whispers are getting louder, and the timeline is starting to feel heavy. Some folks believe Funky Diva is sitting on information that could blow this situation wide open. Again, nothing verified, but when talk keeps circling like this, people start paying attention. Right now, there's smoke everywhere, and the internet is watching every move. So let's rewind and talk about why Funky Diva is even in this mess to begin with. Allegedly, Funky felt Tamar embarrassed him publicly and made him look crazy in front of his audience. There was an incident where Tamar said she was attacked, and some fans started speculating that Funky had something to do with it. He shut that down fast, saying absolutely not, and explained he put her in an Uber and didn't know what happened after. But Tamar allegedly kept making comments that hinted Funky wasn't being honest or was involved somehow. And that's when the energy shifted. Allegedly, Funky said, "Oh, you want to play? Let's play." And that's when he started unloading information about Tamar and Menace. And just like that, the drama went nuclear. Funky basically said, "You tried to make me look crazy, so let me show you what crazy really looks like." And honestly, he's been standing on that ever since. Just when it felt like things were finally cooling off, Tamar jumped on the morning hustle and lit the match all over again. She denied the alleged affair yet again, tossed slick comments hinting that Funky Diva was lying, and even floated the idea of legal action. Sis, why poke the bear? Allegedly, that interview is exactly what pushed Funky to drop even more tea. Word is, Funky heard lawyers and said bet. Allegedly, he decided, let me show you what else I've got. And suddenly, more receipts started flying everywhere. Screenshots, timelines, stories, everything. At this point, it looks like every time Tamar tries to defend herself, it just makes the situation louder and messier. Silence might have been the safer move, honestly. Meanwhile, let's not forget Yandy in all this. According to insiders, Yandy is furious, embarrassed, and done with the nonsense. Everybody involved is taking losses, and the internet is sitting front row with popcorn. Now, Tamar is allegedly thinking about filing a lawsuit, which could push this drama into a whole new lane. But here's the catch. Legal action means discovery, depositions, and way more details coming out than anyone might be ready for. Now here's where this whole situation could really spiral out of control. If lawyers actually get involved, this stops being just messy internet drama and turns into a full-blown legal circus. Court filings, sworn statements, timelines, and people being forced to answer questions they've been dodging online. And let's be real, lawsuits don't just expose one side. Everybody gets put under the microscope. Text messages, phone records, private conversations,
All of that can suddenly become public knowledge. That's why some folks are saying this might be more bark than bite. Meanwhile, the internet isn't slowing down at all. Fans are picking sides, blogs are refreshing every 5 minutes, and every new post is getting dissected like evidence. Yandy is still heated, Funky Diva is standing 10 toes down, and Tamar is fighting for her name while the pressure keeps climbing. This whole thing has gone way past gossip. It's pride, reputation, relationships, and receipts all colliding at once. One wrong move, one leaked detail, and this story could explode even bigger than it already has. And trust me, this saga is far from over. If you don't want to miss the next bombshell, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Real right now. Now let's zoom out and look at the damage control, because at this point, everybody's scrambling. Reputations are on the line, relationships are cracked, and nobody looks clean in this mess. Allegedly, private conversations are getting screenshotted, old stories are being re-examined, and people who stayed quiet before are suddenly feeling bold. This is what happens when drama leaves the group chat and hits the public timeline. There's no undo button. Once it's out, it's out. Tamar is fighting to protect her name, Funky Diva is standing firm on his claims, Yandy is clearly at her breaking point, and Menace is stuck in the middle of a situation that just keeps growing legs. And let's be honest, the internet doesn't care about intentions, explanations, or apologies. It cares about receipts, reactions, and who cracks next. One live video, one leaked message, or one unexpected interview could flip this whole story upside down overnight. This saga is still unfolding, and more twists feel inevitable. If you want to stay ahead of the chaos, catch every update, and never miss when the next receipt drops, hit that subscribe button and lock in with Juicy Real.
The room didn't erupt with shouting. It went dead silent. The kind of silence that presses on your chest and makes the air feel heavy because everyone knows something serious just went down. Tamar Braxton sat frozen, staring at her phone, hands shaking slightly, while her eyes stayed locked on a document she was never supposed to see outside a tight inner circle. This wasn't messy gossip or some random blog headline trying to chase clicks. According to sources close to the family, this situation was personal, painfully personal. And somehow, the situation became even more complicated when another name entered the picture, Towanda Braxton. Reports claim her name was connected to how the information surfaced. Tamar didn't raise her voice or flip a table. She barely spoke at all. She just whispered, "Why would you do this to me?" Then the tears started falling. Not the dramatic TV kind people are used to seeing on camera. These were real tears, the kind that show up when trust cracks wide open in a place that once felt safe. Insiders say this wasn't about fame or old family competition. It was about privacy, consent, and a line Tamar believed would never be crossed. And once something deeply private escapes into the world, can it ever truly be pulled back? And when family is part of the situation, the pain hits different. Sometimes it cuts deeper than anything an outsider could ever do. To understand why this moment shook Tamar Braxton so deeply, you have to rewind the story. Way back before the cameras, before the solo hits, before the public highs and painful setbacks. Back to the early days when she was just the youngest sister in a family where greatness wasn't optional. It was expected. Right at the center of that pressure stood Towanda Braxton, the voice that dominated the 1990s, the blueprint for success, the smooth powerhouse the whole world fell in love with. From the outside looking in, their bond seemed rock solid. Sisters singing side by side, crying through hard moments, building a legacy together. But love and pressure can sit in the same room. And sometimes that mix creates tension nobody talks about. Tamar has openly shared what it felt like growing up in Tony's shadow, how admiration and competition can slowly blend into something complicated. She realized early that if she stayed quiet, she might disappear into the background. So she became loud, expressive, and completely unfiltered. Not because she wanted attention, but because in a big, talented family, staying small meant getting overlooked. Toni Braxton moved through life very differently. Where Tamar Braxton poured every feeling out loud, Toni guarded hers carefully. Tamar expressed everything: joy, anger, frustration, right there in the open. Toni, on the other hand, mastered composure. Even when things around her got messy, she stayed calm, measured, controlled. That contrast in personality quietly became a fault line running beneath their relationship. Over the years, Tamar processed her pain publicly, speaking openly about struggles and setbacks. Toni handled her battles behind closed doors. Tamar confronted problems head-on, while Toni contained them. For a long time, that strange balance actually worked between them, until suddenly, it didn't anymore. Sources close to the situation claim the information that allegedly surfaced wasn't some petty family disagreement or career argument. It was something deeply personal. Reports suggest it involved sensitive documents Tamar had intentionally kept inside an extremely tight circle, not because she felt ashamed, but because she was protecting herself after years of living under a spotlight that never seemed to turn off. Tamar's life has been picked apart for years. Relationships analyzed, mental health discussed in headlines, financial struggles debated by strangers online. After all of that, insiders say there were finally parts of her story she decided would remain hers alone. According to people familiar with the situation, Tamar had shared those documents only with a small group she trusted. The understanding was simple: this stays within the family. No outside discussion, no speculation, no storytelling built around it. Just quiet protection. But somewhere along the way, that trust fractured. No one has clearly explained how the information traveled beyond that private space. What sources suggest is that Toni may have mentioned it to someone she believed she could trust, and that may have been the moment everything started to unravel. According to insiders, Toni Braxton may have shared the situation with someone she believed genuinely needed context about what Tamar Braxton was going through. To Toni, it reportedly didn't feel like leaking anything sensitive. It may have seemed like responsible communication, explaining things to someone she trusted so confusion wouldn't spiral out of control, but intent and impact rarely move the same way. At first, when Tamar started receiving strange messages hinting that people knew more than they should, she reportedly brushed it off. Fame brings gossip, assumptions, and strangers pretending they know everything. That kind of noise becomes normal when you live in the spotlight. But then the tone shifted. Screenshots started appearing. Subtle comments popped up from people in her extended circle. Conversations suddenly carried hints of knowledge that shouldn't exist. And that's when the realization reportedly landed hard. This wasn't random speculation floating around the internet. This was specific information, and the trail painfully pointed back toward home. Those close to Tamar say she didn't storm in with anger. She didn't explode. Instead, she approached Toni quietly, almost hoping there was a simple explanation that would make everything make sense. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe something had been taken out of context. Anything but betrayal. The private conversation that followed, according to insiders, was tense but controlled. Tamar asked straight questions. Who did you tell? Why did they know? Toni reportedly didn't deny discussing the information. Instead, she explained her reasoning. She may have believed she was stopping a bigger problem, clearing confusion early and protecting the family name before rumors grew out of control. But Tamar Braxton wasn't hearing protection. What she heard sounded more like permission. Permission for someone else to decide which parts of her life could be shared. Permission to step over boundaries she believed were clear. permission to shape a narrative that, in her mind, was never Toni Braxton's to manage in the first place. And in that moment, something reportedly shifted inside Tamar. This wasn't just about a single document anymore. It felt like a pattern suddenly becoming visible. Sources say she began thinking back on earlier moments across the years, times when personal struggles somehow turned into family discussions behind the scenes. Each situation might have seemed small on its own, easy to brush off or forgive. But when stacked together, the weight of it started to feel heavy. Insiders claim Tamar said something during that conversation that left the room quiet. She reportedly explained that she had always protected everyone else's privacy fiercely. There were situations she could have spoken about publicly but never did. Moments where she defended family in public while privately carrying pain. Yet, when it came to her, she felt that same protection wasn't always returned. Sources say Toni was taken aback by how deeply Tamar felt about the situation. From Toni's perspective, discussing the issue may have seemed practical, a way to clarify things before confusion spread. But Tamar wasn't debating practicality. She was grieving the feeling of safety. Because once deeply personal reports, medical or otherwise, move outside your control, they don't simply come back. Once that line is crossed, the sense of privacy changes forever. Once private information escapes, it stops being just information. It turns into conversation, interpretation, and endless opinions from people who were never meant to be part of the story. And for someone like Tamar Braxton, whose emotional openness has often been criticized or used against her, that loss of control hits on a whole different level. Insiders say what made the situation even heavier was the timing. Old tension between Tamar and Toni Braxton had only recently started healing. Public reconciliations had softened years of complicated history. Fans were celebrating their unity again, believing the sisters had finally reached a calmer place. And behind the scenes, Tamar reportedly believed the same thing. Then, this happened. And the emotional weight of that realization reportedly crushed her. Not because she hates her sister, not because she wants public drama, but because betrayal from family feels completely different than betrayal from anyone else. When trust breaks inside a family, it shakes your whole understanding of safety. People close to Tamar say the days that followed became unusually quiet. She withdrew from conversations, stopped answering certain calls, and kept interactions short and surface level. For someone known for speaking her mind loudly and openly, that silence spoke louder than any argument. Meanwhile, sources say Toni felt misunderstood. People close to her claim she never intended to cause harm and believed she was acting responsibly rather than exposing anything sensitive. But situations like this don't revolve only around intention. The outcome still matters. And insiders say the sisters suddenly found themselves speaking completely different emotional languages. Toni focused on context and explanation, while Tamar was focused on the feeling of trust being broken. Tamar Braxton focused on one word above everything else: consent. Meanwhile, Toni Braxton kept explaining the situation through a completely different lens. Toni talked about prevention and responsibility. Tamar talked about permission and boundaries. And the more they spoke, the clearer it became that neither one felt truly heard. By the time that first confrontation ended, nothing had actually been resolved. There was no dramatic shouting match, no slammed doors, no viral moment. Just two sisters standing quietly on opposite sides of a line that, for Tamar, had suddenly become non-negotiable. Because the real issue wasn't just what information had been shared, it was what that moment represented. Tamar reportedly felt like it reflected something deeper. a lifetime of feeling like her emotional world was open for discussion, while others in the family remained carefully guarded. The alleged leak became a symbol of something much bigger. And once a symbol like that takes root in someone's mind, pulling it out becomes incredibly difficult. What began as a private disagreement slowly started turning into something heavier. Not loud, not explosive, just deep. The kind of fracture that doesn't shatter glass in a dramatic crash. It quietly cracks the foundation underneath it. And when the foundation shifts inside a family as well-known and complicated as theirs, the ripple effect rarely stays hidden for long. As days passed, what started as a private fracture between Tamar and Tony began leaking into spaces neither of them could fully control. There was no official statement that alerted the public. Instead, people noticed something subtler: energy, absence, silence. The kind of silence that somehow feels louder than shouting. Fans who had followed the Braxton sisters for years picked up on it almost immediately. Tamar, usually quick with social media captions, live videos, and raw commentary, suddenly went quiet. And that silence raised more questions than any headline ever could. Tamar Braxton's social media suddenly looked different. The posts were still there, but the energy had changed. Everything felt neutral. No nostalgic family throwbacks, no playful inside jokes, no subtle tags linking back to her sisters. For someone known for wearing her emotions openly, that level of restraint felt intentional, almost like a quiet message without words. At the same time, insiders say Toni Braxton began appearing more guarded during interviews. She didn't publicly address the situation, but sources claim there was noticeable tension behind the scenes whenever Tamar's name entered the conversation. Producers, mutual friends, and even extended family members reportedly felt the emotional temperature shift. According to people close to the situation, things escalated further when Tamar started hearing that the information connected to those reports wasn't just quietly circulating anymore. It was being discussed, and not always carefully. Pieces of the story were being repeated with interpretation attached, context removed, conclusions added. What may have originally been shared as concern or clarification had reportedly taken on a life of its own. And that's when a second wave of pain hit Tamar hard. Because now it wasn't just about something private being mentioned, it was about how that information was being framed. Once it moved beyond Tony's control, Tamar allegedly realized parts of her story were being simplified, summarized, and reshaped. Nuance disappeared. Details were flattened. The situation became easier for others to discuss, but far less accurate. For someone who has spent years fighting against being misunderstood, that kind of distortion can feel almost as painful as the original breach of trust itself. Insiders say that realization hit Tamar Braxton hard. It felt devastating. According to sources, Tamar eventually confronted Toni Braxton again, but this time, the tone had changed. She wasn't shouting or creating a dramatic scene. Instead, her voice was reportedly calm but firm in a way that immediately grabbed everyone's attention. During that conversation, Tamar allegedly asked a question that stopped the room cold. "Did you think I couldn't handle my own narrative?" That line, insiders say, cut deeper than anything else. Because underneath the surface of this conflict wasn't just privacy, it was autonomy. Tamar has spent years battling public perception. At different times, she's been labeled dramatic, unpredictable, difficult. At other moments, she's been praised for honesty, resilience, and emotional transparency. But through all of it, one thing mattered deeply to her: having the choice to speak when she felt ready. Having control over when and how her story was told. When that choice suddenly felt taken away, even indirectly, Sources say it reopened wounds that were far older than this single situation. According to insiders, Tony continued to insist that her intentions were never harmful. She reportedly believed she was stopping misinformation before it spiraled into something bigger. From her perspective, keeping certain people informed may have seemed strategic, maybe even protective. But Tamar didn't experience it that way. To her, it felt like exposure. As the emotional distance between them grew, family gatherings reportedly became tense. Conversations stayed polite but shallow. Other relatives felt trapped in the middle, unsure how to comfort Tamar without appearing disloyal to Tony, and unsure how to support Tony without minimizing Tamar's pain. And then came the most painful realization of all. Tamar allegedly began to feel that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It was just the first time she couldn't ignore it anymore. Sources say Tamar Braxton started looking back at older moments that once seemed small, but now felt different. Insiders claim she reflected on past situations where her personal struggles somehow became family discussions behind closed doors. Back then, she forgave quickly because that's what family does. You move on, you keep the peace. But this time, the forgiveness didn't come so easily. And the reason was simple. This time, the boundary had been clearly stated. According to sources, before sharing those sensitive reports at all, Tamar had explicitly said certain matters were off limits, outside a very tight circle. That line was supposed to be firm. Family only, no further sharing. But insiders say that boundary may have been interpreted differently by Tony Braxton. What Tamar saw as absolute, Tony may have seen as flexible depending on the situation. That difference in interpretation slowly became the heart of the conflict. Suddenly, the issue wasn't just about one conversation anymore. It turned into a deeper question. Whose definition of privacy actually mattered more? Meanwhile, speculation online started growing louder. Fans began connecting dots from recent appearances. Tamar's emotional tone during interviews was analyzed frame by frame. Even her absence from certain joint events raised eyebrows. Comment sections exploded with theories. Some people defended Tony, saying sisters sometimes act out of concern. Others strongly supported Tamar, arguing that consent should never be negotiable. The narrative split in two, and according to insiders, Tamar could feel the pressure building from every direction. The last thing she wanted was to publicly accuse her own sister, but the silence around the situation was becoming harder and harder to carry. Tamar Braxton reportedly found herself stuck in a painful middle ground. She didn't want to fuel gossip or turn the situation into public drama, but at the same time, pretending nothing had happened felt impossible. That emotional limbo became exhausting. Insiders say one revealing moment happened during a private family meeting that was meant to clear the air. Relatives hoped everyone would sit down, talk things out, and reset the tension. But Tamar reportedly surprised everyone. Instead of reopening the entire situation in front of multiple relatives, she chose not to fully participate. She chose distance. That decision shocked several family members. Tamar had always been known for confronting issues directly and emotionally. When something bothered her, she usually spoke up immediately. But this time, she withdrew. And according to sources, that silence worried Tony Braxton more than any argument could have. Because Tamar's silence isn't passive, it's protective. Insiders claim Tony started realizing the seriousness of the situation when she noticed Tamar quietly limiting access. Fewer conversations, fewer emotional check-ins, fewer spontaneous sisterly moments that once came naturally. The familiar rhythm between them suddenly felt broken. Attempts to reconcile reportedly became uncomfortable. even when apologies were expressed, they didn't fully land. Tamar wasn't just processing the action itself. She was processing the deeper realization that her boundaries hadn't been fully respected. And once someone feels their emotional safety has been shaken, rebuilding trust takes far more than explanations. The tension reportedly intensified when someone from the extended circle quietly confirmed something Tamar was never supposed to hear. According to insiders, the sensitive reports had allegedly been discussed in a setting she was never meant to know about, and that discovery made the situation feel even heavier. Insiders say that final detail, though never publicly confirmed, reportedly pushed Tamar Braxton to fully step back. It wasn't just about one person hearing something private anymore. It was about the chain reaction that followed. Every new person involved represented another piece of control slipping away. From Tony Braxton's perspective, sources claim the reaction may have felt overwhelming. Tony reportedly believed she had been acting out of family concern. In her mind, sharing the information may have seemed responsible, not harmful. But what insiders say she underestimated was how much Tamar's sense of stability depended on controlling her own story. For years, Tamar has lived with public narratives she never wrote. Headlines dissecting her emotions, commentary about her relationships, opinions about her struggles. And this time, she allegedly believed she had drawn a clear line that everyone understood. When that line felt crossed, the emotional impact reshaped everything. By this stage, the conflict had changed form. It wasn't explosive or dramatic anymore. Instead, it became something heavier, quiet, dense, and unresolved. The sisters weren't publicly fighting. They weren't trading statements or accusations, but the emotional distance between them had become impossible to ignore. Friends close to Tamar say she shared a painful realization during this period. She reportedly explained that the hardest part wasn't the rumors or outside conversations. The hardest part was realizing she had spent years fiercely protecting everyone else's privacy, even when doing so cost her personally. And now she wasn't sure that same protection had always been returned. That thought lingered. Because when loyalty begins to feel one-sided, it changes how you see love itself. Meanwhile, insiders say Tony struggled with a different emotional weight. She reportedly felt like she was being cast as the villain in a situation she never intended to create. And that misunderstanding only made the silence between them grow heavier. Intentions and outcomes collided again, and this time, the outcome carried the heavier weight. For Tamar Braxton, the emotional impact had already landed. And by the end of this phase, one thing had become clear. This wasn't a misunderstanding that would simply fade with time. Fixing it would require real acknowledgement, real accountability, and a completely new understanding of boundaries moving forward. Whether either sister was ready for that level of honesty remained uncertain. But one thing was undeniable. The emotional ground beneath Tamar and Tony Braxton had shifted. And when the foundation of trust cracks at that level, pretending everything is fine only delays the moment when reality finally demands attention. The situation hadn't exploded publicly yet. There were no viral arguments or headline-grabbing confrontations. But quietly, the pressure was building. As weeks slowly turned into months, the tension between Tamar and Tony didn't erupt into a dramatic feud. Instead, it turned into something many people consider even more painful. Distance. The separation between them felt deliberate. There were no public call-outs on social media. No interviews where names were dropped or accusations made. But longtime fans who followed their sister relationship could sense the shift immediately. Sources close to the family say Tamar made a quiet but powerful decision during this time. She stopped trying to argue her way into being understood. In the past, when conflict appeared, Tamar reportedly fought hard to clear the air, sometimes loudly, sometimes emotionally. But this time, she took a completely different approach. She chose boundaries without explanation. And that choice surprised people around her. Because when someone known for expressive confrontation suddenly switches to controlled distance, it usually means the situation has gone deeper than anger. It means something inside has fundamentally changed. That shift signaled something deeper, a recalibration. According to insiders, Tamar Braxton didn't just focus on the current conflict. She reportedly began reflecting on patterns stretching back years. Old moments resurfaced in her memory, times when personal struggles became shared conversations, when vulnerability somehow turned into group discussion. In those reflections, Tamar allegedly recognized a role she had carried for a long time, the emotional open book in a family that often preferred quiet strategy. While others stayed measured and guarded, she had been the one expressing everything openly. But this new phase wasn't about retaliation. It wasn't about revenge. According to sources, it was about protection. Insiders say Tamar slowly became more selective about what she shared, and with whom. Conversations that once flowed freely started feeling more filtered. Updates became shorter. Sensitive topics stayed carefully compartmentalized. Even during casual family interactions, she reportedly kept certain emotional layers sealed off. And that change didn't go unnoticed by Towanda Braxton. Family insiders suggest Tony initially believed time would smooth everything out. After all, siblings argue, sisters clash. Their history had shown that disagreements didn't always turn into permanent fractures. But this situation unfolded differently. What stood out, sources say, was Tamar's consistency. She didn't explode emotionally and then forgive a few days later. She didn't follow up with long emotional messages trying to repair the situation. She didn't dramatize the moment and then reset the relationship like before. Instead, she stayed steady, and that steadiness felt unfamiliar. There were reportedly attempts to restore normalcy through private conversations. Apologies may have been offered, though the exact wording hasn't been publicly revealed. But according to people familiar with those exchanges, something about the emotional tone had permanently shifted. That distinction carried huge emotional weight. Because for Tamar, the real wound wasn't about whether anyone meant harm. It was about autonomy. Sources say she felt that once something private leaves your control, even inside a family, you can never fully bring it back. And for someone whose life has been dissected in public spaces for years, that sense of control isn't a luxury. It's survival. Insiders say one of the most emotional moments came during a quiet conversation between Tamar and Towanda Braxton. No cameras, no relatives sitting nearby, just the two of them. During that moment, Tamar reportedly said something that changed the tone of everything. She expressed that what hurt the most wasn't just the information leaving that trusted circle. It was the feeling that she had clearly drawn a boundary, and that boundary hadn't been honored. That statement reportedly shifted the atmosphere immediately, because boundaries aren't about secrecy, they're about consent. And when consent feels bypassed, even unintentionally, trust begins to fracture at its core. For Tony, insiders say the realization may have arrived more slowly. From her perspective, she may have believed she was operating in a gray area, balancing concern, strategy, and family communication. But gray areas look very different to the person.
This is why I got an attitude about the story, because somebody else's moment was hijacked. When you woke up in the morning, when all of us woke up in the morning, the story was not how great Versus was. The story was not, ooh, that was a Versus for the history books. The story was not, ooh, Versus was so good. The story is Tamar Braxton Cash Money No Limit versus that. I think that did a disservice to the whole thing. Hijacked somebody else's, and I'm not implying that it was intentional. Somebody else's moment was hijacked. The next morning, none of the stories related to Versus should have had anything to do with the Tamar Braxton.
So, what is it about Birdman that has everyone losing their minds lately? Kimora Lee even has her daughters calling him Uncle Birdman like he's family. Keisha Cole was out here throwing hands over him. And now Tony and Tamar are getting dragged into a whole new mess about who was with him first. The streets stayed talking, and the sisters keep catching heat, with people clowning Tamar for supposedly getting involved with Birdman behind Tony's back. But the real twist, I was shocked when I found out Tony was actually the one who crossed that line with Tamar first, not the other way around. That flip alone is wild. And DeBrat is not letting anybody come for her friend this time. She came ready with receipts and confidence like she's stepping into court. She straight up showed that Tamar wasn't the one taking Tony's man. Instead, things were flipped completely because Tamar was the one who had Birdman first, long before Tony ever stepped into the picture. And she still tried to keep things.
Y'all know how people were calling Tamar out for being all over Birdman, rubbing his head and treating him like she's his. She was moving up and down in the background like Birdman was her husband. Child, at one point, she was even wiping the sweat off of his brow with a smile on her face like he was her man too.
But now the real question is hanging in the air like smoke. Is DeBrat telling the truth? Or is this just some messy talk to stir things up even more? That's the part that has everyone pacing. People keep remembering the way Tamar was seen all over Birdman, rubbing his head, putting that special soft voice energy on him, and treating him like she was the one holding the title, while Tony, the actual partner, was at home. Every clip, every picture, every little moment had folks tilting their heads like they just witnessed something they weren't supposed to see. This whole situation is layered like a soap opera that refuses to end, and every new detail is louder than the last.
Tamar, girl, why are you wiping the sweat off of Birdman's head like that, sis? Now, as a married woman, I think I can grab the mic real quick and speak on this because even though it may, like, she may be innocently doing it, girl, no, you don't do that. Like, the man's been performing on stage all this time and he don't need you wiping the sweat off his head. Now, I'm hoping it was just like a gesture, but girl, y'all are all performers. Like, don't do that.
She was moving around in the background like Birdman was her home partner's kid, acting real familiar in a way that had everybody staring a little too long. There was even a moment where she leaned in and wiped the sweat off his forehead with this warm smile like she was taking care of her man right in front of the whole room. That clip alone had people hitting replay with their jaws on the floor.
Do I know where you live? Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit card.
A video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony to show that there was nothing to worry about.
Folks definitely called her out for it because the vibe was way past friendly. But Tamar stood her ground and fired back, saying she was only there to help her sister. She even posted a video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony, trying to prove everything was cool and nothing shady was happening. But best believe people were not buying that explanation at all. Showing support is one thing, but the way she was touching him, laughing with him, and moving like they had a whole inside connection, that looked completely different to everyone watching.
Towanda, baby, I love her to pieces. But hide your stuff when she come over, because she snatched the wig off your head when you look the other way. She's super sneaky, clever, and crafty.
Then things got even hotter because the sisters were literally one breath away from a physical fight after Towanda came out and exposed Tamar for messing with Birdman behind Tony's back. That moment sent shockwaves through the family. The whole mess kicked off after Tamar tried to get slick and embarrass Towanda by saying she knew where she lived only because she helped her cover the down payment on her house.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit cards and help me.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You stole men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
a
few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead.
Oh, bitch. Dirty, low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar.
Such a liar.
That comment had the room tightening up instantly. But Tamar didn't stop there. She kept pushing and accused Towanda of secretly using her credit cards for years without permission. She dropped that claim like it was nothing, and the whole situation exploded on the spot. Every accusation added another layer, and the tension between them snapped harder with each word.
Tony Braxton?
Tony Braxton, I got you
Tony
on the phone.
Braxton. No, Tony Braxton ain't never had your back.
I got Tony Braxton.
I want it on record. I want it on national television. You want to say I don't have your back?
You didn't have my back when it came to y'all.
And honestly, none of this is shocking because Towanda has a whole history of grabbing things that don't belong to her, and people haven't forgotten about that at all. There were old claims floating around about Towanda taking their mother's Social Security checks, plus whispers that she might have taken money from Tony too. Those stories didn't come out of thin air, and fans remembered every bit of it when this drama came up again. The interesting part is how Towanda's own bankruptcy documents laid everything bare. Those papers show she owes close to $500,000 in debt, and they clearly list a $35,000 loan from Tamar that went toward the down payment for a house. So Tamar's accusations aren't just empty talk. She actually has some real paperwork on her side. It paints a picture of Towanda allegedly dipping into her sister's pockets and expecting everybody to stay quiet like it's normal. But Towanda wasn't about to let Tamar walk around like she had the upper hand, not even for a minute. She clapped back hard and exposed Tamar for sneaking around with her sister's man, dropping that claim like a bomb in the middle of the room. And the way Tamar completely lost it after hearing that, you could tell she didn't see it coming at all. She looked stunned, like someone had yanked the ground right from under her feet.
The Brat and Tamar worked on This Nation. They became close, they became friends, whatever. So if you know, the Braxtons came out last week and Towanda stated that Tamar slept with Tony's ex, yada yada yada. There was a versus last weekend. Tamar was on stage with Birdman, wiping off his sweat, stopping him from drinking, getting drunk, whatever. Now it's going around that Tamar and Birdman dated back in 2003, and now we know that Tony and Birdman are married.
But the person who seemed genuinely shaken was Toni Braxton. Her face said everything without her having to speak a single word. She looked like she had been hit with a secret she never expected to hear. And meanwhile, Towanda had clearly been sitting on this information for who knows how long, holding it tight until the perfect moment to flip the whole situation upside down. And you just know she kept that info tucked away on purpose so she could throw it right back at Tamar when the moment hit just right. From Trina's reaction alone, it looked like she already knew the whole situation too, which made it even stranger, because how do you keep something that serious from your own sister? This isn't small talk. This is one sister allegedly being involved with another sister's partner, and somehow the family moved like it was just another Tuesday. And it didn't stop at one person either. According to Towanda, it was two of Tony's men, which instantly had people saying the Braxton sisters must secretly dislike each other at this point, because that kind of betrayal isn't simple. The second Towanda claimed Tamar had been around Tony's partners, the internet went straight into detective mode, trying to figure out who she meant. And soon enough, Tamar's name started popping up not only with Birdman, but also with Carrie Lewis Opham Condition too. That had social media spinning all over again. The wild part is this rumor stretches all the way back to 2011, when a blogger claimed Tamar slept with Tony's ex-husband because she wanted to level up and get access to the right circles. And to make it even more complicated, the post said the situation wasn't one-sided. It claimed Tony had been involved with Vince first, before basically stepping aside, and Tamar ended up with him instead. That old rumor resurfaced fast the moment this drama kicked up. And let's not pretend this is the first time Tamar's been dragged into a situation like this. People still remember when she got heavy backlash over that situation with Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father. That moment followed her for years. So when you start putting all these pieces together, the story doesn't sound impossible at all, especially if she believed being tied to the right man could boost her career or open new doors. This whole thing turned into a giant knot of accusations, old rumors, and family tension that just keeps getting louder every time someone speaks. And then Tamar started getting close with Birdman again, and their whole vibe looked way too familiar for people not to notice. It made folks wonder, why didn't Towanda or Trina ever act excited around him at that versus battle? Because if he was supposed to be their brother-in-law, wouldn't they be showing him big love too? The energy was off, and the silence from them made everything feel even stranger. But even though Tamar has been wrapped up in plenty of messy moments with her sisters, the brat stepped in and made it clear this situation wasn't one where the family had the right to judge her at all. The brat flat out confirmed Tamar and Birdman had a real relationship way back in 2003, which is wild because that was before Tony even connected her with Vince. That part shocked everybody. And according to the brat, whatever Tony had with Birdman came way later, so the timeline people tried to push on Tamar doesn't match the truth at all. The brat also said the way people keep calling her out makes no sense, especially since Tamar stayed nothing but supportive even after her own sister married a man she once dated. That's a lot of emotional maturity for someone constantly painted as the messy one, and she really has shown support too. This wasn't even the first time she hyped up Tony and Birdman together. People still remember when she and her family dressed up as Tony and Birdman for Halloween to show love and keep everything playful. So yeah, this is exactly the type of thing Tamar does. She stands behind her sister, even when the internet tries to twist the story. And the brat is not letting anybody act like Tamar was out of line this time, because the real timeline tells a different story. The whole situation is a full-blown mess. And of course, the internet jumped in fast with their opinions flying everywhere. People were quick to say that a lot of these celebrity men are really just pass-around men, acting like they're in control, while they're actually getting played right back. The way folks talk online, it's clear these guys love pretending the drama always falls on the women, when half the time, they're the ones spinning the block the most. And people didn't hold back about how Tamar kept the money rolling into the Braxton household either. Some were saying Tamar kept things afloat for a long time, but nobody wanted to bring that up because it didn't fit the narrative they wanted. But if roles were reversed, hoo-wee, they would have dragged Tamar without mercy, no hesitation at all. Tony gets a soft pass every time, but Tamar, people stay ready to throw her under the bus before hearing the full story. Then someone chimed in saying, yes, and thank you for posting before they had all these blogs. There was one called The Pantry Report, and they did report years ago that Tamar and Birdman was an item, but he got tired of her and her sense of entitlement, and that's when she got with Vince sometime after that. That comment added a whole new layer because it reminded everyone that this rumor didn't start yesterday. It has been floating around for years. So now old blog posts, old claims, and old drama are resurfacing again, mixing with everything happening today and making the story even more chaotic. This whole thing keeps growing by the hour, and every new detail has people talking louder than before. But things didn't calm down after that, not even a little bit. The internet kept digging, dragging up old interviews, old pictures, old whispers, anything that could prove who was lying and who was keeping quiet for too long. And every time a new clip resurfaced, it sparked a fresh argument because the Braxton family timeline started looking more confusing than ever. People started pointing out how Tony always kept her business polished on the outside, while Tamar wore every emotion on her sleeve, and that alone made folks judge them differently. Tamar lashes out publicly, she's dramatic. Tony moves in silence, she's classy. But now that the stories are clashing, folks online are realizing they never actually knew what was going on behind those cameras. The truth is coming out piece by piece, and nothing looks as perfect as it used to. Then, things got even crazier when fans began digging into Birdman's old interviews, where he hinted about having history with someone in the Braxton circle. He never dropped names, but the tone had people rewinding like, hold on, was he talking about Tamar this whole time? That tiny hint turned into a wildfire, because now people felt like the puzzle pieces were finally lining up. And meanwhile, Tamar stayed posting cryptic messages like she was fighting between clearing her name and protecting her family at the same time. She'd post something uplifting one minute, then drop a line about betrayal the next, making fans think she was speaking in codes. Every post had folks reading between the lines like it was a mystery novel. What made everything even wilder was how quiet Tony stayed through all of it. Her silence had the internet thinking she was either trying to stay above the chaos or waiting for the right moment to speak because the situation was way bigger than anyone realized. And now everybody's watching her page like it's breaking news, because when Tony finally speaks, that moment is going to shake everything. And just when everyone thought the drama couldn't get any louder, fans started digging into old backstage footage that showed the sisters throwing each other looks that suddenly made a whole lot more sense. One clip had Tamar walking into a room and Tony barely glancing up, And now people swear that look carried years of hidden tension. The internet was replaying it like detectives breaking down evidence frame by frame. Then more resurfaced, videos where Trina tried to keep the peace but kept shifting in her chair every time Birdman's name came up. People started reading those tiny reactions as silent confessions, saying the sisters must have been holding back way more than what they showed on the reality show. It felt like the whole family had been walking around with secrets tucked in their pockets, hoping none of them slipped out on camera. And out of nowhere, fans started bringing up that old moment when Tamar said, "People be smiling in your face but plotting behind your back." And now folks are convinced she wasn't talking about outsiders at all. That statement hit different this time, like she had been hinting at family drama long before anyone connected the dots. Suddenly, everyone was asking the same question. Was Tamar trying to warn the world without exposing her sisters directly? Meanwhile, Birdman kept doing what he always does, staying calm, moving quiet, letting the women fight it out while he kept his business in order. But that only made the internet more annoyed because everyone wanted him to clear the timeline once and for all. Instead, he stood on the sidelines like he wasn't one of the main reasons the family tension exploded in the first place. At this point, the fans felt like a bomb had gone off, and every day brought a new piece of the story nobody expected. And with the sisters being so unpredictable, everyone knew one thing for sure. This drama wasn't anywhere close to ending. And the more the internet kept pulling at loose threads, the wilder everything started looking because now people were pointing fingers at the whole family dynamic like it had been cracked for years. Some fans even said the sisters never truly trusted each other. They just learned how to mask it on camera. That theory started spreading fast because old episodes started hitting different when you watched them with fresh eyes. Then somebody dug up an old radio interview where Tamar joked about people be acting brand new like they wasn't doing the same thing behind closed doors. And once that clip resurfaced, people were convinced she had been hinting at Tony this whole time. The comments blew up instantly, with fans arguing about whether Tamar had been throwing soft shots or simply speaking from her own experience. Either way, it added more smoke to a fire that was already blazing. But the internet didn't stop there. People started comparing timelines, outfits, award shows, and even background dates just to see who was standing next to who at what time. For a moment, it looked like fans were building a whole crime board with pictures and red strings connecting every moment the sisters were in the same room as Birdman. It got so detailed that people were analyzing facial expressions, hand placements, even breathing patterns like it was a courtroom case. Meanwhile, Tamar wasn't helping the situation by posting those emotional messages that sounded like she was speaking from a place of deep hurt. She dropped lines about loyalty, then follow it with something like, "I'll never say what really happened because I don't want to break my own heart again." And the internet was like, what does that mean? Every post felt like another piece of a puzzle she didn't want to finish. And Tony? Still quiet. Her silence was louder than every comment section put together, and people kept saying she must be sitting somewhere trying to figure out how to respond without blowing everything up completely. Because the moment Tony breaks her silence, you already know the whole internet is going to freeze like time just stopped. And just when everybody thought the drama had finally hit its peak, the drama took one last wild turn that sent the whole internet into chaos again. Fans started whispering that someone behind the scenes was planning to drop even more information, and suddenly everyone was watching the Braxton family like they were waiting for the next episode of a real-life soap opera. The tension was thick, the silence was suspicious, and the energy felt like something major was getting ready to fall. People online kept saying the family had reached a point where no one knew who was protecting who anymore. One minute, someone defended Tamar, the next, someone defended Tony, then out of nowhere, random insiders popped up claiming they knew the real story, which only made everything messier. Every rumor felt like a warning shot, and every post from the sisters made fans hold their breath because nobody knew which direction the drama would explode next. And Tamar, she kept dropping little emotional hints like she was carrying pain she didn't want to speak on. She wasn't naming names, she wasn't pointing fingers, she was just letting her feelings leak through those late-night posts that always hit harder than anything she said on TV. Her words sounded like someone trying to heal while still protecting people who never gave her the same grace, and fans felt that deeply. Meanwhile, Tony's silence reached a new whole level because now people were convinced that she was the only one who could shut this entire situation down. She had the respect, the calm, the power, and the history to put the truth on the table, but instead she stayed quiet, which made everything feel even more intense. Her silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt heavy, like she was holding back something the world wasn't ready to hear. And that's why everyone is still watching, still waiting, still refreshing pages like the next update might break the internet. Because with a family this iconic and drama this deep, one thing is guaranteed: this story isn't ending anytime soon. And if you want every shocking update, every twist, every behind-the-scenes detail, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel so you don't miss what drops next.
Tony. I think everybody was shocked when we found out that these two actually got married. I know, like, there's a lot of things we will do in order to pay our bills, but I never thought the relationship between Tony and Birdman was genuine. I just knew that he was just willing to go broke behind her. It just never fit. And so apparently in August of last year in 2024, they had a secret wedding. Finally got married in secret, even though everything else was public. And then she went and tried to annul the marriage 2 weeks later because she realized.
Listen up, this situation is straight up wild. This might be one of those rare moments when Tasha K actually makes total sense, because honestly, this whole relationship is beyond confusing. Toni Braxton, yes, the living legend herself, went and married Birdman, only to file for divorce just 2 days later. 2 days, that's not love, that's a headline explosion. Toni, a woman who built her career on grace and control, somehow got caught up in a whirlwind that looks more like a business deal gone wrong than a romance. Birdman, on the other hand, has been dragging his feet for years, over 6 years of "we'll get married soon," while Toni waited like a queen, keeping her patience in check.
For 16 years.
I know you had a song like 15 years ago.
Yeah,
too,
we've
right?
been like besties for a long time.
People always say that.
No, this is real. Like, no cross the line.
Besties, like you always kept in touch and you always talked.
We would keep in touch. He would come see me when I had my plays. When I had my baby shower, he would come. Like, we were really friends.
She played her hand carefully, never showing all her cards. And when that ring finally came, she made sure it counted. Now here's the kicker. Rumors say Birdman's about to take a major hit from that $160 million fortune of his.
You was at the awards last night?
Yeah, I was out there.
Working?
Doing my thizzle.
And you were with Tony, which kind of felt like some sort of announcement.
I wouldn't look at it as an announcement. Not for me, on my behalf. You know, I just wanted to come. Me and T just went to the awards, check it out. So, what's the big deal?
It is a big deal. You know why it's a big deal? Because it's Birdman and Toni Braxton. And also because we don't see you like in a relationship. We talked about this last time when you
I've always been off the radar because I think me personally, I always felt your personal life don't have nothing to do with conflict with your entertainment.
Word on the street is Tony's walking away with a nice chunk of change and Birdman never saw it coming. That's karma with a side of paperwork. Remember when he did Lil Wayne dirty over money? Well, now it looks like the tables just turned, and Tony's the one cashing in. So what could have possibly made Toni pull that divorce trigger so fast? The story goes way deeper than it looks. Toni Braxton and Birdman weren't some random couple that popped out of nowhere.
16 November, when I was on tour October, I was really sick. I don't mean kind of sick. I mean like really,
From
really
lupus?
sick.
Or
I had a
from-
really
okay.
bad flare, and I was on tour. And every day I was on tour, he was there with me. If he left out, he would come back.
And this is before anybody knew you guys
We weren't
were
anything.
even
We was
like-
buddies. It was
Right.
nothing. Not even a day. He was my friend. And he was there. I don't know if
he
ever
already loved you.
He's there every day taking care of you. But you know, he really was there every day. My buddy, my friend T. You all right? You good? I'm cheering good. You know, he was just there as my friend. I'm cheering good. Big Mama good. He was there every day for the shows. And on my off days, he would go and take care of his business, but he would follow me on the bus and just make sure I was okay. And I don't know if you've ever been really, really sick in your life and you feel kind of hopeless and you got somebody who's a friend that's there. That's kind of, it
means
just
a
made
lot.
me see him different.
These two go way back, like 20 years deep. They've been friends, but let's be real, there's no way that kind of chemistry stayed friendly all that time. Toni once claimed they didn't cross any lines before they officially started dating, but come on. The energy between them had fans raising eyebrows for years. Birdman, being the ultra-private type when it comes to his love life, shocked everyone when rumors started flying in 2016 that they were officially together. Then came whispers in 2017 that they'd secretly eloped. The internet was on fire. Of course, both Toni and Birdman denied everything. They said they were just hanging out, keeping it cool and chill. Yeah, right. That's the same line people drop when they're trying to downplay something real. But then, things got juicier. A blind item popped up online claiming that a former A-list aging singer from a famous singing family had dumped her long-term man because she needed to handle her family's financial mess and cover her massive debts. Sound familiar? Fans were convinced that blind item was about Tony. The clues were all there. And if that's true, this friendship might have had a lot more to do with survival than romance. So instead of chasing love, people started saying Tony made a deal with the highest bidder, and that bidder was Birdman, a man already living like every day could be his last. He's got enemies, business rivals, and a rep that follows him everywhere. For Tony, that theory made sense to a lot of folks. Remember, she filed for her second bankruptcy back in 2010 after having to cancel her Las Vegas residency while battling lupus. Her body was shutting down and the bills were piling up fast. Tony's been open about how tough that period was. She said her family leaned on her heavy, expecting her to be the one holding it all together, the superstar sister who paid everyone's way. That pressure alone can break anyone. But when Birdman came along, he made her feel something different, safe. She said, "It's comforting to have someone tell you it's okay to be ill, that you don't have to be Wonder Woman all the time." That hit deep. Living with lupus is exhausting, physically, mentally, emotionally. Tony admitted there were moments she felt like a burden, like she had to fake being fine, but with Birdman, she didn't have to put on that act. She could just be herself. She said, "I've always had issues dating because I was ashamed to have lupus and felt like no one would want to take care of a woman with lupus." That confession showed just how real her pain was. Behind all the fame, Tony was just trying to find peace. Tony once said, "I was insecure with him. I can be comfortable with a little hat or scully on, some lipstick and mascara, but I can just let my hair down a little bit and it feels great." That line showed how real it got between them. She finally felt free, not like the glamorous diva everyone expected, but just Tony. And it looked like Birdman felt the same way. He went all in and popped the question, and he didn't do it halfway either. Tony showed off that massive ring on social media, and people lost their minds. You could see that diamond shining from across the street. Birdman reportedly dropped a cool $1 million on it. He even went on the Wendy Williams show and called her his family, sounding like a man head over heels. But if it was all love and diamonds, why didn't the wedding ever happen? Tony told Wendy she was so excited to get married again and said they even had a date planned, until family drama blew the whole thing up. She hinted that the tension behind the scenes made it impossible to move forward, and every time they tried to reset, something else came up. They pushed the wedding back again and again until the whole idea just vanished. Birdman, though, was serious. He wasn't playing around, but with all that money, pressure, and family interference, it seemed like love got lost in the chaos. If it were up to Birdman, that wedding would have happened right then and there. He was ready. But things took a strange turn when Tony revealed that her $1 million engagement ring had been stolen. She claimed she accidentally left it inside her luggage while flying and somehow it vanished. A whole $1 million gone just like that? Something about that story had people side-eyeing hard. Because who forgets a ring that size in a suitcase? Not long after that, everything fell apart. Tony and Birdman announced they were calling it quits, leaving fans stunned. Rumors immediately started swirling that maybe they had already tied the knot in secret and just kept it under wraps, but Tony shut that down fast. She said loud and clear that they never got married, period. After the split, Tony dropped a picture of herself in a stunning red dress looking every bit the comeback queen. The caption read, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen Hugh." That line had people talking. Was she throwing subtle shade at Birdman? Even though she tried to make the breakup look graceful, insiders said it was far from peaceful. Word on the street was that Tony wasn't Birdman's only woman, not by a long shot. Allegedly, he'd been entertaining other women way before Tony ever came into the picture, and once she found out, things got messy fast. Now here's where the story really starts spinning out of control. Word is Birdman was secretly dating Kimora Lee the entire time. Not only that, he was still funding her luxurious lifestyle even after Tony entered the picture. And get this, Birdman once publicly called Kimora the love of his life and said he was grateful for everything she'd done for him. Wait, what? So Kimora's the love of his life, but Tony's his family and soldier? That's some emotional gymnastics right there. That double life was the exact drama tearing things apart between Tony and Birdman. Even when they reunited on stage at Tony's Atlanta concert, the tension was thick. Kimora was reportedly in the wings that night, still calling the shots, still holding his attention. Insiders claim Birdman couldn't say no to her, and Kimora didn't even want him publicly. She allegedly thought he wasn't a good look for her image, especially in the high-end fashion world she floats in. So when Tony and Birdman finally decided to go through with the wedding last year, you'd think he'd at least show up for his bride on time, right? Nope. Word has it Birdman rolled in late and dipped out early, using the excuse that he had to help someone with something. That someone, allegedly Kimora Lee. Imagine being the bride and realizing your man just left the ceremony to chase after another woman. That's not just cold, that's ice. And would you believe it? Birdman didn't even apologize to Tony for dipping out of his own wedding early. Not a word, not a sorry, nothing. Like, what was Tony even doing caught up in this circus? This kind of drama was the last thing anyone expected from her, especially at this point in her life and career. Toni Braxton, an icon, a legend, getting dragged into messy love games with Birdman? It felt unreal. But Toni clearly had her limits. She played it cool, stayed long enough to secure her peace and that paycheck, then filed those divorce papers when she was good and ready. According to reports, they didn't even use their full names, just their initials. TB and BW. Talk about keeping it private. The document simply said their marriage was irretrievably broken. That's cold but clean. Both Tony and Birdman made sure no extra tea spilled, no interviews, no explanations, just silence. But the clues were all there. No wedding rings, no joint appearances, and both of them wiped each other clean off their socials like it never happened. That's how you know it's really over. When the news hit, the internet went wild. Fans couldn't believe Toni stayed in that chaos for as long as she did, even though she walked away with a hefty check. Some said she played the game smart. Others said she lost herself in the drama. But either way, Toni Braxton walked out richer, wiser, and done for good. But even after the dust settled, whispers kept swirling like smoke. People weren't done talking about Toni and Birdman's roller coaster love story. Some fans started wondering if this whole thing was more of a strategic alliance than a real romance. Think about it. Birdman got clout and credibility from being linked to a Grammy-winning icon, while Toni got financial security and the kind of attention that keeps a legend's name trending again. That's not love, that's business with a side of drama. And here's where things get even messier. Insiders claim Toni had started to realize Birdman's world came with too many strings attached, from street business rumors to complicated exes and financial drama. She didn't want her name tied up in that chaos anymore, especially after spending years rebuilding her image and career. Plus, with her health challenges, the stress wasn't worth it. She needed peace, not pressure. Birdman, though, seemed unfazed. He's been seen out living it up. Fancy cars, private jets, and new women by his side, while Toni's been focusing on her health, her music, and keeping her energy clear. She's posted a few cryptic messages lately hinting that she's happier without the weight of a toxic relationship. Now fans are split, and some say Toni outsmarted the game and walked away with her dignity and some serious money, while others think she let her guard down for the wrong man. Either way, this breakup turned into one of the juiciest stories in R&B history, and people still can't stop watching to see what she does next. Stay tuned. And don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more celebrity chaos and exclusive updates that'll have you saying, no way that really happened. Since the split, Toni's been moving quiet, but make no mistake, she's been glowing. Her performances are back, her confidence is louder than ever, and she's serving looks that scream unbothered and unstoppable. Meanwhile, Birdman's been out here pretending like nothing happened, flexing his lifestyle online like he didn't just lose one of the most iconic women in R&B. The internet hasn't forgotten, though. Fans keep dragging him in the comments saying he fumbled a living legend. But here's the real kicker. Sources close to Toni say she's finally focusing on herself, her peace, and her purpose. She's been working on new music, pouring all that heartbreak into her art, and it's giving the world that classic Braxton soul we've been missing. Some even say her next album might spill a little tea about the relationship, not directly, but with lyrics sharp enough to cut glass. And while Birdman might be trying to move on, insiders claim he's been reaching out, trying to check in with Toni. But she's not picking up that call. She's done. Toni's living proof that sometimes walking away is the biggest win of all. This saga's got everything. Love, money, betrayal, power. And it's clear Toni came out stronger than ever. She turned heartbreak into a headline, then flipped it into healing. Now that's how a queen moves. If you've been hooked on this story like the rest of us, don't miss a single update. Hit subscribe on Juicy Reel and keep that tea hot because the next twist might be just around the corner. But hold on. Just when everyone thought the Tony and Birdman saga was finally over, new whispers started creeping through the internet. Some insiders are now saying the two might not be as done as they want people to believe. Word on the street is Birdman's been sending flowers, expensive gifts, and sweet little messages trying to win Tony back. Can you imagine? After everything that went down, the missed wedding, the rumors, the late night drama, he's suddenly remembering what he lost. But Tony's been staying strong. She's not falling for the same story twice. Those close to her say she's got her eyes on the future, and it doesn't include any man who made her question her worth. Instead, she's been putting her energy into her family, her health, and her career, building everything back on her terms. Fans love seeing her in this new light, confident, powerful, and completely in control. Still, that hasn't stopped Birdman from trying to keep her name in his orbit. He's been hinting in interviews that he'll always love her, but Tony's silence says everything. No subtweets, no shade, just pure focus. That's boss energy. And honestly, this story might go down as one of the wildest chapters in R&B history, full of love, lies, luxury, and lessons learned. Whether Birdman ever gets another chance or not, one thing's for sure. Toni Braxton walked away shining brighter than ever. Toni Braxton and Birdman as a couple will forever be one of the wildest celebrity pairings the world's ever seen. Seriously, it still doesn't sound real. The idea that Toni Braxton, the timeless R&B icon, actually gave Birdman a shot had everyone's jaws on the floor. And then for her to turn around and file for divorce just 2 weeks after saying I do, that's not just shocking, that's straight up unbelievable. People are still out here debating whether it was real love, a PR move, or just a high-stakes power game gone wrong. Either way, it gave us one of the craziest plot twists in celebrity history. Imagine, the queen of soulful heartbreak ballads caught up in a whirlwind marriage with a rap mogul whose life is pure chaos. Only in Hollywood could something like this happen. But what do you think really went down between Tony and Birdman? Was it passion, business, or just a bad decision that spiraled out of control? Drop your thoughts down below. We want to hear every theory. And hey, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. Because Juicy Reel has more wild celebrity stories coming your way that'll have you screaming, no way that happened. See you in the next video, where the tea's always hot and the stories just keep getting crazier.
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have sex?
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She my life.
From secret weddings to sudden breakups, and from shady denials to mysteriously missing jewelry, Toni Braxton and Birdman's relationship has been a wild ride, more twisted than a Six Flags roller coaster.
Saying, you know, Birdman doesn't know if he's a blood or a Crip, or this, you know, this gay thing and that gay thing.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
He was saying that you was gay.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm a straight gangster, man. That nigga been in my hood. He know what's happening with me. You hear me? Nigga know what's happening with me, man. Google me, man. Call anything in the 504 and ask about me. Google me, man. Watch what come up. Yeah. Straight Jeep.
This love story has had everything: passion, confusion, and a touch of chaos. And today, we're diving deep into this hot, tangled mess. Back in 2001, Tony tied the knot with Carrie Lewis from mint condition. Things seemed picture perfect at first. The music, the fame, the love, but it didn't take long for cracks to show. Then, just a year later, in 2002, she crossed paths with
Tracy is the one who said to me, Tony, you know, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always tried to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it. I never used to say anything to anybody, but since we've been doing this show, I've been saying.
None other than Brian Birdman Williams, the big boss of Cash Money Records. That meeting right there, it changed everything. Sparks flew, rumors started swirling, and the industry began whispering about this unexpected duel. And baby, from that moment on, nothing was ever the same. Who is this mystery man, you ask? None other than Birdman, the co-founder of Cash Money Records, the same powerhouse label.
Like a lot of people don't understand, my second bankruptcy is because I was sick. I have lupus, and my show in Vegas got canceled.
And the insurance wouldn't cover it.
The insurance didn't cover it, so I had to pay myself.
That's a lot. That was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money to put the show on. understand is if you see a concert, you see the lights, you see the band on stage, artist stage, hotel rooms, the salary. So then you have nothing.
That dropped the iconic hit, Baby, You Can Do It. And if you've seen that music video, then you already know. The chemistry between Tony and Birdman was straight up electric. It was wild. It was magnetic. It was giving something's going on here. Vibes for sure. But of course, they swore it was all strictly professional. She was still married at the time. And Birdman, well, he was out there doing his own thing. And only God knows what that was. Out here locking lips with Lil Wayne on camera like it was nothing. What in the Damon and Marlon Wayans parody is going on here? Tony tried to keep her personal life steady though. After having 2 beautiful children, she and Carrie Lewis decided to call it quits. The marriage was done, but they wanted to end things with class. In her memoir, which you can check out below, Tony revealed they made a pact to stay cool for the kids. They even continued living under the same Atlanta roof and promised to take one family vacation together every single year. One vacation a year with your ex. Oh, hell no. That's a plot twist nobody saw coming. Even Tony's mom was like, girl, it's time to mix it up. Maybe try dating outside your type. Basically telling her to play in the snow. But Tony wasn't ready. Her heart was still healing, and she wasn't about to rush into another messy romance just yet. Still, destiny had other plans. And Birdman wasn't exactly the kind of man who stayed in the background for long. Maybe the real reason Tony wasn't ready to date again was because she and Carrie had started sneaking around for round 2. Yep, they gave love another shot, but that spark burned out fast. After about 1.5 years, it was over for good. When the divorce papers hit, things got messy. Tony had to pay him alimony, while Carrie was ordered to drop $2,000 a month in child support. Wait a minute, alimony and child support? Girl, that's a double hit. This right here is exactly why they say, make sure he's got more money than you. Because a grown man cashing checks from a woman like Tony Braxton, that's wild. After that fiasco, Tony decided to take her mama's advice and switch things up. She dipped her toe into new territory and started dating a white man. And by February 2012, the headlines were screaming that she was linked to none other than Eddie Murphy. Yep, that Eddie Murphy. But just when people thought this could be something real, it fizzled out quick. Fans started rooting for her and Babyface to become a thing. The chemistry was undeniable. But Tony shut it down on The Breakfast Club, saying Babyface would never see her in that light. Dang, talk about the friend zone. Then out of nowhere, she stepped out with the most unexpected man ever. Birdman! Nobody saw that coming. They hit the red carpet in 2016, and the world went silent for a second before everyone collectively screamed, wait, what? Months into dating, Birdman went full flex mode and gifted her a Bentley SUV, luxury on wheels Bobby. By January 2018, they dropped their track, Hard Away, giving fans a musical peek into their whirlwind romance. Then boom! Just a month later, Birdman dropped down with a ring, and Tony said yes. But wait, what about Carrie? Was he back at the house popping champagne, celebrating her engagement too? Tony told E! Daily Pop that Birdman was ready to lock it down. He told her straight up to pick a wedding date ASAP because he wanted to be a married man before the year was out. But guess what? That wedding never happened. The months rolled by, then the years, and Tony kept pushing the date back over and over, blaming it on work commitments. That sounds like a polite excuse if you ask me. People started whispering that maybe she wasn't too eager to marry a man with Birdman's unique reputation. Folks joked that she didn't want to wake up next to a dude who looked like a mix between a bird and a pit bull every morning. Maybe that's why those wedding plans kept getting delayed again and again. Then came the real jaw-dropper. While flying from New York to Los Angeles on a Delta flight, Tony accidentally left her Louis Vuitton train case behind on the plane. Inside that fancy little box, her massive yellow diamond engagement ring, worth a staggering $5 million. How do you forget something like that? Who leaves a small fortune sitting in a carry-on bag? That's beyond careless. The next day, the airline found the case, but when they opened it, all the jewelry was gone. poof, vanished into thin air. When Birdman later sat down with Wendy Williams, he tried to play it cool. He said he wasn't even sweating the missing ring. Told her straight up he'd just buy Tony another one if he needed to. That's some serious big money talk right there. But still, that missing bling became the talk of the town, and it left a whole lot of people wondering if their relationship was starting to lose its shine too. Oh, with Lil Wayne's money that you still owe him, huh? The shade writes itself. Then came January 2019, and boom, the drama hit social media like a storm. Tony and Birdman unfollowed each other out of nowhere, and Birdman added fuel to the fire by posting "It's over" on his Instagram story. Real dramatic energy. Folks were quick to assume the engagement was dead and gone. Birdman was out here acting emotional, like a man mid-R&B heartbreak ballad. But a few months later, he tried to clean it up, telling Wendy Williams the whole breakup was just a publicity stunt. Yeah, okay. According to a source from Hollywood Life, the couple wasn't sweating the rumors. In fact, they didn't mind the public chaos one bit. Why? Because all that buzz kept Tony's reality show, Braxton Family Values, trending again. The more people talked, the more views rolled in. A little drama for ratings never hurt, right? By April 2020, during the pandemic lockdowns, fans were still waiting for wedding bells, but nothing. Tony went on the Rick and Sasha show and admitted that she and Birdman kept going back and forth about wedding plans. They'd set dates, but things always got too big. Birdman even suggested they just do a drive-through wedding. Can you imagine Tony Braxton saying, "I do" in a car while picking up fries? No way. She shut that down quick. Years kept slipping by, and still, no wedding, no ring replacement, no nothing. Then out of nowhere, in December 2023, a messy online source claimed Tony and Birdman had finally tied the knot. Fans lost their minds, headlines were everywhere. But before anyone could celebrate, Tony jumped on Instagram and cleared it up herself. She reposted the announcement with a sharp caption that shut it all down. "My dear friend, Birdman and I are not married. Never been married." And just like that, she snatched the truth back from the rumor mill. But the damage? Oh, that was already done. "We are both single now." That's what Tony said, officially putting Birdman straight into the friend zone. By April 2024, it was crystal clear that their on-again, off-again roller coaster had finally screeched to a stop. She opened up to People magazine saying she was actually enjoying the single life. Tony said, "I'm looking forward to getting out there and dating." I mean, dating can be scary too. It can be a little bit, but a nice guy. Someone who will watch Lifetime with me all day long, or at least once in the week. Girl, you don't need a man for that. You can call your sisters for a Lifetime marathon. Her fans were split right down the middle. Half of them were celebrating, happy that Tony had finally left Birdman and his drama behind. But the other half, they weren't buying it for a second. They swore she'd be back with him before the year was over. And guess what? They might have been right, because in April 2025, TMZ dropped a bombshell. Just 4 months after that whole "I'm single and ready to mingle" interview, the outlet reported that Tony and Birdman had actually gotten married. Wait, what? I know you lying. Or maybe she's lying. Either way, somebody's out here playing with our emotions. Because just when fans started wrapping their heads around this surprise wedding news, boom, another twist hit. The happy couple didn't even last a month. According to legal documents obtained by TMZ, Tony filed for divorce a mere 2 weeks later, listing their official separation date as August 10th, 2024. 2 weeks? That's shorter than some trial subscriptions. After years of ups, downs, rumors, and million-dollar rings, it all ended in paperwork. No more maybes, no more makeups, no more mystery. Tony Braxton and Birdman's love story went from glitzy and glamorous to gone in a flash. Tony's lawyer officially called the marriage irretrievably broken, which sounded like the end of the road. But hold on tight, because it gets even messier. Somebody, please hand me my margarita. And don't forget the peach rings. You know I toss those right in the glass. It's my therapy drink for when celebrity drama gets this wild. Just when everyone thought the split was final, boom, a shocking twist dropped in January 2025. Tony suddenly dismissed the divorce petition and Birdman actually signed off on it. Wait, what? After everything, the back and forths, the emotional interviews, the $5 million ring fiasco, they're still legally married. But here's the kicker. Nobody knows what's really going on between them now. Neither one has said a word publicly. And that silence? Oh, it's loud. So here we are. Years of breakups, reconciliations, and postponed weddings. And this love story is still hanging by a thread. Considering how it all started with secret studio chemistry, flashy gifts, and rumors flying left and right, it's giving major unfinished business energy. Are we seeing red flags all over again? Or are people just jealous that Tony's still the one catching Birdman's attention while he's doing his Birdman thing? Bestie, you so messy. Someone's probably saying right now. But let's be real. This saga's too wild not to talk about. Drop your thoughts down below because this story might not be done yet. And hey, before you go, don't forget to hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel, where the tea never stops spilling and the drama's always hot. Let me tell you something, and listen close, because I've watched every Braxton show there is. I've seen the drama, the tears, the laughter, all of it. And this right here, this is just my opinion, but I think there's way more to Tony and Birdman's situation than people realize. See, Tony's been open about her lupus for years. That illness takes a real toll on the body. On top of that, she's battled heart issues that scared her fans half to death. So maybe, just maybe, she's not marrying out of romance anymore. Maybe she's thinking about security. Here's how I see it. Tony might have tied herself to Birdman because she wanted to make sure someone powerful was in charge of her estate if anything ever happened to her. Someone who could handle her finances, protect her kids, and even look after her family, her sisters, her mama, the whole Braxton crew. Now let's be real. They all got money, but none of them got Birdman money. The man's pockets are deep. Like, never worry about another bill again. Deep. And you know what? Maybe this whole thing isn't about love in the traditional sense at all. Maybe it's more of a quiet arrangement, a mutual understanding between two people who know exactly what they're getting out of it. Some people might even call it a lavender marriage type of deal, a partnership built more on loyalty, protection, and power than passion. Whatever the truth is, one thing's for sure. This story is layered, and we might not ever know the full truth behind those wedding rings and business moves. Now, if that theory's true, it actually makes a lot of sense. Tony's a smart woman, and she's been through too much to let her legacy fall into chaos. She's been grinding in the music industry since the 90s, building her name brick by brick, hit after hit. So if she decided to make a business-type move with Birdman, that could have been her way of securing her empire and protecting her loved ones. Still, people can't help but whisper about the real dynamic between them. Because Birdman has always been, well, mysterious. He moves like a man who's got 10 different versions of the truth. One minute, he's all about love and loyalty. The next, he's out here with cryptic posts and shady smiles. Some folks swear he's hiding something, others think he's just misunderstood. Either way, Tony's no fool. She knows what kind of man she's dealing with. And you can't deny they've always had this strange magnetic pull, like they can't fully let go of each other, no matter how many times they try. And let's not forget how this whole situation looks from the outside. Tony's fans are split down the middle. Some say she's sacrificing too much just to stay connected to him, while others think she's playing chess, not checkers. They say she's keeping her cards close, setting up her future in a way only a true diva could. Still, every time we think it's over for good, something drags them right back together. A public sighting here, a cryptic emoji there, or a casual repost that sets social media on fire. It's like they can't quit each other, no matter what. So what's next for Tony and Birdman? Another reunion? Another heartbreak? Or maybe this was the plan all along? A relationship built on secrets, survival, and just enough love to keep the world guessing. Whatever's really going on behind those designer shades, one thing's for sure. This story ain't done brewing yet. See, the truth is, Tony and Birdman have been good friends for a long time. That's why I think they kept everything low-key when they tied the knot, if they really did. They didn't want every camera flashing in their faces or social media turning it into a circus. Their bond runs deep, and they've been riding for each other through all the chaos and rumors. But here's the thing, maybe Tony's still got that tiny voice in her head wondering if her real forever love might still be out there somewhere. Maybe she's thinking, one day I might meet a real king, or even a prince, someone I'm actually drawn to, someone I want to wake up next to every day. Still, at the same time, she knows time isn't exactly on her side anymore. She's been through heartbreak, illness, and fame. She's seen it all. So maybe she just wanted to lock something in that made sense on paper. And when I say civil, I don't mean nice, I mean legal. She might have said, you know what? Let's do this the smart way, so if anything ever happens, my kids, my estate, my legacy, all of it stays protected. It's not about romance at that point, it's about strategy. Now I can already hear folks saying she could have just set up a trust. She didn't have to marry him for that. And yeah, that's true. But who really knows what's going on behind closed doors? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an estate planner. I'm just calling it how I see it. Maybe Tony's playing long game moves we can't even see yet. What do you think? Is this love, loyalty, or just smart business? Drop your thoughts below, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more wild celebrity tea, only on Juicy Reel.
Tony. I think everybody was shocked when we found out that these two actually got married. I know, like, there's a lot of things we will do in order to pay our bills, but I never thought the relationship between Tony and Birdman was genuine. I just knew that he was just willing to go broke behind her. It just never fit. And so apparently in August of last year in 2024, they had a secret wedding. Finally got married in secret, even though everything else was public. And then she went and tried to annul the marriage 2 weeks.
Looks like the so-called #1 stunner just got stunned. Birdman, yes, that Birdman is out here spilling the kind of tea nobody saw coming.
Back. Yeah. I think it's when I was first diagnosed with having lupus, I was so down, I was so depressed. Then the doctors told me I would never be able to work again, your music career is over, but the man upstairs had a whole other plan for me. Yeah. But at the time,
the man's finally talking, and let's just say, it's ugly. Word on the street is that Birdman's blasting Toni Braxton like never before, claiming she left him flat once the money train ran out. He's saying Toni packed up and dipped the second things got tight, leaving him high, dry, and counting coins. According to him, the moment his pockets stopped overflowing, Toni ghosted like a magician with a smoke bomb.
I don't know, 2016, November, when I was on tour, October, I was really sick. I don't mean kind of sick. I mean like really,
from
really
lupus?
sick. I had a really bad flare, and I was on tour. And every day I was on tour, he was there with me. If he left out, he would come back.
And this was before anybody knew you guys.
We weren't anything. It was buddies. It was nothing. Not even a day. He was my friend. And he was there. I don't know if
he already loved you.
He's there every day taking care of you. But he really was there every day. My buddy, my friend. You all right? You good? I'm cheering good. He was just there as my friend. I'm cheering good. Big Mama good. He was there every day for the shows. And on my off days, he would go and take care of his business, but he would follow me on the bus and just make sure I was okay. And I don't know if you've ever been really, really sick in your life and you feel kind of hopeless and you got somebody who's a friend that's there. That's kind of, it just made me see him differently.
And now the whispers are getting louder. Folks are saying she's back on the edge of going broke again, but let's keep it real. This ain't Toni's first money storm. The woman's been through not one, but 2 bankruptcies and still came out flashing designer bags, diamonds, and 5-star vacations like the queen of glam she is. From her mansion life to her designer addiction, Toni's always acted like her credit cards got no limit. So when Birdman started talking, everyone started connecting the dots, and the story's looking way less like a love song and more like a revenge track. According to Birdman, what looked like a fairy tale was really just a setup, a romance dipped in luxury but soaked in lies.
You know, me and him have been friends for 16 years.
I know you had a song like 15 years ago,
Yeah,
too,
we've
right?
been like besties for a long time.
People always say that. But
No, this is real. Like, no cross the line.
Besties, like you always kept in touch and you always talked?
We would keep in touch. He would come see me when I had my plays. When I had my baby shower, he would come. Like, we were really friends.
Meanwhile, Tony's camp ain't staying quiet either. They're clapping back, calling Birdman bitter and saying he's rewriting history just to save face. Still, people can't help but wonder, did Tony really play him? Did she finesse the mogul who once called himself the boss of bosses? Because if Birdman's telling the truth, this might just be one of the biggest heartbreak hustles in R&B history. And the drama, it's just getting started. Oh no, this drama's way deeper than anybody expected. What started as a breakup rumor just turned into a full-blown money mystery. We're talking shady bank trails, secret deals, and whispers that could make even Hollywood blush. And get this, insiders are saying this might go down as one of the wildest relationship exposés in all of R&B history. But it gets even crazier. Reports claim Tony tried to slide out of her short-lived marriage to Birdman with a jaw-dropping $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. Yes, you heard that right. 1 month. That's not bold. That's billionaire level boldness. And apparently, she didn't even make it through the honeymoon phase. Allegedly, Tony packed her bags and peaced out just 2 days after the wedding. 2 days. Then, before anyone could blink, less than 4 weeks later, she filed for divorce, calling the marriage irretrievably broken and saying there was no chance of fixing it. That's when the drama hit the stratosphere. If that $160 million number's even half true, this isn't about love gone wrong. This is next level audacity. Fans are stunned, asking how a marriage that barely lasted a blink could come with a payout that massive. Like, who even signs a deal like that? And now, everyone's side-eyeing the whole situation. Was it love, or was it a luxury hustle from the start? With Tony's history of financial chaos and taste for the finer things, people are starting to suspect this wedding might have been less about romance and more about a grand plan. Did she play chess while Birdman thought it was checkers? Whatever the truth is, one thing's for sure. This breakup's shaping up to be a scandal for the ages. Now the streets are straight up buzzing with one burning question. Did Miss Unbreak My Heart really tie the knot with the #1 stunner just to cash out and disappear? Like, hold up, she wanted how much for 2 days of marriage? Folks can't stop talking about how Toni Braxton allegedly believed she deserved a $160 million payout after barely making it past the honeymoon suite. That's not just wild, that's legendary level boldness. And honestly, how did Birdman not see this coming? Fans online are calling it plain and simple, saying Tony pulled a classic gold digger move. And when you look at the timeline, it's hard not to raise an eyebrow. I mean, who files for divorce before the wedding flowers even wilt and still thinks they deserve a whole empire? Yeah, Birdman and Tony officially split back in 2019. But you know how messy love stories never stay buried. By 2023, Birdman claims Tony started creeping back into the picture, sending signals, dropping flirty hints, and making sure he knew she was still around. According to him, she came back smooth, acting like nothing ever happened, charming, smiling, and playing the same sweet tune that got him hooked the first time. At first, Birdman says he tried to keep his distance. He wasn't trying to fall for the same trap twice. He told people he had moved on and wanted no part of that drama again. But if you believe his side of things, Tony didn't quit that easy. She kept popping up, showing face at events, and tugging at those old emotions like she knew exactly what strings to pull. It's giving deja vu, and fans can't help but wonder, was this another love story in the making, or just a setup for round 2 of heartbreak and headlines? Whatever it was, it had everybody glued to their screens, waiting for the next move in the wildest R&B saga of the decade. I know you had a song like 15 years ago too, right? Someone asked. And that's when things started to spark again. What began as casual talk turned into late night convos, throwback memories, and soon enough, Tony and Birdman were right back where they left off. The chemistry was undeniable, and before long, they rekindled that flame for real. They got close, stayed inseparable for about a year, and then finally made it official, tying the knot on August 8th, 2024. Fans thought it was a comeback love story for the ages. But hold up, because that's exactly where everything flipped upside down. Just 2 days later, yes, only 48 hours after saying, "I do," Tony filed for divorce. You read that right. Court documents straight from her side say they officially separated on August 10th, 2024. People online lost their minds trying to figure out what could have possibly gone down in that tiny window. Like, what kind of chaos hits right after the wedding cake's been cut? And when the news dropped that Tony was allegedly asking for a $160 million payout, social media completely exploded. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, everyone had something to say. Some were calling her a legend for the fastest divorce in celeb history, while others called it the boldest money grab they'd ever seen. Even 50 Cent couldn't resist throwing shade. He hopped on Instagram and joked, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck it out for 16 years, you deserve to be paid." Then he twisted the knife with a slick punchline saying, "Not 16 years, for 2 days." The comment section went wild, laughing, arguing, and turning the whole thing into a meme fest overnight. Word on the street is Birdman's convinced Tony was never in it for love, just the cash. And honestly, after seeing how fast she went from bride to ex-wife, can anyone blame him for thinking that? The man's net worth is sitting around $160 million, and people are saying Tony aimed straight for the jackpot. It's got everyone wondering, was it heartbreak or was it a high-stakes hustle dressed up in wedding white? Either way, Tony didn't even make it a full week before hitting him with those divorce papers. And that's the kind of twist even Hollywood couldn't script better. She was out before the ink on the marriage license even dried. Like blink, and you'd have missed the whole marriage. Insiders are saying Birdman is furious. He's demanding that Tony put some respect on his name. And word is, he's been dragging her behind the scenes ever since. But this time, he's not whispering. He's calling her out loud and clear. No filters, no sugarcoating, no fake smiles. According to Birdman's camp, he's labeling Tony straight up as a gold digger. Birdman feels like he got played, and not just a little bit. He feels like he got hustled by one of the smoothest in the game. And guess what? Some folks close to the situation are actually backing him up. Allegedly, Tony didn't just stop at trying to snatch his money through the courts. She supposedly tried to flip some of his jewelry too. Yeah, you heard that right. Insiders claim she had her eyes locked on his high-end pieces and even made moves to sell them off when she couldn't get her hands on the cash directly. That's not just bold. That's next level fearless. But honestly, are we even surprised anymore? Tony's money history has been shaky for decades. Back in the 90s, she was one of the biggest stars on the planet. Millions of albums sold, global fame, chart-topping hits, and that iconic voice that defined a whole era. She had everything, the looks, the talent, the success, but somehow the money never seemed to last. Despite being at the top of the world, Tony still ended up broke, not once, but twice. And each time, she bounced back glammed up like nothing ever happened. So now, with Birdman calling her out and the receipts stacking up, people are starting to wonder, is this just history repeating itself, or was the whole marriage part of the same pattern all along? Back in 1998, Toni Braxton shocked the world when she filed for bankruptcy for the very first time, and the media lost its mind. Nobody could wrap their head around how a superstar of her level, dripping in Grammys and chart toppers, could lose it all just like that. But before she could even catch her breath, the chaos rolled straight into 1999, and the headlines only got nastier. Every tabloid in the game dragged her name through the mud, calling her out for wild spending sprees and luxury habits she clearly couldn't afford. In an attempt to clear her name, Toni went on Oprah. thinking she could fix her image. But that plan backfired fast. Oprah didn't play nice. She looked Tony dead in the eye and grilled her about her spending, questioning why she was buying designer everything while her finances were falling apart. And instead of owning up, Tony clapped back hard, accusing Oprah of being too harsh and painting herself as the victim right there on national TV. The tension was thick, and the moment went down as one of the most awkward interviews in talk show history. For a little while after that, it seemed like Tony got her act together. She bounced back, dropped new music, and for a brief moment, her money game looked stable again. The comeback looked strong, glamorous, confident, and shiny enough to fool the world into thinking she'd learned her lesson. But that illusion cracked wide open again when 2010 hit. Towanda Braxton filed for bankruptcy again, and this time it was a total financial disaster. Reports said she was drowning in debt, somewhere between $10 million and $50 million. That's not a simple, oops, I overspent moment. That's a full-blown financial meltdown. Tony claimed the downfall came after her Las Vegas residency got canceled due to a serious heart condition, but insiders say that was only part of the story. Behind closed doors, things were messy. There were tangled up insurance disputes, drama over medical coverage, and a mountain of unpaid taxes piling up faster than anyone could count. By the time it all came to light, fans didn't know what to think anymore. Was she cursed with bad luck or just trapped in her own pattern of money chaos? Either way, it painted a picture of a woman living large, falling hard, and somehow always landing right back in the spotlight. Since then, Tony's been fighting hard to stay afloat, but the numbers don't lie, and they're not looking pretty. Her music just hasn't been hitting like it used to. Her last album barely sold 7,000 copies and peaked at number 163 on the Billboard 200, a shocking drop for someone who once ruled the R&B charts like royalty. The album before that did a little better, moving about 16,000 copies, but still, that's a far cry from the chart-topping dominance she once had. For a legend who used to own the radio, those numbers scream one thing: trouble. With album sales falling through the floor, Tony had to pivot fast. And that's when she started leaning heavy on Braxton family values. Her family's reality show that once had everyone hooked. For a while, it worked. The drama, the sister fights, the tears, it all kept her name buzzing and the checks rolling in. But as time went on, the shine started to fade. Viewers moved on, ratings slipped, and the show that once kept her brand alive started to lose its magic. Without fresh hits or a major project keeping her in the spotlight, the pressure started building again. Bills, business moves, and that high-end lifestyle catching up quick. And that's when fans started side-eyeing her reunion with Birdman, wondering if it was really about rekindling old love or just a strategic move for survival. Rumors were already swirling that Tony was this close to filing for bankruptcy for the third time. And then, just like that, boom! She pops back up with Birdman after 4 years of silence. The timing had people talking nonstop. Some said it was fate, others called it a financial rescue mission. Whatever the reason, it sure didn't look like coincidence. Because when a star starts falling and suddenly reappears next to a millionaire ex, you already know the internet's gonna have questions, and this time, nobody's buying the fairy tale. The timing was way too perfect, and people noticed immediately. What was supposed to look like a sweet reunion suddenly had everyone side-eyeing hard. It wasn't giving, I miss my man. It was giving, I need that cash. The whole thing just fell off. When Tony and Birdman got back together in 2023, fans couldn't make sense of it. After years of saying it was over for good, Tony had made it crystal clear that the chapter was closed. She even said, "Who do you think I am? Don't you know that he was my man?" That sounded final. So when she suddenly spun the block and started cozying up to Birdman again, the internet went wild. People were like, what changed? It was a full 180, and the energy didn't feel romantic. It felt calculated. Fans started whispering that the reunion wasn't about love, but about leverage. And now that Birdman's calling her out publicly and airing every dirty detail, a lot of folks are convinced this was all a setup from the start, a strategic money move, not some long-lost love story. Even before this latest mess hit the blogs, fans were already catching on. There had been tension brewing between them for a while. You could see it if you knew where to look. Remember that painfully awkward moment on the Tamron Hall show back in 2022? Toni was there to open up about her lupus diagnosis. It was supposed to be a heartfelt, emotional interview. But the second Tamron mentioned Birdman's name, everything changed. Toni's face went cold, her shoulders tensed up, and her whole vibe shifted instantly. She dodged eye contact, gave short answers, and looked like she wanted to be anywhere but there. You could feel the discomfort through the screen. It was like watching someone's poker face crumble in real time. Fans who caught that moment are now replaying it like detectives, saying that interview was the first clue, the warning sign that not everything about Birdman and Toni was as real as it seemed. Because when love's genuine, it shows. But when money's involved, the truth always leaks out eventually. Toni once said, "I'm just not feeling it anymore." But then, out of nowhere, she spun the block and came right back like nothing ever happened. Everyone was left scratching their heads, totally confused. And now, with all this new drama blowing up, it's starting to look less like a love story and more like a calculated move. Because let's be real, the Toni and Birdman saga has been messy from day one. They've been on and off since 2016, and even when they were on, their whole relationship never really made sense to anyone. One minute, they were just friends. The next minute, they were engaged. And then, boom, silence. No wedding, no updates, no pictures, just cryptic interviews and awkward dodges whenever someone brought it up. The vibes were weird. Let's rewind to 2018 when Birdman decided to make it official. He went all out, dropped to one knee with a $5 million yellow diamond ring. It was massive, flashy, and absolutely over the top. Cameras went crazy, fans were screaming, and for a minute, it really looked like a fairy tale moment. But behind the scenes, crickets. No date, no real plans, nothing but confusion. It started giving publicity stunt, not wedding bells. Every few months, Toni would tell interviewers the same thing, that the wedding was just postponed, blaming it on timing or busy schedules. But fans weren't buying it for a second. They could tell something wasn't right. Too many delays, too many excuses, too much mystery. Then came the final red flag that had everyone's jaw on the floor. Toni claimed she lost the $5 million engagement ring. Yes, you read that right. $5 million just gone. No explanation, no recovery, just vanished into thin air. Fans were like, how do you misplace a diamond the size of a planet? It didn't make sense. And that's when people really started questioning everything about her and Birdman's so-called love story. Was it a real romance? Or was someone just playing the long game for headlines and money moves? Because that kind of disappearance doesn't just raise eyebrows, it raises alarms. Toni claims she accidentally left it on a flight, like it was nothing. Just another lost earring or phone charger. But come on now, a $5 million ring? That explanation had everyone scratching their heads. How do you misplace something that massive and just shrug it off like it's no big deal? Fans were stunned. The media went wild. And now, looking back at all the red flags, the awkward interviews, the missing ring, the endless wedding delays, people are finally putting the puzzle together because it's starting to look like this whole situation might have been about one thing and one thing only: securing that Birdman bankroll. Sure, the man got his bag back, but that $5 million diamond, gone without a trace, vanished into thin air like a magic trick nobody wanted to see. I mean, seriously, how do you lose a diamond that could probably be seen from space? Now the streets are whispering and the whispers are getting louder. Folks are saying Toni didn't lose that ring at all. Word is, she pawned it to pay off her debts. And honestly, with her long, rocky financial history, people aren't even surprised anymore. Insiders close to the situation claim Toni was desperate, drowning in debt, scrambling to stay above water. And when you're backed into a financial corner, you do what you gotta do. That ring was reportedly the most valuable thing she owned at the time, and allegedly, she saw it as her only real way out. At first, Birdman didn't even trip. He believed her story, stayed calm, and played it cool in interviews. He brushed it off like a gentleman, saying accidents happen. But that chill vibe didn't last long. Because if the rumors are true, when he eventually found out that the ring wasn't lost at all, that it had allegedly been sold behind his back, that's when everything exploded. Birdman was heated. Their love story officially crashed and burned, leaving nothing but tension, betrayal, and a $5 million mystery that still has the internet talking. And now, fans are wondering, was the ring ever really about love, or was it always about the money? One thing's for sure, this saga's far from over. And if you thought this drama was wild, just wait till the next twist drops. Don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more exclusive, scandal-packed stories that'll keep you glued to the screen.
Towanda and her husband Sean hopped on live, and the way they were talking about Tamar had everyone watching like, wow. They were really out here calling her a wicked spirit and acting like they don't mess with anyone who moves like that. This wasn't just shade. This was full-on drama exploding right on camera. So let's break this down, because we all know what they were really hinting at. Tamar didn't get invited to that wedding, even though Towanda originally tried to act like Tamar was supposed to be involved in everything. She pushed this whole story about Tamar dropping the ball, but later the truth slid out, and it was messy.
I really want to give it no energy like that, but I'm gonna speak for myself. Me. This is not her speaking. This is me speaking. I've gotten to a place in my life where things start to transform from face to frequency.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's it. And I
Tamar wasn't welcome from the start, and that changes the whole vibe of this situation. But here's where it gets even more wild. Sean is in the middle of this like he's on the front line of a family feud. Why is he even chiming in this hard? This is between sisters, and suddenly he's all loud in the mix like he's the spokesperson for the whole situation. It's giving unnecessary energy, and honestly, someone should have tapped him on the shoulder and said, relax, this ain't your lane. This whole thing could have stayed peaceful, but nope, they took it straight to the internet and let it blow up for everyone to see. The tension, the secrets, the fakery, everything is spilling out now. If you want the tea to keep pouring, stick around, because this story is just getting started. This whole situation was supposed to stay between sisters, but they're the ones dragging it onto the internet like it's a public event. They're out here saying Tamar is some wicked, wicked spirit and acting like she's walking around full of the devil, which is wild to throw around so casually. Meanwhile, people got stories about credit cards being used, the money being borrowed without ever being paid back, but somehow that gets no energy at all. The double standard is loud.
love people, and I love them with as much as I have to give. So if my cup is empty, I'm not going to be pouring to you. I have to go put more in my cup. And what I mean by changing from face to frequency is that you might know somebody, you might grow up with somebody, you might be family members with somebody, you might be friends, you might, whatever it looked like. Cantor Simmons, shout out to Cantor Simmons. He's one of my best men. The faces of who and the realities of relationships fade away, and then you start to be more attracted to the frequency that you are on. And I'm not out here looking for what looks nice. I'm not out here looking for what smells nice or what feels nice. I'm looking for what is frequency nice. So I don't care about none of that anything. If you're not matching that, I will pour into you my extra, but I'm not putting myself at a deficit or letting you like sap all my good energy, make me sad, make me upset, have me engaging in triggers and all of that, and talking down about people or talking gossiping or calling people like they name or fighting or any of that. I ain't doing it, bruh.
Nope.
I ain't doing it. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you my mama, my sister, my twin, Jesus. It don't matter.
Yeah.
I ain't spent.
So in that live session they tried to explain why Tamar wasn't around. But instead of just saying the truth, they spun the whole thing like she's the problem every time. They kept pushing this image of Tamar being wicked every way but loose, like they needed the audience to see her as the villain no matter what. It felt more like a performance than a real explanation. And let's be honest, we've all seen how things go down. Every time something blows up, Tamar gets blamed before the situation is even fully understood. They jump straight to pointing fingers, saying her behavior is terrible, saying she's always doing something wrong, acting like she's the source of every issue in the family. It's exhausting to watch. But anyone who watched the show knows the truth. They all like the same way. The drama, the attitudes, the slip-ups, everyone has their moments. The only real difference is that they team up to gaslight Tamar and make her look like the one causing trouble. It's like they found the easiest target and stuck with it every single time. Tamar's opened up so many times about what she went through with her family, including the abuse she experienced, so it always feels strange when they keep painting her as the main problem. They act like she's the storm bringing chaos, but then you look at Tawanda's history and suddenly the picture changes real quick.
I'm talking to the third person. You talk crazy to me, and I'm like, at what point do I defend myself?
You could just get exhausted with the same behavior over and over and over again. I know I was exhausted, and it wasn't warranted, and I'm not excusing it, and I'm not willing to accept that behavior anymore in my life.
Towanda, you took a girl's credit card and didn't pay her money back, and somehow that never gets treated like an issue at all. How does that behavior get swept under the rug while Tamar gets dragged nonstop? And the wildest part is, people have alleged for years that Towanda has a habit of taking things, yet the family still circles back to point at Tamar like she's the one causing all the trouble. It's like they're trying to distract everyone by throwing shade in one direction instead of addressing what's actually happening. The whole thing feels off. Then Towanda has the nerve to say that Tamar is simply exhausting, like she's the one draining everybody around her. I know plenty of exhausting folks, trust me. But one thing I will never do is ask those same exhausting people to lend me $35, $50, $5,000, or anything at all. If someone is so exhausted and full of all these so-called spirits, why are you still going to them for help? That part never makes sense. Because clearly Tamar wasn't too exhausting when it came to her credit card being used.
She's not coming to my wedding.
She's not coming to the wedding?
No.
No, are you sure?
I'm so positive.
What do we think about her behavior? The other day.
I think it was unacceptable. Entirely unacceptable.
I was pretty upset at myself for allowing a situation to affect me that way. I get it. Certain things, even as sisters, I wouldn't necessarily spew out.
People have been saying that Towanda was allegedly using Tamar's credit card to pay her phone bill. 6 phone lines for 4 years. 4 years is not an accident, that's a system. And on top of that, Tamar gave her money, and for some reason, that money never made its way back to Tamar. How is Tamar the villain when she's the one getting drained financially? And the story doesn't stop there, because the debts were allegedly thrown into a bankruptcy, which is a serious thing. And yes, that bankruptcy is real, it's public record, and anyone can look it up. I even checked it myself before talking about it. If you want the receipts, go watch that breakdown, because the information is all there. If you're ready for more of this messy saga, stay locked in. It only gets crazier from here. They keep claiming Tamar is some nasty spirit, but somehow Towanda still hasn't paid that lady her money back. How does that work? You can't call someone negative while still holding on to the cash they fronted you. Tamar literally put down your down payment, Towanda. Yes, she sure did. And all you had to say was thank you, like that was the end of the story. The math is not mathing.
And in 2 seconds on that jump. And I love you and I mean it. I wish the best for you. I hope you find all the happiness in your life. But everybody at this house, them 2 kids and that woman upstairs that I'm responsible for, we not plugging into that. I don't care what it is.
Nope. We're not plugging. We're not pouring. We're not entertaining. We're not doing any of that. And what people need to understand is it's not our responsibility to nurture your triggers. That's no one's responsibility but yours. Period.
Yep.
We're not coddling anything other than peace, happiness, and joy. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. And if you can't vibrate up, then you have to vibrate out.
That's it. And here's the thing. This is not coming from a place of hate, meanness. I will speak for myself. I sincerely, from the core of who I am, hope that every spirit, soul on this earth finds their purpose, finds their passion, finds the people that support them, finds the people that encourages them, that cheerleads for them, and that they can do that for everyone else in their circle and be led by their source.
Right.
That's
Right.
what I want for everybody.
Right. Right.
I just do. And ain't nothing you gonna do gonna change that.
Mm-mm.
But what I have control over, me, and what I will allow in my space, in my home, on my phone, in my car, like I have a choice to make
Mm-hmm.
there.
Yeah.
And that choice is love.
Love.
That choice is peace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Mm-hmm.
I've tried before. I've tried to pull people. I've tried to be like, hey, let me show you. I'm not doing that. And she ain't doing it either.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
We love you. We rather look towards the hills from which
Ooh,
coming our help.
come on now. Come
Mm-hmm.
on, honey.
Mm-hmm. It's Good Friday. I'm
Exactly.
here.
Honestly, Towanda is the one who feels exhausting out here because she always comes off like she specializes in using people and sliding out of paying them back. The clip proves it. When everything wrapped, Tamar said, "Oh, it was a gift." And Towanda, in that usual sarcastic tone she does so well, made sure Tamar understood exactly what she meant. That whole vibe screamed, "Yep, you gave it to me, and I'm not returning a cent." That type of energy tells on itself. And let's keep it real. Using someone's money to buy a house and cover a down payment, then brushing it off like it was nothing, that's wild behavior. Tamar reminded her she was supposed to get that money back, and instead of repayment, the next thing she gets is paperwork from the bankruptcy court. That's respectful on a different level. And yes, that bankruptcy was real and on record. It's not a rumor. Towanda actually included Tamar in that mess. But then they went live and started calling Tamar negative energy, saying she's carrying spirits and all types of dramatic things. They tried to make it sound like Tamar's this reckless storm blowing through their lives. Yet when you look at the facts, the only real storm is the one around the money and the way everything got handled. The narrative doesn't match the reality at all. This family definitely has issues, no one's denying that, but putting all the blame on Tamar just because it's easy is wrong. You can't twist the whole situation to make her the villain every single time, especially when she's the one who keeps getting taken advantage of. Things are messy, but they're not messy just because of her.
On your down payment. You sure did. Thank you so much for that.
And now that
Thank
you
you
got
so much for the gift.
give me my money back. That was not a gift.
Promise the guy. Yes, it was. But it's
No, you
okay.
didn't. Towanda told me her lender needed to see the money in her account and that she was waiting on a check and she would be giving me my money back. I was reluctant, but I said, okay.
Thank you so much.
You said I will pay you back the next day, and then you listed me as a creditor.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
So now
Now here's where things get even wilder. Because in this same live, they tried to flip the script again and make Tamar look like she's the one carrying all this chaos. They kept tossing around those negative energy labels like it was nothing, acting like she's the root of every problem in the whole family. But anytime real situations come up, money not paid back, credit lines stretched, shady decisions, suddenly it gets quiet. And somehow Tamar becomes the distraction instead of the victim. It's unbelievable. Towanda keeps talking like she's above all this, but let's be honest, she moves real slick when it comes to anything involving money or responsibility. One minute she's sweet, the next she's sarcastic, and all of it is just her way of dodging accountability. And the wild part is, she makes it seem like Tamar is the unstable one when Tamar is literally just asking for what's hers back. That's not chaos, that's someone trying to stand up for themselves. And remember, this isn't the first time the family has tried to rewrite the storyline. Every time something becomes inconvenient, they suddenly forget details, switch up the tone, or twist things to make Tamar look like the problem. It's like they've made a group decision that she's the easy target, and they keep running with it like it's a family hobby. It's messy, and it's unfair. But the audience isn't blind, people can see the patterns. Every time Tamar brings receipts or shares her truth, the room gets real silent. People start shifting, mumbling, or trying to change the subject. That alone tells you who's really stirring the pot. The loudest ones pointing fingers are usually the ones hiding the biggest secrets, and this whole situation is starting to look exactly like that. And you already know, once the truth starts cracking through the surface, everything the family tried to hide is going to spill out, whether they like it or not. This drama is far from over. What really threw me off in that live is how Sean would not stop talking, like he was the spokesperson of a family he didn't even grow up with. He only knows what Towanda told him, so jumping in like he's some inside expert made the whole thing feel extra messy. As a husband, he should support his wife, sure, but he didn't need to be loud in a situation he barely understands. Sometimes staying quiet is the smartest move, and he missed that memo. But of course, Sean kept talking like he was leading the conversation, and Towanda just nodded along like everything he said was the absolute truth. Then she dropped that line about how it's not her responsibility to nurture your triggers, talking about Tamar's triggers like she's above all that. She really said if someone can't vibrate up, then vibrate out, which sounds cute until you remember the actual situation behind the scenes. Because, let's be real, anybody would have an attitude if they helped someone, gave them money, and then that person kept using their credit card without paying it back. So when Towanda starts throwing around that vibrate up or vibrate out talk, the question becomes, does that apply to her too? Especially with all the stories about the money, the credit cards, and everything that mysteriously never got returned. That part needs some real clarity. And the truth is, you can't just look at one piece of this family drama and think it explains everything. This family has layers on layers of issues. Every single person has their own mess, their own stories, their own hurt, and their own responsibility in how things fell apart. It's deeper than one argument or one disagreement. This stuff has been building for years. People honestly believe Towanda is mad and maybe even jealous because Tamar is who she is, loud, successful, recognized, and unapologetic. And you would think Towanda would have moved past that by now, but somehow she still seems comfortable asking for Tamar's low-energy money. The contradiction is wild, and the public is definitely paying attention. Drop your thoughts in the comments because this situation just keeps getting messier. And if you want more breakdowns, more drama, and more tea, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel. You don't want to miss what's coming next.
But you can't be thinking you're going to go have plastic surgery on the Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no
Botox
plastic
parties.
surgery on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do that.
Things just got wild in the Braxton family. And this time, Tamar didn't just stir the pot, she flipped the whole table.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, it wouldn't be my friends.
Her latest live stream turned into a full-blown public roast of her own sister, Toni Braxton, and the internet cannot believe what she said. Tamar went on camera and straight up claimed that Birdman dumped Toni because of a botched BBL that allegedly smells bad. Can you believe that? For weeks, she's been dropping subtle shade, mocking Toni's new look, poking fun at her romance, and hinting that Birdman's been distant for reasons too personal to say out loud. But when she threw that BBL accusation into the mix, everything exploded online. People are losing their minds trying to figure out if Tamar's telling the truth or just trying to humiliate her sister for clout.
That is your man, as you call it. That is your man. He knew it was a situation with me and you. And he was down. He was down to play op games. I wouldn't take nothing like that serious, my love. That ate my and I sent him on his way. It wasn't, you don't want me to expose how you were saying that you kicked her out and she went back to her mother's house. Not Mrs. Braxton. Not Mrs. Singer with the sold out tour that JR also told me was flex. It was cap. It was she flexing. She don't have no sold out. Between me and you was his exact words. The tour not sold out. He said you was messy. He said you went back to your mother's house. He told me a lot of things that he shouldn't tell a stranger. I just met this man less than a week.
Some fans say she's just being messy for views, while others think there's real tension brewing behind closed doors. And Toni? Oh, she's not staying quiet this time. Word is she's furious and gearing up for a major clapback that could expose way more than Tamar bargained for. This family feud is getting uglier by the minute. If this keeps blowing up, we might be witnessing one of the wildest, most personal celebrity family feuds in years. Is this still Braxton family values or straight up Braxton family breakdown? The drama's so real it feels scripted, except it's not. When producers teased that this season would bring the heat, nobody expected this. Even the Kardashians might want to grab a snack and take notes, because this level of chaos is next level entertainment. Just when fans thought Tamar couldn't stir the pot any harder, she dropped another bomb, saying Tony secretly got a BBL. Yes, Tony Braxton with a BBL. That's not just gossip, that's a scandal with capital letters. Plastic surgery in Hollywood isn't new, sure, but what made everyone's jaws hit the floor was Tamar's shocking claim that Tony's BBL went so wrong it allegedly started to stink, and that Birdman almost walked out over it. What? That's not just shade, that's nuclear level messy. Tony, of course, isn't letting that slide. She's been shutting down the rumors, swearing she never got any body work done. In her words, Tony laughed it off, saying, "Mduya Kai, don't you know that it's my booty? I love somebody." She's keeping her story tight, claiming the only thing she's ever changed was her nose, just because she didn't like how it looked. But fans aren't sure what to believe anymore, and this feud just keeps getting hotter. Tony's been open about a few of her cosmetic tweaks. She once talked about her slimmer look and even admitted to getting a boob job. In one interview, she said, "For a girl who just scored a record deal with two of the biggest names in the business, I actually felt very lonely. I've been wanting to change my nose for years. I wanted it to be less broad, but because of how I was raised, I struggled with the idea of changing my body." Then she added, "And of course, I later got my boobies done. I'd always been built like a gymnast on top, thunder thighs below." She even laughed once, saying, "I wish I would have had lipo on my inner thighs. I've always hated them." So according to Tony, the nose job and boob job were it, nothing more. But let's keep it real. A whole lot of fans aren't buying that story. People online have been calling major bluff, claiming she's definitely had liposuction and maybe even a BBL too. And when you compare old school Tony from her 90s days to her more recent viral pics, the difference is hard to ignore. Back in the day, she had that classic natural fine look, but now her waist is super snatched and her hips are popping like never before. Fans are convinced it's giving strong BBL energy, and the internet won't stop talking about it. Soon enough, social media detectives went wild, zooming in, doing side-by-sides, and insisting Tony might not be telling the whole truth about her glow-up. Some say she's just keeping her beauty secrets private, while others think she's full-on hiding the truth to protect her image. But here's the twist. Just when everyone thought the rumors were fading, Tamar came crashing back into the spotlight and confirmed it all herself. That's when the real chaos began. Reports are saying Tamar's been out here spilling everything about Tony's supposed secret BBL, telling people her sister's been trying to pass it off as her natural body. But the real question is, why would Tamar do her own sister like that? Insiders claim this might all be payback, because the tension between the Braxton sisters has been boiling for months. And now, things have exploded into a full-on family mess. Apparently, before Tamar could even hit record on that explosive episode, Tony's legal team swooped in and dropped a cease and desist, shutting the whole thing down before it even aired. But you know Tamar, she wasn't about to take that quietly. She clapped back online, saying that if anyone tries to claim her sisters turned on her to protect the family, that's a total lie. And just when fans thought this was all one big misunderstanding, Trina and Towanda jumped in saying they had no clue about any of it. Turns out, Tamar really did get that cease and desist, meaning Tony handled everything solo. No backup, no warning, just straight silence and legal threats. Now the internet's in full detective mode. People are asking why Tony's working so hard to stop someone named Ashley from speaking out, and what exactly went down behind those closed doors. Some fans swear Tony's just being petty because she's still beefing with Tamar, while others believe she's covering for someone else entirely. Either way, that cease and desist move sent Tamar over the edge. She swore she'd get revenge. And that's when she went public with those wild, jaw-dropping BBL allegations that have everyone talking non-stop. You'd think Tamar would have stopped for the sake of sisterhood, right? Wrong. Clearly, you don't know Tamar Braxton. When it comes to drama, she doesn't hit the brakes. She hits the gas. Instead of backing off, she doubled down and claimed Tony's BBL allegedly went so bad that Birdman nearly filed for divorce over it. Yep, according to Tamar, that's how messy things got. It's starting to look like she's on a full-blown mission to drag her sister's name through every headline she can. Now fans can't stop talking. Timelines, TikToks, and gossip blogs are flooded. Everyone's wondering what's really going down behind closed doors at the Braxton house. And just when you think this family feud can't get any uglier, it somehow does. Things are spiraling fast, and people are starting to connect the dots. Maybe Tamar's spilling all this because of something deeper, something personal. Remember when Tony allegedly filed for divorce from Birdman just 2 days after saying, "I do"? Yeah, that wasn't a rumor. That actually happened. Reports say Tony supposedly separated from Birdman just 48 hours after their wedding, and less than a month later, she went full throttle, filing official papers claiming their marriage was irretrievably broken with zero chance of saving it. That revelation shocked everyone, especially since this wasn't their first messy breakup. You might recall their big split back in 2019, but the twist came later. By 2023, insiders claimed Tony started reaching out to Birdman again. Allegedly, she was sending flirty messages, dropping subtle hints, and making it clear she was ready for another round with him. Now fans are asking, was this real love or just part of the Braxton chaos playing out in public once again? Birdman once joked that being back with Tony felt like the breakup never even happened because she was that determined to slide right back into his life. At first, Birdman tried to play it cool, saying he'd moved on, focusing on his own grind, and wasn't looking back. But Tony wasn't giving up that easy. She kept showing up, reaching out, and reminding him of all those unforgettable moments they once shared. And guess what? Those old feelings Birdman swore he'd buried deep started creeping back up. Before long, her persistence paid off, and boom, the two were back together like nothing had ever gone wrong. After dating again for about a year, they shocked everyone by tying the knot on August 8th, 2024. Fans were cheering, thinking this was finally their happily ever after. Until, out of nowhere, Tony hit the world with a divorce filing that left everyone speechless. That's when the whispers started. People claimed Tony might have had other motives, especially since rumors were swirling about her having some serious financial struggles at the time. The internet couldn't handle it. Drama everywhere. Some fans accused her of chasing Birdman's money, while others defended her, saying she'd been through too much to not look out for herself. But when reports dropped that Tony was allegedly trying to walk away from the marriage with a $160 million divorce payout after being married less than a month, the internet completely lost it. Comment sections went wild, gossip pages crashed, and debates broke out over whether that number was fair or downright outrageous. Even 50 Cent jumped in on Instagram, cracking jokes like only he can, saying, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it too." That comment sent everyone into a frenzy, and the drama just kept getting louder. That 50 Cent comment blew up the internet. Social media went crazy. Tony was getting dragged left and right, with people calling her a gold digger and saying she was just in it for the money. But now, with all these new whispers about Birdman supposedly wanting to bounce because of that rumored botched surgery, some fans are starting to see things differently. They're saying maybe Tony's wild reaction wasn't about greed. Maybe it came from anger and straight up humiliation. If there's even a sliver of truth to that surgery story, then maybe throwing out that massive $160 million number was her emotional way of hitting back. Insiders say Tony eventually cooled off and even called off the divorce completely. One source even claims she filed first only because she found out Birdman was about to beat her to it, and she didn't want to be the one getting left. She wanted to stay in control, save face, and keep her pride intact. I mean, let's be real. Being married for 2 days isn't exactly something anyone wants on their resume. But apparently, the couple managed to work things out. Word is, Tony handled those health rumors quietly and made sure everything was fresh, fixed, and fine. So, for now, things seem calm, at least on the surface. But the truth? None of this tea would have seen daylight if Tamar and Tony hadn't blown up on each other in that explosive fight. And you know Tony, she's no pushover. She doesn't take hits without firing back. According to insiders, she clapped right back at Tamar, dragging her hard over her own messy situation with her ex-fiancé, JR. Oh yeah, the shade went both ways, and it got personal fast. And when I say Tony hit the mark, I mean she hit it hard. Because not too long ago, Tamar herself admitted that her ex-fiancé, JR, didn't just cheat. He allegedly stole her jewelry and gave it to his side chick. Can you imagine that level of disrespect? But hold up, it gets even wilder. Reports claim JR was also allegedly messing around with Tommy Lee while still dating Tamar. Now that's a whole different kind of scandal. Tommy didn't hold back either. She bragged online that JR didn't cut off those other women for Tamar, even after Tamar came at her publicly. And if that wasn't enough, Tommy went on to say that JR had been out here spilling Tamar's business to anyone who'd listen, just running his mouth like it was open mic night. Total chaos. The internet couldn't handle it. Fans were stunned. Gossip pages went into overdrive, and everyone was questioning Tamar's choices. People were like, how could she stay after that? The drama was so loud, it felt like a reality show playing out in real life. And here's the craziest part. Insiders claim JR allegedly did all of that within just 1 week of meeting Tommy. 1 week. That's not just messy, that's pure mayhem. And it left Tamar humiliated in front of millions. JR knew exactly about the tension between Tamar and Tony, but that didn't stop him one bit. He jumped right into the mess, got involved, and started running his mouth, spilling Tamar's private business like it was nothing. That's wild behavior. Honestly, Tamar should have dropped his so-called white chocolate self and walked away the moment he started acting shady. But come on, this is Tamar. She doesn't take advice from anyone, even when the writing's glowing red on the wall. So she kept doing her thing, posting about her man, her man, her man. Except the problem was, he was also everybody's man. The internet couldn't stop clowning. And then came the heartbreak. JR allegedly dumped her out of nowhere, leaving her spiraling all over Beyonce's internet like we'd never seen before. It was messy, it was loud, and it was everywhere. For a while, people moved on, thinking the saga was done and buried, until Tony resurrected it in the most savage way possible. During a shady little "isn't this you" moment, Tony threw that whole JR situation right back in Tamar's face. And it hit hard, especially since Tamar had just tried to come for Tony's relationship with Birdman. Now it's clear, these sisters don't just argue, they go to war. When the Braxtons bring drama, they bring it heavy and public. But here's the real question everyone's asking. How far are they willing to take this feud before someone completely loses it? Because if this tea keeps spilling like this, it's not staying on TV. It's about to blow up everywhere. Now with the sisters trading blows like heavyweight champs, the Braxton family drama has officially reached a boiling point. Insiders say things behind the scenes are way worse than what fans are seeing online. We're talking group chats blowing up, family dinners canceled, and everyone picking sides. Tamar's out here defending her every move, while Tony's quietly plotting her next power play. It's not just gossip anymore. This is turning into a full-on family war. Word is, Tamar's been hinting that she's got even more tea to spill, something that could end all rumors once and for all. Meanwhile, Tony's been keeping it classy in public, but allegedly gearing up to drop her own bombshells that could flip the whole story upside down. The tension's so thick, you could cut it with a knife, and fans are glued to every update like it's a primetime reality show. And it's not just them. Even the other Braxton sisters, Trina and Towanda, are feeling the pressure to pick sides. Some say they're trying to play peacemakers, but others think they're secretly backing Tony behind the scenes. Either way, the whole family's on edge and nobody's sure what'll happen next. What's even crazier? Insiders are whispering that producers from Braxton Family Values might be trying to cash in on all this chaos with a tell-all special, featuring never-before-seen clips and shocking confessions. If that happens, this feud won't just stay online. It'll be front and center for the whole world to see. At this point, it feels like the Braxton drama isn't just a story. It's a full-blown saga. And if the rumors about what's coming next are true, this family storm is just getting started. This whole thing is about to explode in real life. No question about it. Because let's be honest, there's no drama like family drama. And the Braxtons, they always take it 10 levels higher than anyone else. Every twist just gets messier. Every clapback hits harder. And at this point, nobody knows what these sisters might do next. Whatever's coming is guaranteed to leave everybody completely shook. If you've been hooked on this wild Braxton saga, make sure you hit that like button, drop a comment, and share it with someone who lives for drama like this. And most importantly, don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel, because the next chapter in this story is about to get even crazier. You seriously don't want to miss what's coming next.
Are you aware of what really happened to you?
No, I'm not.
Or can you talk about
I can talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party. Hello.
You thought was your friend?
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
Yeah.
I came home like I would normally do.
Part of the problem with this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendices had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up, I was very uncomfortable with it. And if we gonna tell it, let's tell it all.
Tamar Braxton's drama feels like a full-time job by itself. And once again, she's been caught up in another wild twist that has everyone talking. Tamar is out here claiming she nearly lost her life, needed surgery, and is hinting that Funky Deneva had something to do with the whole situation. The internet froze when she said that, because that's a serious claim to throw around like that.
I want to know what all the hell going on, bitch. I want to know what's going on too, bitch, okay? The lady got on the internet and said she almost died. Now listen, let me just go ahead and get this out the way, okay? Before we even get to the top of the show. I don't know what happened to the lady. Okay, for those of y'all that know, I'm talking about Tamar Braxton. I don't know what happened to the.
But Funky is standing firm, denying everything with confidence, and warning Tamar to keep his name out of her stories if she doesn't want the internet digging into what really happened. And instead of letting things cool off, Tamar jumped right back online looking for support, tossing shade at Funky like she was starting a fresh round of drama all over again. Well, Funky kept his word and pulled up to the internet with receipts, screenshots, and details that had people gasping. He said the whole situation is straight up wild, pure chaos, and that Tamar's so-called accident might have everything to do with Menace. Yes, Yandy's husband, which sent the whole timeline into a frenzy. People were already confused, but now folks are trying to figure out how Tamar's personal health scare connects to Menace in any way at all.
Tell you something, your lawyers are about to have a whole lot to handle. I told you once and I'm gonna tell you again, I'm not one of these new bitches to doing this, baby. I'm 14 years in, been sued by some of the best. Okay, check my lawsuit record. Stayed in court with Sheree, stayed in court with Chris Stokes, stayed in court with XYZ Company, stayed in court with Music Company. And I'm here to let you know, baby, it's gonna take more than a little piece of statement on a lawyer's it's gonna take more than a little piece of statement on your lawyer's letterhead claiming rumors about an inappropriate relationship to scare me. Because If that's the term that we're going by, inappropriate relationship, the person is claiming that you had an inappropriate relationship. If that's the thing that we're hanging on to, then baby, you, Mr. Walker, you don't even want to waste your time sending me nothing on your fax paper because the relationship was extremely inappropriate.
This whole thing is getting louder by the minute, and every new detail has people saying, "Wait! What is actually going on here?" A few months back, Tamar went online saying she woke up in a pool of blood, missing a couple of teeth, with zero memory of what happened or who could have done it. That story alone had the whole internet in shock because that's not something you just shake off like nothing happened. Right away, people started pointing fingers at Funky DeNeva since he was hanging out with her the night before celebrating his birthday. The timeline got messy real quick. Folks were calling Funky everything from a woman hater to a fake friend, dragging his name through the mud without any proof at all. And when Funky asked Tamar to clear his name and tell people to stop coming for him, she stayed silent, like she didn't see the drama piling up around him. Tamar has this pattern where she loves attention, whether it's good or bad, and she moves like publicity is never a problem as long as people are talking about her.
All I was asking was for you to go back to your stories and put, Funky DeNeva didn't do anything to me, guys. I was resting. I should have said something earlier. That was all you had to do, and it could have been done with on my end. Even in this very moment, that was all you had to do, and it could have been done.
So instead of shutting the rumors down, she let them swirl, letting Funky take heat he didn't deserve. Funky had to defend himself, saying he knew absolutely nothing about what happened to that lady that night, and he wasn't about to let people pin some wild accusation on him.
Are you aware of what really happened to you?
No, I'm not.
Or can you talk about what
I can
happened?
talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
You thought was your friend.
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
Yeah.
I came home like I would normally do.
But Tamar acted like Funky was just a small speed bump in her chase for more media attention, brushing off the damage being done to his name like it was no big deal. This whole situation had people side-eyeing the story from every angle, wondering what was real and what was just another headline grabber. Tamar kept tossing shade at Funky like it was her personal hobby, claiming she didn't need him for anything while doubling down that something did happen to her that night.
No, to be honest, I barely even know him.
Okay.
to be honest, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not like, we're cool,
Yeah.
but we're not like my homie. You know what I mean?
Right,
it's not
right.
like that. And he just got casted in a film.
Something serious enough to require surgery. That alone had people raising eyebrows because every time she hinted at the situation, the mystery just got heavier. Meanwhile, Funky warned her over and over that if she didn't step up and defend him, the world was gonna hear the real tea he'd been holding on to. He made it clear he wasn't the type to back down or hide when someone tried to twist a story on him.
I did not get out the car and go upstairs with Tamar when we got back to her house. Because after her and Mendices got through kissing in the back of that goddamn car, I figured they wanted to be up there privately. That is why when we got dropped off at Tamar's house, I did not go upstairs. I got in my damn car and went home because you was sitting on his lap in that goddamn Uber and y'all ass was kissing, okay? And the shit made me damn uncomfortable.
He practically begged her to speak up before things got messy, but she kept acting like she had nothing to lose. Apparently, Tamar thought Funky wouldn't actually spill anything, like she could push him around and he'd just stay quiet. She underestimated him heavy, especially since she brought the whole situation back up months later after everyone had moved on. Out of nowhere, she popped up on the Morning Hustle with Laurel, dragging the accident back into conversation like the drama had never died down. And here's the wild part. Tamar didn't even need to do that interview. She could have stayed home, kept her secrets, and let the internet wonder forever. But instead, she stepped right into the spotlight again, ready to answer questions people had long stopped asking, stirring the pot like she wanted the old chaos to wake up all over again.
Tamar, about the whole thing was the fact that you don't get to go around and create media shitstorms that involve other people without their permission. That whole, my teeth fell out, and I don't know what happened. Tamar, like, sis. And then you had that Spanish lady make that video down in Miami lying. There is nobody who had the amount of mouth trauma that you had that healed that quickly.
This move had the internet buzzing, wondering why she would reignite a storm that had finally calmed. Tamar tried to play it slick during that interview. She didn't say Funky Deneva's name out loud, but everyone watching knew exactly who she was aiming her comments at. The way she talked, you'd think Funky was some ungrateful friend she threw a whole celebration for, only for him to stab her in the back later. She painted the picture like she was the one who gave and sacrificed, and he was the one who turned around and hurt her, which had the audience confused and side-eyeing everything she said. But Funky wasn't the only person Tamar spoke on. When the conversation shifted to what was going on between her and Menace, she denied that man so hard it almost sounded rehearsed.
No, if she's doing all of this because she want me to go tell it. You know what I'm saying? And now that I look back at all of it, I really do feel like it was a scheme that you set up to put me in this position to do it. You know, me and her are just getting to know each other, and she got this stuff going on with Mendices, and she know I'm a YouTuber, and she know I'm a blogger, and I'm curious to know.
She acted like they barely knew each other, like they had just worked on a simple project and that was the end of it. But people weren't buying it, especially when folks remembered she got Meanies to be in her music video with her. How you barely know someone, but they're popping up in your creative work like that? And did she really sit there claiming she didn't know Menace like that, while footage exists of them vibing and filming together? The internet was quick to point out the contradiction, and the comments section lit up instantly. Once the interview dropped, viewers were already warning Tamar that Funky was not going to stay quiet after the way she spoke on him. They told her straight up that playing the victim wasn't going to work once he heard the tone she took. And sure enough, the moment Funky caught wind of what she said, that was all the spark he needed. He had already warned her multiple times, and now he was done being patient. Funky kept his word without hesitation. He said he would drag Tamar through the pit of hell and back if she even breathed in his direction, and when he saw that interview, he decided it was time to unleash everything. This whole thing just blew the lid off an already messy situation. Funky came out swinging with details that had everybody's jaw on the floor. He said the only reason he didn't follow Tamar back to her place that night was because she was already rolling out with a so-called friend. Someone who, in his words, looked like he was gonna take care of her, if you catch the drift. And that friend turned out to be none other than Menace. Yes, Yandy's husband, which instantly sent the internet into chaos. According to Funky, Mendices and Tamar were together the entire night, but they kept a little distance whenever the cameras were on, so nobody would catch them looking too comfortable. But anyone inside that V12 spot apparently knew exactly what was going on, because once the filming shut down, Tamar and Menace were all over each other like they didn't care who was watching. And Funky said he saw the whole thing happening right in front of him, so when Tamar later claimed she didn't know that man like that, the receipts weren't lining up at all. Funky said they were making out the entire ride back to her house, acting like two people who were very familiar, not strangers. And once they got there, Tamar and Menace went off together, while Funky decided to head home, mind his business, and stay out of whatever they were getting into. But here's where things take a real twist. Because Funky said it wasn't just Tamar and Menace heading inside that house. He claimed there was another guy with them, a third dude who joined the situation that night. And the way Funky told it, the energy between all three of them didn't look casual at all. It looked like something that was already planned, or at least something that everybody involved was very ready for. This revelation had people online screaming because suddenly the whole story took a turn nobody expected. The wildest twist came when Funky said the same man Tamar claimed found her unconscious wasn't just some helpful stranger. According to Funky, that dude didn't simply discover her. He and Menace might have been the ones who left her in that condition after something went seriously wrong that night. That statement alone had the whole internet spinning. People online started throwing out theories non-stop. Some were saying all three of them were getting a little too comfortable together and things went left fast, leading to Tamar ending up hurt. Others were whispering that Menace might have gotten aggressive, but at this point, nobody can confirm anything except Menace and that unnamed man, and they're both staying silent. Now here's where things get even bigger. Tamar has officially lawyered up against Funky and released a statement of her own. She said these rumors aren't just about her, they're affecting other people's families, and it's been painful watching all these wild accusations being thrown around online. She sounded tired of the whole situation, like the internet had crossed a line she couldn't ignore anymore. Tamar also warned that if the rumors don't stop, somebody is gonna have to take accountability. She made it clear she's ready to take things to the legal level if needed, and she hinted that we might see her take Funky to court if he keeps talking about her ever again. This whole situation just keeps getting deeper, messier, and louder, and everybody is waiting to see who speaks next. But listen, if you know anything about Funky Dineva, then you know he's not about to let this slide. The minute Tamar's statement dropped, Funky clapped back instantly, saying she's gonna have to do way more than that if she thinks she's gonna scare him. He made it clear he's not shaking, not flinching, not backing down from anything she's trying to throw his way. At this point, Tamar might have to admit she started a fight she can't win, because Funky is not afraid of a lawsuit. He practically welcomes it. He said if she really wants to take him to court, then cool, bring it on, because he's more than ready to lay everything out once and for all. And sure, some people jump to say Funky Dineva is lying, exaggerating, or trying to drag her down, but the way he addressed the situation, with that I'm done putting up with this nonsense energy, made folks feel like he wasn't bluffing at all. His whole vibe said he was standing on truth, no matter how messy things got or who didn't like it. Plus, a lot of people are backing Funky because this isn't the first time Tamar has been accused of getting involved with someone's husband. Folks online were quick to bring up past situations, and suddenly, Tamar's track record became a whole topic by itself. The way Funky Dineva read Tamar Braxton from top to bottom had the internet screaming. It was intense, direct, and had no breaks or pauses. It felt like he'd been holding receipts in a vault, and the moment she pushed him too far, he unlocked everything and let it fly. This showdown is turning into something nobody expected, and the drama just keeps escalating. Funky didn't just stop at calling Tamar out. He doubled down and started laying out every detail he'd been holding back, and the internet was eating it up like it was the season finale of a reality show. He said he tried to protect her image for years, but now that she pushed him past his limit, the truth was rolling out with no breaks at all. He claimed Tamar has a habit of twisting stories whenever she feels cornered, especially when another woman's husband is involved, and that this latest situation was just another example of her dodging accountability. People online started connecting dots they hadn't noticed before, and suddenly the whole timeline was debating whether Tamar had finally met her match. Meanwhile, Tamar's team was scrambling behind the scenes, trying to shut down the chaos before it got any worse. Insiders were whispering that she was overwhelmed, emotional, and desperate to regain control of the narrative before Funky revealed even more. But Funky wasn't slowing down. He said he didn't start this, but he was definitely going to finish it. And then came the bombshell. Funky hinted that there were more witnesses from that night, people who hadn't spoken yet, and that if they stepped forward, the whole story would explode even bigger than it already had. Social media lit up immediately, with people asking who these witnesses were and what they might have seen. Tamar's fans begged her to just apologize, clear things up, or at least soften the tension, but she stayed silent, and that silence made the rumors even louder. Every hour that passed without her speaking made people think Funky had hit way too close to the truth. This feud has officially gone from messy to historic, and everyone online is glued to their screens waiting to see whose next move hits harder. And just when people thought this saga couldn't get any louder, everything took another wild turn. Out of nowhere, someone close to the situation started dropping hints online, saying the public didn't even know half of what happened that night. That alone had folks refreshing their feeds every 5 minutes, waiting for the next piece to fall out. Funky hopped right back online too, acting like he was sitting on a mountain of untold details, and he made it clear he wasn't done speaking. He said the only reason he hadn't released every single thing yet was because he was giving Tamar one last chance to come clean before he went full blast with the truth. The internet lost it, because Funky wasn't talking like someone bluffing. He sounded way too confident. Meanwhile, people noticed Tamar wasn't posting her usual upbeat content, and instead, she was dropping cryptic messages that felt like she was trying to calm a storm she couldn't control. Her supporters claimed she was taking the high road, but others said she was running out of moves and didn't know how to clap back without making things worse. Then, blogs began reporting that producers from a few TV networks were quietly watching the drama unfold, trying to decide whether they wanted to get involved or keep their distance. Some insiders even claimed that if Tamar didn't address the story soon, certain opportunities might slip right out of her hands, which added a whole new layer of pressure to the situation. And just when everybody thought they'd reached peak chaos, Funky posted a message saying, "If I open that vault, it's gonna shake the industry." That one line alone turned the internet upside down. Comments flooded in, with people begging him to speak, while others warned him to chill before lawyers started flying in every direction. This feud is turning into something bigger than just a personal disagreement. It's turning into a full-on spectacle, and everyone watching knows the next move could explode everything even more. I've always had love for Tamar Braxton, truly, but this is now the second time I've heard whispers about her getting involved with somebody's husband, and it does not sit right with me at all. Especially because she walks around acting like she would never do something like that, like she's completely above that kind of situation. First, it was Jermaine Dupri's father, and now the internet is buzzing about her and Menace. That's a pattern people can't ignore. No wonder she was trying so hard to flip the story and make Funky look like the villain. If everything Funky saw that night is real, then Tamar might have been sneaking around with Yandy's husband while pretending her hands were clean, and that's a messy situation no matter how famous you are. The streets are talking heavy about it, and the timeline is split on what to believe. But I want to know what you think. Do you believe Tamar and Menace had something going on behind the scenes? Or do you think Funky Deneva's eyes fooled him that night? Drop your thoughts in the comments because this conversation is far from over. And listen, if you're loving this wild celebrity tea and want more unfiltered breakdowns just like this, hit that like button and subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now. Don't miss the next drop because the drama in Hollywood never sleeps.
I'm not going to be on here very long because I have to get up early in the morning because I have to work. Well, I don't have to. The great, wonderful thing about it is I have an amazing, wonderful man who provides for me financially, emotionally, mentally, and I just appreciate you, honey. Thank you.
You're welcome. But you know what? You do have to work because there's no way. I mean, you.
Tamar and Towanda seriously can't stand each other, and now things are getting extra messy. Tamar just jumped on live talking about how Towanda is always rude and shady toward her, but somehow stays quiet when it comes to her own cheating husband. Not long ago, Towanda's husband embarrassed her in public after a viral video showed him throwing shade at her, and Tamar is definitely not letting that slide. She's not only coming at her sister with slick comments, she's also hinting that Towanda was never even his first pick. Tamar basically said he only settled down with Towanda because he already knew he had zero chance with Tamar in the first place.
I mean, you still gonna
I
want
have to. I don't have to. I want
Yeah,
to.
but
That's the difference.
your insides make you do it. Like you're not gonna sit there and just get your nails done, get massages all day. That's not fucking happening. Not the Towanda that I
Oh,
know.
no.
You gonna find.
No,
You know
that's
what
why I
I'm
said I
saying?
want to. Like, I want to. There's a lot of people who have to do certain things in their lives. Like, they have to take their medicine. Like, if they don't take their medicine, if they don't take their medicine, then something else may happen. But for me, I want to do these things. That's what I'm saying. It's not that I have to, which is
Well,
amazing.
you do want to, but you have to as a person. You just not that woman. I don't care how much money I got. You're not gonna sit at the house and do nothing and go shopping all day.
Now people are side-eyeing the whole situation and asking if that's the real reason Towanda didn't want Tamar at her wedding. Girl, everybody already knows the Braxton sisters have a rough history when it comes to relationships, but Towanda Braxton always seems to end up with men who bring nothing but drama and stress. She spent over 10 years married to Andre Carter, and people constantly questioned what he was really contributing to the relationship.
Towanda smelled like an onion sandwich. Really? She did. She washed her armpits, but she's okay now. Yeah. Yeah, she smells good now. I got a wife that smelled like onion burger a little bit. But you good now. You washed up under there and everything. We good. She took a quick...
Reports claimed he stayed unemployed as a writer for years, even while Towanda was begging him to step up and help financially. On top of that, there were non-stop rumors about cheating and betrayal hanging over their marriage the whole time. Things reportedly got so bad that Towanda was struggling hard just to keep everything together. There were even stories claiming she got caught up in financial messes and had to borrow money from both Tony and Tamar to stay afloat. And people still bring up how those debts were allegedly never fully handled.
Towanda smelled like an onion sandwich. Really? She did. She washed her armpits, but she's okay now. Yeah. Yeah, she smells good now. I got a wife that smelled like onion burger a little bit. But you good now. You washed up under there and everything. We good. She took a quick...
After the divorce, Towanda stayed pretty quiet about dating until Sean Hall showed up. Even now, fans keep wondering who's really carrying the financial weight in that relationship, despite Sean calling himself a music producer and life coach. Towanda and Sean officially got married in 2025, and the wedding had everybody talking. A lot of the drama came from Towanda suddenly being upset with Tamar and reportedly not wanting her anywhere near the ceremony. But Tamar seems to believe the real issue wasn't about sister drama at all.
Trying to want something. So even though my family knew him, or when we taped back in the day, you did the album of the Braxtons, that was about 28 years ago, but I don't know him. I only sung with you, I've been in the studio with you 3 months out of those years. So I was a committed woman working and, dedicated to my family. So I don't know him. To me, when you wear glasses like that and taping people, to me, you're looking for some clout.
It was about the man Towanda was choosing to marry. Not long after they said "I do," a video started spreading all over social media. and people could not believe what Sean said about his own wife just hours after the wedding. In the clip, he joked to the world that Towanda was walking around smelling like a Big Mac with extra onions on their wedding day. Seriously? People were shocked because this was supposed to be the romantic honeymoon phase, the moment where a husband is all compliments and affection. Instead, viewers watched Sean clown his new wife in public, and social media instantly started calling the whole thing disrespectful and embarrassing. Towanda looked clearly uncomfortable after Sean made that comment on their wedding day, but instead of stopping him or calling it out, she stayed quiet and let the moment keep rolling. A lot of fans noticed the awkward energy right away and started questioning why he would even joke like that during such a major moment. People also started bringing up what Tracy once said about Sean before her passing. Tracy reportedly felt like Sean loved attention and enjoyed being in the middle of family drama. She even called him an instigator at one point and believed he really wanted the spotlight that came with being connected to the Braxton family and reality TV. There were also claims that Tracy caught him recording private moments more than once, and she reportedly was not happy about it at all. While Towanda was dealing with serious health struggles and shaving her head, Sean reportedly decided it was the perfect time to focus on getting a hair transplant instead of simply standing beside the woman he had been with for nearly 9 years. That situation had fans looking at him sideways from the start. Things got even more awkward when Towanda tried to defend Sean by calling him a provider, but somehow he still seemed bothered by her comments and ended up correcting and embarrassing her in front of people anyway. Fans instantly picked up on the strange tension between them. The relationship has continued rubbing a lot of viewers the wrong way. Many people believe the Braxton sisters grew up around unhealthy relationship examples, which may have affected what they accepted in their own lives. Still, fans keep asking the same question. Why would a husband put his wife's private business on blast in front of thousands of people instead of handling it privately after nearly a decade together? According to Tamar, though, Sean has allegedly always acted like this, and she claims the public only missed the warning signs because Towanda worked overtime to protect his image for years. During all the reports about bankruptcy and money problems, people claimed Towanda was still helping Sean pay for things, even while struggling financially herself. There were also long-running rumors about family money drama involving Tamar, which only made the situation look even messier from the outside. Meanwhile, despite all the chaos between them, Tamar reportedly still stepped in to help Towanda stay afloat financially. Fans were especially shocked by claims that Tamar even helped with the down payment for Towanda's home while Sean was standing right there as her husband. That alone had social media questioning who was really carrying the load behind the scenes. What made the situation even more dramatic was the report that shortly after the wedding, the home was allegedly placed in Sean's name. A lot of people online viewed that move as Towanda sending a message to Tamar and proving she was standing by her man no matter what. But according to Tamar's side of the story, Sean was never truly checking for Towanda first, and that claim only added more tension to the family drama. According to Tamar, Sean had his eyes on her long before he ever got serious with Towanda, and that's where this whole situation gets even more uncomfortable. Tamar hinted that Sean used to move extra friendly around her, but once he realized she wasn't interested, he allegedly shifted his attention toward Towanda instead. That's why Tamar believes Towanda has always carried some insecurity when it comes to their relationship. In her opinion, it explains why Towanda gets so defensive anytime her name gets brought up around Sean or their marriage. And after that wedding video went viral, Tamar felt even more convinced that Sean doesn't genuinely respect her sister the way a husband should. Fans online have been split right down the middle ever since. Some people think Tamar is being messy by airing everything out publicly, while others feel she's only saying what everybody else has already been noticing for years. Either way, the tension between these sisters keeps getting louder, and social media is eating up every second of it. Social media really exploded after Tamar's live because people started digging up old clips and interviews, trying to connect all the dots. The more fans looked back, the more they started questioning whether Towanda had been ignoring red flags in her relationship for years. One clip that got people talking again showed Sean making little sarcastic comments toward Towanda in public, while she laughed them off like it was nothing. At the time, some viewers brushed it aside as jokes, but now people are looking at those moments completely differently. Fans started saying the disrespect didn't suddenly appear overnight. It may have been there the whole time. What also caught attention was how hard Towanda always defended Sean, no matter what anyone said. Friends, family, and even viewers would question his behavior, but she stayed loyal and stood beside him every single time. That's part of why Tamar feels frustrated now, because she believes everybody saw the warning signs except Towanda herself. And with all this family drama blowing up again, people are starting to wonder if the sisters will ever get back to where they used to be, or if this situation finally pushed things too far. Things got even more tense when people started noticing that Tamar wasn't backing down at all after the backlash started pouring in. Instead of deleting clips or calming the situation down, she kept liking shady comments and dropping little hints during her lives that made fans believe there was way more going on behind closed doors. Some viewers felt Tamar was being cruel by speaking on Towanda's marriage so publicly, but others argued that she was exposing behavior they believed had been ignored for too long. The internet instantly split into sides, with one group defending Towanda for protecting her relationship and another group saying she was protecting a man who constantly embarrassed her. Meanwhile, Towanda reportedly wasn't happy at all about her personal business becoming social media entertainment. People close to the situation claimed she felt betrayed that Tamar kept speaking on her marriage instead of handling things privately as sisters. But by that point, the clips were already everywhere, and everybody had an opinion. Now fans are watching closely to see whether this turns into a full family fallout or just another chapter in the never-ending Braxton drama that always seems to explode online. Behind the scenes, people also started questioning how much pressure Towanda had been carrying this entire time. Between family drama, financial struggles, public criticism, and trying to keep her marriage looking strong online, fans began saying she looked emotionally exhausted in recent appearances. At the same time, Tamar kept doubling down on the idea that her sister deserved better treatment. She hinted that there were plenty of moments the public never even saw because Towanda allegedly worked hard to protect Sean's image and avoid more embarrassment. According to Tamar, the wedding video was just the moment that finally made everything impossible to ignore. Then, social media made things even messier by comparing Sean to some of the other men connected to the Braxton sisters over the years. A lot of fans pointed out how the family has repeatedly dealt with relationships filled with public drama, disrespect, and emotional stress. That conversation quickly turned into people debating whether the sisters normalized unhealthy behavior because of what they witnessed growing up. And with everybody online picking sides, the situation stopped being just regular family tension and turned into a full-blown internet spectacle that keeps getting bigger every single day. According to Tamar's perspective, by the time Sean got close enough to be around the Braxton family, Tony was still connected to Birdman, and Tamar was still married to Vincent, so Towanda may have been the closest connection he could realistically build within that circle. Tamar hinted that Sean was more interested in the status and visibility that came with the Braxton name than anything else, and that claim instantly had social media going crazy. Now, some people feel Tamar is being extra messy for speaking on her sister's marriage like this in public, but a lot of fans online have admitted they've been thinking the exact same thing for a while. Ever since the wedding clips and interviews started resurfacing, viewers have been questioning Sean's intentions and the way he talks to Towanda in front of people. Others believe Towanda ignores behavior that should never be normalized in a relationship, especially when the disrespect happens publicly. At this point, the internet is fully divided, and everybody has a different opinion on who's really wrong in this situation. What do you think about all this drama? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more updates.
What I am asking about is my child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my
So
thing,
how would I
I know
give
where
it
you
to
live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit.
Toni Braxton has been losing it ever since she found out that Tamar was allegedly getting too close with her man. And not just rumors close, but crossing the line close.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the link.
Oh, bitch. Dirty low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Man, he said he Towanda.
You know that's a lie.
I swear
You
to
know
God.
that's a lie. Which God are you trying
to? Your man for? You think I too? Don't you?
This whole situation has turned into pure chaos, and fans are saying this might be the moment that finally rips the Braxton family apart for good. Toni's reportedly furious, claiming she'll never forgive Tamar for this one, and honestly, who could blame her? It's one thing to deal with random women acting wild around your man, but your own sister? That's betrayal on a whole other level, and some wounds just don't heal. People who've been around the Braxtons say the tension in that family dinner was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone was whispering, and Towanda, always the one who accidentally spills the tea, dropped the mother of all bombs right in front of everyone. Toni's face froze, Tamar went silent, and you could practically feel the air leave the room. Now fans are wondering if this is really the end of the Braxton sisterhood, or if the sisters are once again pulling a setup.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Framing Tamar as the family scapegoat like they've done before. Either way, this drama's exploding, and nobody's walking away clean this time. Dinner was supposed to be calm, but with the Braxtons, that never happens. Within minutes, voices were raised and Tamar snapped, throwing shade right at Towanda. She reminded her that the only reason Towanda even has a house is because she was the one who put down the payment. Don't forget who made that happen, Tamar allegedly shouted, and the table went silent. But she didn't stop there. She hit her sister with another bomb, accusing Towanda of secretly using her credit card for years without permission.
Right.
Hey. You killed it, man. Babe, I was trying to go crazy. I wanted to call him.
Tony, the nigga was the #1 trending topic. I tried to tell him, I showed him.
Now, according to the bankruptcy papers floating around, Towanda is drowning in debt. We're talking $500,000 deep. The same paperwork shows Tamar had lent her around $35,000 for that home down payment, which makes the whole situation even messier. Tamar straight up called Towanda a thief, and honestly, fans say she might not be lying. People still remember when Towanda made headlines for allegedly stealing their mom's Social Security checks, and even Toni has accused her of taking money behind her back. Towanda clearly doesn't mind helping herself to other people's stuff, so when Tamar threw shade saying the T in her name stands for thief, it sent everyone over the edge. But here's where things flipped fast. Towanda didn't even let Tamar finish before she came for blood. She clapped back and started dragging out Tamar's own dirty secrets for everyone to hear.
So I'm 16, I'm at my aunt's house, and when I leave, I'm there for the summer, her partner decides, her husband at the time decides to start sexting me. So sexting in a sexual manner, okay? There was nothing physical that happened, absolutely nothing physical.
What came out of her mouth had Tamar spiraling, and it only got uglier from there. Towanda didn't hold back. She hit Tamar with the lowest blow imaginable. In front of everyone, she accused Tamar of being a thief too, claiming she stole Tony's man. The name of the guy was censored out in the footage for legal reasons, but fans say you could feel the tension explode through the screen.
As the years have evolved, that has turned into it's your fault. It's turned into you were old enough to know right from wrong. And it's turned into something physical happened and you did it. And for me, that's mind-boggling to me, because if there was something that was physical that happened, and I'm 16 years old, this makes this person right. You know the word, and I can't.
Whatever Towanda said, it struck deep because Tamar's reaction was instant. Her face dropped, her eyes went wide, and then she snapped. The next few seconds were pure chaos. Tamar started screaming, knocking over drinks, and swearing up and down that Towanda was lying through her teeth. The table turned into a war zone, and everyone was frozen, trying to figure out if Towanda had just exposed the biggest Braxton family scandal ever. But in the middle of all that madness, Tony's reaction said everything. She didn't yell, she didn't move. She just sat there, completely stunned. You could see the heartbreak written all over her face after all those years of having Tamar's back, of defending her when everyone else turned away. This was the ultimate betrayal. And to make things worse, Tony realized Towanda had been sitting on that secret for years, just waiting for the perfect moment to drop it. The real twist, the other sisters apparently knew too. And none of them warned Tony. That realization broke her completely. At that dinner table, you could tell. The trust was gone. The bond was shattered. And Tony looked like she'd just lost her entire family in one night. The moment that clip hit the internet, it exploded. Within minutes, it was everywhere. TikTok, X, Instagram, you name it. People couldn't believe what they were hearing, and it instantly became the Braxtons' biggest scandal yet. Just when everyone thought this family couldn't possibly get messier, they went and outdid themselves again. The drama was hotter than ever, and the internet detectives went straight to work trying to uncover who the mystery man was that Tamar allegedly stole from Tony. Now, that bleeped out name during the episode, yeah, that only made things worse. Fans were way too nosy to let that slide, and it didn't take long before people started connecting the dots, and all arrows pointed straight at Birdman. Within hours, Birdman's name was trending, and the theories were wild. Apparently, Birdman and his Cash Money crew had just done a versus battle against No Limit, and Tony couldn't make it to support her man that night. But guess who did show up? Tamar, and she was doing the absolute most. According to clips fans posted, Tamar was running around backstage acting like Birdman's first lady, laughing, flirting, and even wiping sweat off his forehead like she was his woman. The crowd noticed, the cameras noticed, and fans online, they lost it. If you didn't know the backstory, you'd definitely think they were a couple by the way she was acting. The internet started calling her out left and right, accusing her of crossing the line, but Tamar fired back immediately, trying to clear the air. She said she was only there to hold it down for her sister Tony, saying, "'Cause she couldn't be here and she loves her husband, so I'ma hold it down for her and my brother." To make things even more confusing, Tamar later posted a video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony, smiling, laughing, like everything was totally normal. But by then, fans weren't buying it anymore. They'd already made up their minds, and the scandal was out of control. That little video call Tamar posted didn't help her case one bit. If anything, it made people even more suspicious. But just as the Birdman drama started cooling down, a new bomb dropped that flipped everything upside down again. Turns out, Birdman might not have even been the man Towanda was talking about at that chaotic dinner. Sources started whispering that the real name bleeped out wasn't Birdman at all. It was Carrie Lewis, Tony Braxton's ex-husband. And when that detail leaked, fans went crazy. What's even messier is that this rumor didn't come out of nowhere. People had been side-eyeing Tamar over Carrie for years. As far back as 2011, blogs were already spilling tea about Tamar supposedly having an affair with Carrie to get a boost in her music career. One blogger back then even claimed Tamar was doing whatever it takes to reach fame and fortune, and that included getting close to her sister's man. But the wildest part? That same blog claimed it wasn't just Tamar playing games. It said Tony had also allegedly been involved with Vince, the man Tamar later married, before handing him off to her sister. Fans have always brushed that off as gossip, but when you look at the timeline, it's a little too convenient, right? And this isn't Tamar's first time being accused of crossing boundaries. Remember the scandal with Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father? Yeah, fans still talk about that. Word was, Tamar got close to him because of his strong Hollywood connections, and that rumor alone had people dragging her online for months. So now, when folks hear that she might have gone after Carrie Lewis, they're not even shocked anymore, just disappointed. People say Tamar's always been bold, but doing something like that to her own sister, that's a whole new level of messy. And honestly, if the rumors are true, this might explain why Tony's trust in her family has been completely shattered. Tamar's always been unpredictable. She does things just because she feels like it, no filter, no warning. And honestly, if you've been following the Braxton sisters over the years, you know their family dynamic is straight up chaotic. They act more like frenemies than blood. The tension, the shade, the secrets, it's all boiling over. There's so much bad blood between them it could sink the Titanic. Fans have even started asking if they genuinely like each other anymore, or if it's all just for the cameras. After the latest scandal blew up, the internet went wild, dragging Tamar through the dirt. People were calling her every name under the sun, saying, "Tamar, you've always been shady," and the audacity of doing this to your oldest sister. Some even said she had to be jealous of Tony's success. The comments were ruthless. It was like the whole internet turned against her overnight. But not everyone bought into the story. A bunch of fans came to Tamar's defense, swearing she'd never crossed that kind of line, especially with family. They said the whole situation smelled like a setup, that the sisters purposely dropped that bomb on Tamar to gaslight her and make her look like the villain again. One fan wrote, "I don't believe Tamar slept with Tony's man. I believe Towanda said that because she was embarrassed that Tamar exposed her." And honestly, that theory started to make a lot of sense. See, Tamar might be dramatic, but she's also the only one who's ever spoken real truth about what goes on behind the scenes. She's blunt, she's emotional, and that scares the rest of them. The sisters don't like how open she is about their private business, especially the darker parts of their past. Remember when Tamar revealed that she'd been hurt by people from both sides of her family when she was younger? That confession shook everyone, and it made the family furious. So maybe this latest betrayal scandal isn't just about jealousy or revenge. Maybe it's about shutting Tamar down once and for all. Yeah, that confession did not sit well with the rest of the Braxton family. Instead of showing support, they turned on Tamar, accusing her of doing too much and airing out family business that should have stayed private. They blamed her for tearing the family apart like she was the reason all their skeletons were coming out. But the truth is, Tamar wasn't even allowed to speak about what happened to her for years. She was silenced as a child, and when she finally found the courage to speak up as an adult, they treated her like she'd committed the worst sin imaginable. But then things took an even darker turn when Tony and Tamar's niece, Ashley Braxton, came forward with her own heartbreaking story. Ashley revealed that her father, Michael Braxton Sr., had been physically violent with her when she was growing up, and it didn't stop there. Their stepmother, who was supposed to protect them, allegedly wasn't any better. Those girls went through years of physical, verbal, and emotional pain that nobody outside the family ever knew about. Sadly, the trauma didn't end quietly. Ashley's sister, Lolo, later lost her life to an overdose, a tragedy that ripped through the family but was never truly addressed. And just when people thought it couldn't get worse, Ashley dropped another bombshell. She revealed that her aunt, Trina Braxton, completely cut her off after discovering that Trina's husband had been sending Ashley inappropriate messages. And here's the most disturbing part. Ashley was only 16 years old at the time. Instead of comforting her or standing by her side, the family allegedly chose to protect the man, not the child. It was shocking, heartbreaking, and it left fans furious, wondering how much pain had been buried under the Braxton name all these years. But none of that mattered to Trina. She acted like Ashley was just making noise for attention. Instead of showing empathy, Trina accused her niece of stirring the pot for clout, completely dismissing the trauma Ashley went through. Even now, Trina still defends her ex-husband, Gabe, warning Ashley to stop talking about him since he's not here to defend himself. It's shocking, especially considering the seriousness of what Ashley said happened when she was just a teenager. And Trina wasn't the only one turning her back. Ashley later revealed that even Towanda cut her off for speaking up about the abuse she experienced. That detail is huge because it sheds light on why Towanda has such a long-standing grudge against Tamar. While most of the family was busy protecting their image and silencing Ashley, Tamar was the only one who refused to play that game. Tamar had lived through her own silence and wasn't about to let the same thing happen to Ashley. When she learned the truth, she was furious that the rest of the family had hidden the situation from her because they knew she wouldn't keep quiet. They knew Tamar would speak up no matter whose feelings got hurt, and that terrified them. So when she finally found out, Tamar didn't stay silent. She went all in. She invited Ashley onto her podcast to finally tell her side of the story in her own words. That move shook the Braxton family to its core. The rest of the sisters were livid, calling Tamar disloyal for airing family secrets in public. But fans saw it differently. To them, Tamar wasn't stirring drama. She was breaking a cycle of silence that had gone on for way too long. After that podcast episode dropped, all hell broke loose in the Braxton family. The moment Ashley's voice went public, the sisters lost it. Group chats blew up, calls were made, and suddenly Tamar was being treated like the ultimate traitor. Trina reportedly called her disrespectful. Towanda accused her of chasing clout, and even Tony, usually the calm one, kept her distance for weeks. The family tried to downplay the story, saying Ashley was misguided and Tamar should have known better than to drag family business online. But at that point, the damage was already done. Social media exploded with people taking sides. Some fans praised Tamar for standing up for Ashley, saying, "Finally, someone in that family is telling the truth." Others, though, accused her of doing it for attention, calling it another Tamar tantrum. But what nobody could deny was that the podcast hit a nerve. It exposed cracks in the Braxton image that could no longer be hidden. Behind the scenes, things got even messier. Towanda allegedly stopped all contact with Tamar, and insiders claimed that family group projects, including Braxton Family Values spin-off talks, were immediately put on ice. Even Ashley started getting hate messages from people calling her a liar and ungrateful, which many fans believe came from fake accounts linked to the Braxtons' inner circle. Through it all, Tamar refused to back down. She went live on Instagram saying she had nothing to apologize for, explaining that she wasn't trying to ruin her family. She was trying to protect it by finally addressing the truth. "I'm not the villain," she said. "I'm just tired of being silent when people are getting hurt." That statement set the internet on fire. It trended for 2 days straight. And while some of her sisters kept pretending everything was fine in interviews, fans could see the tension brewing behind every fake smile. At this point, it's not just sister drama anymore. It's generational pain, buried secrets, and public betrayal colliding in real time. The Braxton family name might never recover from this fallout. And Tamar? She's standing in the middle of it all, refusing to back down. The Braxtons didn't just dislike that podcast, they hated it. Things got so ugly that the family actually sent Tamar and Ashley a cease and desist letter, demanding they stop talking about everything immediately. But here's the messed up part. Tamar didn't even hear about it through her sisters. Nope. She found out when a stranger served her the papers. Imagine that, being legally silenced by your own family and not even getting a warning first. That betrayal hit hard, and it showed just how deep the cracks in the Braxton bond really go. At this point, the pattern is crystal clear. Every time Tamar tries to speak her truth, her own family tries to shut her down. They humiliate her, silence her, and then paint her as the problem. And fans are finally starting to notice. People online are torn. Some believe Tamar might have crossed the line with Tony's man, but others are convinced this whole situation is just payback for her daring to expose what really happens behind the Braxton brand. So what do you think? Did Tamar actually betray her sister, or is she the one being betrayed for finally speaking up? Drop your thoughts in the comments. This story's far from over. And if you love digging into the truth behind the headlines, don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for even more wild celebrity drama coming your way.
Party, love. Why are you doing this? Why is it so important for you to create this narrative like you were doing something for a friend and a friend did you so wrong? Is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendices had in front of me. Even now, I'm holding on to your business. I'm trying to protect you medically. I'm trying to protect you romantically. Then, and even now, I'm holding on to your business. I'm trying to protect you medically. I'm trying to protect you romantically. It could have been done. Before I even tell y'all the rest, I woke up this morning. Her publicist called me. Q, what can we do to put this thing to bed? Tell her to go on her stories and write, Funky Dineva did not do anything to me. I should have said something sooner. This was about 40 minutes before I even decided to do this live. The only reason the music video came out as early as it did was and even in this moment, I still don't have the heart to do it to you.
Okay, listen to this because this whole situation just spun completely out of control. Funky Diva jumped on his YouTube channel and went straight into expose mode, and the way he started spilling info about Tamar Braxton had people staring at their screens like, wait, What? He didn't hold back at all. He went as far as saying Tamar and Menace, yes, that Menace, the husband of Yi, are caught up in some secret affair.
Or can you talk about
I can talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party. Hello.
You thought was your friend.
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
This claim alone had social media shaking, but the way he laid it out made everything feel 10 times more chaotic. And trust me, this story isn't a simple one-liner. It's got layers on top of layers, like one of those cakes that look normal until you cut into it and everything starts collapsing. This whole thing is messy, dramatic, and straight up unbelievable, so get comfortable because this roller coaster doesn't slow down. Now let's take it back to August, when things first started getting strange. Tamar posted something on her socials that had everyone genuinely worried.
Or can you talk about
I can talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party. Hello.
You thought was your friend.
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
Yeah.
She said she almost lost her life and was discovered in a pool of blood. Yes, a real pool of blood. The internet froze because the details were intense. Tamar explained she couldn't talk, could barely move, and felt so weak she thought she wouldn't make it. A friend found her with injuries on her face, and the whole thing felt like something out of a movie. But this was her real life. People were sitting there trying to make sense of everything, wondering what happened behind the scenes and how things got so serious so fast.
No party, love. Why are you doing this? Why is it so important for you to create this narrative like you were doing something for a friend and a friend did you so wrong? Is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendices had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up, I was very uncomfortable with it. And if we gonna tell it, let's tell it all. So since you were throwing a party for a friend's birthday party, do y'all wanna know why I did not get out the car and go upstairs with Tamar when we got back to her house? Because after her and Mendices got through kissing in the back of that goddamn car, I figured they wanted to be up there privately. That is why when we got dropped off at Tamar's house, I did not go upstairs. I got in my damn car and went home because you was sitting on his lap in that goddamn Uber and your ass was kissing. Okay, and the shit made me damn uncomfortable. Okay, now if anybody know who happened and what happened to your damn teeth, it's Mendices and his best friend because they was the ones who went upstairs with you. Now I don't know whether they was fucking your ass from the back and ran your head through the headboard or what. Okay, but if anybody need to be investigated on what happened to you in your damn teeth, it need to be Mendices and his friend, because that's who went upstairs with you.
This wasn't just drama. It was a whole emergency that left everybody shaken. We're talking a fractured nose, missing teeth, trouble even moving. This wasn't some small injury. This was real-life danger. She opened up about how her whole mental journey was just getting started, and here's the wild part. She said she didn't even know what happened to her that night. That had everybody staring at their phones like, how does someone end up like that and not remember?
Andy, honey, you might have to hit up Funky because he was on live last night letting the tea spill. He basically said that your husband was with Tamar Braxton in the backseat of the car and they were kissing it up, girl. They was kissing so hot and heavy that it made him uncomfortable. So when they got to Tamar Braxton's house, he felt like, oh, I think you guys need some privacy, so I'm not gonna go upstairs. So Mendices and Mendices' best friend went upstairs with Tamar. Next thing you know, Tamar Braxton woke up with no teeth. So who's gonna explain to us?
When someone drops a post like that, people naturally get worried and confused. Folks start trying to put the pieces together, trying to decode every detail, and that's exactly when the plot starts twisting. So, here's what we do know about that night. Tamar was actually out with Funky Diva, and then rumors started spinning that she had even thrown him a birthday party that same evening. Soon as that hit the streets, people started connecting dots that didn't even belong together.
Baby, this is an example of it's okay to just be quiet. Funky Dot even told you to leave him alone. Funky Dot even said if you keep my name out your mouth, I will keep your name out of my mouth. He told you to leave him alone, and he really went on about his merry little way. Funky Dot even got a whole lot of stuff going on right now. He told us last week that he has been diagnosed with prostate cancer. I think he has other things to worry about, but no. You did an interview. You brought the situation up again. You brought him up again. Now, do I think that what you said, Tamar, was serious? It wasn't. It was real light. But it doesn't matter. He told you don't say his name. So now he's telling it. He done said that the reason why he did not go upstairs the night of his birthday party that you threw for him down to the Houstons, and the reason why when y'all left the club and all of that, and he got back to your house, and the reason why he did not go upstairs, which is why he don't know what happened.
Since folks assumed they were together the whole night, social media decided Funky must have been around when everything went down. And the internet did what the internet always does. It jumped into full detective mode with zero evidence. People were coming for Funky hard. Comments blowing up, fingers pointing everywhere, folks dragging his name like he was the main character in the incident. It was messy and loud, and the backlash came fast. Now this is where Funky starts feeling real irritated, because from his perspective, he's getting smashed online for something he had nothing to do with. And the person he considers a friend, Tamar, isn't saying a single thing to shut down the rumors or defend him.
Into your teeth is because you and Mendices allegedly was all in the back seat kissing, hugging, and things of that nature. He said that the whole situation made him uncomfortable because when y'all would go out to eat, Mendices would show up. He said that you used to walk around in your booty shorts sitting on Mendices' lap and stuff, and it wasn't just for the cameras acting for your music video, okay? He said that this was going on when there wasn't even no cameras around. And he said it made him uncomfortable. And that's what he been trying not to say. That's what he been trying to spare you. But now he done told it. He done said it. Now, whether people choose to believe him or not, it really doesn't matter. Baby, he said don't say his name. Now, y'all do know that the Tamar crash out is coming in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Imagine sitting there watching your name get thrown around nonstop and the one person who could clear things up just stays silent. That silence hit different, and it definitely set the stage for even more drama. Total radio silence. But when people asked why she didn't step in, Tamar basically said she was fighting for her life in the hospital. Which, okay, that makes sense. If someone is laid up in a hospital bed after something traumatic, jumping online to defend anybody is probably not the first thing on their mind. But here's where the story switches up. Funky said they were texting the whole time she was in the hospital, like non-stop communication.
I pray that a friend like Funky Dineva never finds me. I can't stand them messy ass punks that want to run business after you fall out with somebody you claim to be cool with. You want to run around with somebody's sister this, sister that, friend this, friend that, and then the moment they do something that you don't care for or that you think is wrong in your mind, it's time to run their business? And you already been threatening to run it since, the situation in the fallout happened. Like, he was pulling one of them Simones off of Married to Medicine. I got this bag of, info. You keep playing with me and I'm going to dump it out. All right. Now what? Now what, Funky? Do you feel better about your life now that you think you've exposed Tamar? Someone you called a friend? Someone who called you a friend? It's weird. It's so strange. And I feel like he's too old to be acting like that. You should know better. And I remember Funky saying something like, Tamar don't matter what it's for. She just wants to be talked about. She don't care if it's good or bad. She just wants to be talked about. Well, if you know that and if you feel like that and if you think that, then you know she don't give a fuck about you trying to run her business. So what was it for? But since Funky wants to use Tamar's name to run his numbers up, let's use Funky's name to run Tamar's numbers up. Let's stream Heartbreak Retrograde. Let's watch it on YouTube. Listen to it on Apple Music, Spotify, buy it on iTunes, share it, all that. Hopefully a tour is coming soon, because I'm ready to hear this new music live. I miss how you love me, love me, love me. No one's gonna love me like you love me.
So from his point of view, she could have easily tapped out a quick line like, Funky didn't do this, stop coming for him. A simple story post, a tweet, anything. But she didn't say a word, and that silence hit him the wrong way. So Funky decided to handle things himself and hopped on YouTube to clear his own name. And while he was doing that, he dropped a little hint that had everybody sitting up straight. He said there was a secret he wanted to expose but held back because, get this, he was trying to protect her romantically. Romantically. Think about that for a second because that one word shifted the whole vibe. He even hinted that a music video release had something to do with everything going on, which made the whole situation feel even more tangled. And that's exactly the moment where this tea went from warm to boiling. Because the same night all this chaos happened, rumors started racing around social media saying Tamar was involved with Menace. Yes, that Menace. The whispers were spreading everywhere, and people were acting like they had front row seats to something huge. Yes, Yandy Smith's husband Menace. Word is he was out with them that night. And according to several people who were there, Tamar and Menace were looking way too comfortable together. And when I say comfortable, I mean folks were whispering that they were flirting, getting real cozy, and that Tamar even sat on his lap at one point. The whole energy had people giving each other that side-eye like, what is going on right now? It wasn't just a little off. The vibe was questionable, messy, suspicious, everything all at once. So when the internet caught wind of this, everybody was stunned. Tamar and Menace? That opened up a whole situation nobody expected to even hear about. Then out of nowhere, plot twist. Tamar drops her EP rollout video, and guess who pops up as her on-screen love interest? Menace. They're all cute and romantic in the video, acting like a full couple, and the whole thing looks polished and scripted. So suddenly people start piecing things together differently. They're like, oh, okay, the rumors must have started because people saw them filming the music video. And honestly, that explanation calmed a lot of folks down. For a moment, the internet chilled out, thinking it was a simple misunderstanding. Just two artists working together, doing their jobs, nothing more. It looked professional, harmless, and people were ready to move on like the whole thing was yesterday's news. But the peace didn't last long. Not even close. The calm was just the quiet moment before everything flipped again, and the internet had no idea what was coming next. Fast forward to right now, and Funky Diva just dropped a bomb that nobody was ready for. He came out saying, actually, no, Tamar and Menace were having an affair. He's claiming the whole situation was real, not rumor, and that the music video got rushed out as quick damage control to cover up what was really happening behind the scenes. This flipped everything upside down. But hold up, it gets even wilder! Funky is now saying that Menace and his friends supposedly know exactly what happened to Tamar that night she ended up in the hospital. According to him, they're sitting on the full story while the world is still in the dark. Let me run that back because that is serious. Funky is alleging that Menace and his friend know what went down the night Tamar wound up with those injuries. The same night she says she doesn't even remember. That claim alone had people clutching their phones like, wait, what? So why is Funky airing all of this out now instead of months ago? Well, Tamar recently did an interview where she once again repeated the story that she threw Funky a birthday party that night. And Funky is calling that a straight-up lie. He said that was the moment he snapped. He basically said, I tried to stay quiet. I tried to protect you. But if you're gonna keep telling stories that never happened, then I'm done holding back. That was his breaking point. He felt like he was being dragged into a situation he didn't create, and he wasn't letting it slide anymore. And his version of the truth? It's messy, loud, and full of angles nobody was prepared to hear. He's standing on his story saying Tamar absolutely knows what happened that night, and she's not being honest about it. And from the way he's talking, he's not backing down or softening anything. He's ready to lay it all out no matter how chaotic it gets. Right now, the public is completely split. Some folks are calling out Funky hard, saying he shouldn't be blasting Tamar's personal business like this because it's way too messy, way too personal, and feels unnecessary. They think he crossed a line by putting all this out in the open. But then you've got the other side. People who are stunned at the idea that Tamar might have allegedly gotten mixed up with someone else's husband. Yandy and Menace already had their own public ups and downs, and now this situation gets thrown into the mix, making everything even harder to digest. And the speculation? It's spinning fast. People keep bringing up that moment Tamar, Menace, and Menace's friend supposedly went upstairs in that house that night. Everybody online is asking the same thing. What happened in that room? What did they see? What did they hear? What really went down before Tamar ended up injured and confused? The questions just keep stacking higher, and nobody has a solid answer. The whole thing feels like one big puzzle with missing pieces, and every time someone tries to solve it, another twist pops up. And Tamar? She hasn't said one single word. Total silence. No statement, no interview, no quick IG story, nothing at all. It's like she hit pause on the entire situation while the internet keeps exploding around her. But let's be real, she won't stay quiet forever. We all know how this usually goes. Eventually, she's gonna speak up. Maybe through her team, maybe a full sit-down interview, maybe a video on her page. Something is coming because a storm like this doesn't just fade on its own. So that's where the whole Tamar and Funky Diva saga stands right now. It's wild, it's confusing, it's tangled, and honestly, there are still way too many unanswered questions and way too many people waiting for the next move. And while everyone is still arguing about who's right and who's lying, there's another layer to this whole situation that's making people side-eye everybody. See, Funky didn't just hint at Tamar knowing what really happened. He also threw in this claim that she's been skating around the truth for months while letting the internet chew him up. That hit the timeline like a spark in dry grass, and suddenly people were questioning everybody's motives. Some folks are now wondering if this entire situation has turned into a battle of egos. Tamar staying quiet because she doesn't want to expose too much, and Funky speaking out because he feels played and embarrassed. And when those two energies crash, it never ends clean. Then the conversation shifted again when people remembered how tense things have been between Tamar and some of her sisters over the years. Now folks are speculating whether this new drama has created even more distance behind the scenes. Because if Tamar is dealing with all this chaos, and Funky is out here dropping hints left and right, it's hard to believe none of this is shaking things inside the Braxton circle. And let's not forget social media's favorite question right now. If Tamar didn't remember what happened, how does Funky know so much? That one question has the whole internet pacing around trying to connect dots that may not even belong together. People are drawing charts, making threads, posting theories. It's like everyone suddenly turned into detectives with no badges. The whole situation is spiraling, and nobody can agree on what the truth even looks like. But one thing is clear. Whatever Tamar eventually says, if she ever decides to speak, it's going to shake the entire internet all over again. Because the way this drama is moving, the next chapter is guaranteed to be just as wild as everything we've seen so far. And just when everybody thought the story couldn't twist any harder, things took an even stranger turn. Because now people online are starting to question whether this whole situation has been boiling behind closed doors way longer than anyone realized. The way new details keep popping up is making folks wonder if this drama has been slowly stacking up like dominoes, just waiting for the right moment to fall. Some people are even saying that this might be why Tamar has been keeping her circle tighter lately. Like maybe she already knew the situation was shaky, and instead of dealing with a full explosion, she tried to keep everything quiet until she could figure out her next move. But now that Funky started talking, the silence is impossible for her to hide behind. At the same time, Funky isn't acting like someone who's second-guessing himself. He's speaking like he's been sitting on this information for months, letting it heat up, and now he's ready to let the whole world see the parts he kept tucked away. And that confidence has people asking what else he knows, what else he's holding, and what else he might drop next if he feels pushed again. But the craziest part? The internet has turned this whole situation into a full-blown investigation. People are digging through old videos, old interviews, old pictures, anything that might give a clue. Every clip gets paused, zoomed, analyzed, rewatched, all because people swear there's more to the story. And as all these theories keep flooding in, the tension just keeps building. Because if the internet is already this close to losing it over rumors and clues, imagine what's going to happen when someone decides to release real receipts. Or when Tamar finally breaks her silence. One thing's for sure, the way this drama is unfolding, it feels like we're only halfway through the storm, and the next wave is about to hit any second. So what do you think about all this chaos? Do you feel like Funky was right for putting everything out in the open? Or should he have just kept quiet and stayed out of it? And what do you think really went down that night? The truth, not the stories, not the rumors, but what actually happened behind those closed doors? Drop your thoughts in the comments because I want to hear what everyone has to say about this wild situation. This whole thing is turning into one of the most confusing celebrity dramas we've seen in a long time, and hearing your take on it makes the conversation even crazier. All right, that's the end of this breakdown, but before you dip out, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Don't miss the next drop because this story is far from over, and more drama is definitely coming. And listen, if you want even more breakdowns, scandals, behind-the-scenes whispers, and the kind of tea people are scared to spill, then make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reel right now. We're serving the hottest stories, the wildest updates, and the kind of content that keeps you locked in every single time. Don't miss out. Juicy Reel is where the real drama lives.
Okay, so I want to tell a story today, and that story is about how one of my aunts and my family do not talk to me because they think that I, at the age of 16, did something with her partner at the time. And I have been a nervous wreck to talk about something like this and to tell this story. Because my family.
Tamar just cracked this whole situation wide open, and the Braxton circle is straight up rattling right now. She basically dragged Tony into the spotlight for trying to silence her, and the way she exposed it had everyone stunned. Tamar said Tony sent her a cease and desist the second she stood beside their niece, Ashley, who was speaking on some serious concerns about one of the sisters' husbands. And Tamar wasn't folding for anybody.
Because I don't want people, it's not to hurt people to tell my story. But at the same time, I've been working through this so much in therapy. And this is something that goes way deep to my core in terms of worthiness and how I feel about myself. And it's been such a journey.
Once Tamar refused to quiet down, people behind the scenes started whispering that Tony allegedly pushed things even further, like she was trying to remove Tamar from the whole Braxton setup entirely, like she could just pretend Tamar wasn't even part of the family machine anymore. Folks forget Tamar is not the one to cross because she came swinging with the truth, saying Tony was out here protecting a PDF file. And that phrase alone had social media spinning. Insiders are saying production turned real tense after that. Rooms felt colder, conversations got shorter, and every move started feeling suspicious. Sisters bumping heads behind closed doors, producers stressing in corners, and people on set whispering that Tony might be putting her whole career on the line just to shield someone else. And if that's true, that raises a whole new set of questions, because nobody understands why Tony is standing so firm for this man everyone keeps asking about. Fans have been screaming for years that this whole situation needed to be addressed out loud, not hidden behind edited scenes and rehearsed smiles. And now that Tamar put everything out there with this kind of force, people are sitting back wondering what Tony is really trying to protect, and why she's willing to push her own sister away over it. Tamar lit a fuse that could flip the whole family storyline upside down, and she's sitting there watching every second explode with full intention behind it. One thing about Tamar, she refuses to be treated like she's invisible, and she made that loud and clear on camera with no hesitation. That's exactly why she stepped straight to Tony at that dinner table, even though everybody else thought it was supposed to be a chill family moment. While the rest of them were sipping drinks and trying to keep the vibe soft, Tamar pulled up with a whole different mission because she wanted the truth out, no matter how wild things got. She looked Tony right in the face and accused her of trying to block her moves, explaining that she planned to bring Ashley onto their podcast so Ashley could share her side and talk about the concerns she had involving one of the Braxton husbands. And according to Tamar, the second, not the minute, the second, she even mentioned bringing Ashley onto the show, Tony hit her with that cease and desist so fast she didn't even get a chance to test the microphone, let alone record a clip. Tamar said it felt like she was being shut down before she could even breathe, and that's what made her start questioning what Tony was working overtime to hide. People online heard the audio and immediately started debating like it was a courtroom, especially since a few viewers tried to say the sisters were just protecting the family. But when Trina and Towanda stepped into the situation with that energy they brought, it made the whole thing feel way deeper than simple family loyalty. It felt like something had been brewing long before cameras even started rolling. Now fans are sitting here divided, wondering why Tony is this committed to keeping Ashley from speaking on what she experienced, especially when Ashley wasn't trying to attack anybody. She was just trying to explain what she went through. The conversation online is completely split, and people are choosing sides like it's a championship game. Some people think Tony is just being extra because she and Tamar have had tension simmering for years, while others believe Tony knows exactly who Ashley was talking about and is trying hard to shield that man from the spotlight. Social media blew up with comments like, "Tony's anger is suspicious," and others saying Libras get loud when they're trying to distract from the truth. And that had folks side-eyeing everything with serious suspicion, especially since Tony shut down the podcast idea before Ashley even had a chance to say a single word on record. This whole situation is spinning out fast, and the wildest part is Ashley's story isn't even new inside that family circle. The way Tony reacted so strong and so quick had fans convinced she already knew exactly who Ashley was pointing at. And just to keep it clear, Ashley isn't some distant relative. She's the daughter of their older brother, Michael Braxton Jr., so these ties are tight, and the concerns she brought forward were aimed at the partner of one of her aunts. The name being whispered, allegedly Trina. And that's where everything gets even more tangled. There's a whole lot of chatter saying Trina is not happy that her name and her ex-husband, Gabe Solis, keep getting dragged into this storm over and over again. She's reportedly annoyed that old family tension is being pushed right back into the spotlight at a moment when she wasn't even thinking about that chapter anymore. Now that Ashley's story is popping up again and people online are rediscussing everything with fresh eyes, the whole Braxton circle is getting pulled into the same whirlwind. And instead of calming down, the situation is getting heavier and louder with every new detail that surfaces. Ashley once shared that years back, her father and stepmother came across some messages that instantly made them uncomfortable. Messages involving her and her aunt's partner. She said that at first, her aunt was fully supportive, clearly upset that anything uncomfortable had even happened, and she showed real empathy, making sure Ashley felt safe during a confusing and stressful moment. Ashley described it in her own words, saying, "My aunt was there for me. She was very kind, very nice, and was like, 'I'm sorry this happened to you.' She was very kind and it just felt safe." That early comfort made Ashley feel understood, like someone in the family actually saw what she was going through and cared enough to stand by her in it. But as time went on, Ashley started noticing the whole energy around the situation slowly shifting. The compassion she had received in the beginning was fading away, and according to Ashley, it felt like people were suddenly trying to twist the situation back onto her. She said it was like the blame was sliding in her direction, even though she never sought out anything inappropriate, never encouraged anything, and never created any kind of situation that would put her in the wrong. Ashley said the change didn't happen overnight. It was gradual, a small switch here, a different tone there, a new distance showing up where warmth used to be. And then the shift went from subtle to cold because she claimed her aunt eventually stopped talking to her completely. No explanation, no conversation, no closure, just a sudden wall where there was once safety. That silence left Ashley feeling hurt and confused because she truly believed she hadn't done anything wrong. She was a young person placed in an uncomfortable situation, and instead of being supported like she was at first, she said she felt pushed out and blamed for something she didn't start, didn't continue, and didn't understand at the time. Ashley also shared that things started feeling strange with other relatives too, saying they acted extra friendly with the man involved, like none of those uncomfortable moments had ever happened. She said it felt surreal, like everyone else was moving around normally while she was carrying the weight of something heavy on her spirit. It left her feeling isolated, punished, and misunderstood at a time when she was just trying to make sense of everything that had happened around her. And when Ashley finally opened up publicly, some people online immediately tried to label her as someone chasing attention, which only made things messier. But plenty of others pushed back, saying she was simply speaking her truth after staying silent for so long, and she had every right to tell her side openly without being attacked for it. Once people started believing Ashley's story, a bunch of viewers instantly jumped to assuming she was talking about Tamar, just throwing guesses without knowing the facts. But Tamar shut that rumor down instantly, with zero hesitation. She let everybody know she was not the aunt in question, and she wasn't letting her name get tied to something she had nothing to do with. Tamar made it clear she actually wanted Ashley on the show because she genuinely cared about her well-being and wanted her to speak her truth safely. Tamar even mentioned she supported Ashley when she shared that she was going to therapy to work through everything she had been dealing with, and people respected that honesty. Once Tamar cleared her name cleanly, fans went right back into detective mode, connecting dots on their own, trying to figure out which Braxton sister Ashley was referring to. And even though nobody in the family officially confirmed anything, online watchers were convinced the situation pointed toward Trina and her ex-husband, Gabe Solis. The comments turned into threads, the threads turned into theories, and the theories turned into full-blown debates as people tried to piece together a timeline. Now the whole conversation has shifted into something way bigger, with folks revisiting old scenes, old interviews, and old family dynamics like they're reviewing evidence in a case. And with Ashley's story resurfacing again, everyone is looking at the family in a new light. Not because they want drama, but because they want clarity on something that clearly left deep emotional scars for her. A lot of people weren't shocked when Ashley spoke up, because there had already been years of rumors floating around about Gabe having unusual behavior and interests that never sat right with viewers. Folks who watched the show from the early seasons remembered all the chaos Trina went through with Gabe, the ups, the downs, the breakups, the makeups, and yet she stayed in that marriage for a long time. So fans felt like there was a real chance she might have known more than she ever shared in public. And when Ashley said she eventually got cut off by her aunt, people felt like that detail made the whole picture even messier, like there was way more going on behind the scenes than anyone wanted to admit. Then Ashley added fuel without saying a single word. On TikTok, someone commented that she must have been talking about Trina and Gabe, and Ashley didn't respond, but she liked the comment. That one little tap sent the internet spinning into a whole new theory spiral, but it didn't stop there. Things got even wilder when someone on Instagram commented on a now-deleted post claiming they knew it was Trina and Gabe, and they even included an unverified story about Gabe allegedly trying to connect with a younger family member of theirs online. We cannot confirm any of these claims, and they remain strictly allegations tossed around by random users online. But the internet doesn't wait for confirmation anymore. People still ran with it like the information had been stamped and approved, and before long, the entire situation exploded across timelines. Every little detail fans thought they pieced together just made the conversation louder, more chaotic, and way more intense. Folks started digging into old clips, old interviews, old comments from years ago, trying to find anything that matched what Ashley had said. Then, there was that person who claimed they were at an airport when something went down between Gabe and someone else. They said they even tried messaging Ashley to warn her about what Gabe was supposedly doing, but claimed they got blocked before they could share anything. That story wasn't verified either, but it didn't matter. It spread like wildfire because people were already in detective mode. By this point, the situation was no longer just drama. It had turned into a full-blown internet investigation, with everyone trying to tie together bits and pieces of hearsay, old family tension, and Ashley's new statements. And every time someone added something new, the entire conversation got even louder. Gabe has passed away now, and the spotlight has shifted hard onto Trina because people online keep saying she knew exactly what type of behavior he showed during their marriage and stayed anyway. Even with all the cheating rumors that followed him for years, folks in the streets have been whispering that she ignored a lot of his actions and brushed off things she didn't want to deal with, choosing to point fingers elsewhere instead of holding him accountable. Back in the day, gossip blogs would drop little hints claiming Gabe was involved with different people and had some unusual habits behind the scenes, though none of that was ever officially confirmed. But either way, those stories didn't stop Trina from standing by him throughout that relationship, and that decision is exactly why the internet is pressing her today. At first, Tamar was trying to bring Ashley onto the show so she could speak for herself and explain what she experienced, but allegedly Trina wasn't having any of that. Reports say she even threatened to stop filming completely if Ashley appeared, saying it wasn't Ashley's place to discuss it publicly. So Tamar switched gears and tried to bring Ashley onto her podcast instead. But right when she made that move, Tony stepped in again and blocked it before it could even happen. What really shocked fans was hearing that Trina supposedly had no idea Tony sent that cease and desist. And that raised a whole new question for viewers. Was Tony doing all this to protect Trina, or was she trying to protect herself from the fallout? The second that rumor hit the timeline, people started breaking down every moment. Tony acted quiet or distant, trying to figure out her motive. Whispers from people close to the situation claim Tony allegedly knew about some of the issues Ashley talked about, And instead of stepping in back then or smoothing things over, she stayed silent and let the situation hang in the air. And that silence is exactly what fans are dissecting right now, because they feel like Tony's reactions today are way too strong for someone who had nothing to hide. A lot of viewers believe Tony moved with urgency because she didn't want certain conversations resurfacing, especially ones connected to that old family tension that everybody thought was buried. And now the internet is asking whether Tony went into full protection mode out of loyalty to Trina, or whether she was worried that Ashley's story would open the door to questions she didn't want to answer. Every time someone online tries to break it down, the situation gets louder because people can't wrap their heads around why Tony would take such a big risk just to shut Ashley out. That claim alone has the whole fan base looking sideways and wondering what else really went down behind closed doors. People close to the situation say Tony looked the other way back then, which means she might be protecting herself now more than anybody else. The last thing she wants is Ashley calling her out for supposedly being an enabler, and that would explain why she threw that cease and desist at Tamar with no hesitation. Everybody already knows Tony and Tamar have been clashing for years, and folks say their arguments behind the scenes have gotten seriously intense. So when Tamar started pushing hard for Ashley to come on the show and speak her truth, Tony got so heated she reportedly walked straight off set without looking back. One insider even claimed producers had to shut the whole filming day down after a heated fight broke out between Tamar and her sisters. They were supposed to be gearing up for season 2 this summer, but the drama spiraled so wildly that nothing stayed on schedule anymore, allegedly. Crew members were stressed, cast members were picking sides, and the energy on set was getting heavier every week. What was supposed to be a smooth rollout turned into a storm nobody could calm. Then Tony tried to flip the narrative by saying she wanted to honor their late sister Tracy and didn't want Ashley on the show out of respect for her memory. But according to one report, Tony stormed off the set during taping because she's exhausted with the constant arguing, constant rumors, and constant pressure the situation brought to the table. People online didn't buy the honoring Tracy spin at all because the timelines weren't adding up. They felt like Tony was reaching for any explanation she could use to cover up the real reason she didn't want Ashley speaking on anything. Fans started saying it looked more like Tony was trying to keep certain conversations from resurfacing. Conversations that could drag the whole family back into a spotlight they never wanted again. And now the fan base is louder than ever, watching every move and waiting to see who's telling the truth. Because the way Tony reacted this time felt way too personal, way too urgent, and way too emotional for something she claims is just about respect. The sister conflict got so deep that Tony supposedly told people the family made a promise when Tracy passed. They said they'd stick together no matter what. But instead of getting closer, things have gotten worse than ever, and everybody can see it. It got so messy that not a single sister showed up to the premiere of Tamar and their mother Evelyn's cookie show, and fans took that as a loud message all by itself. They kept their distance like it was some kind of silent punishment toward Tamar, making it clear the family bond is cracking right in front of everybody's eyes. And honestly, it looks like the sisters are slowly pushing Tamar out of the circle completely, whether they admit it or not. Just look at Towanda's wedding. Tamar was the only sister who didn't show up, and fans have been side-eyeing that situation ever since. Tony and Trina were standing right next to Towanda as bridesmaids, which made Tamar's absence stand out even more. And Towanda didn't hide the fact she didn't want Tamar at the wedding in the first place, so the tension wasn't exactly subtle. Tamar didn't pretend either. She had a singing gig that same weekend, and she made sure everyone knew she was out handling business and securing her bag instead of sitting in any room where she wasn't welcome. But right after all that wedding drama, Tamar wiped her social media clean and went on a raw, emotional rant, where she said she regretted ever doing reality TV in the first place. She disappeared for a moment like she needed to breathe, only to pop right back online the next day with even more to say. Her tweets were intense, full of real emotion, and she straight up called her family toxic to the core. She wasn't sugarcoating anything anymore, and she made it clear she was done pretending everything was okay just for the cameras. Fans were shocked, because even though Tamar has always spoken her mind, the way she laid things out this time showed just how tired she is of the drama, the silence, the secrets, and the shade coming from inside her own family. And with the way things are going now, people online are starting to wonder if the Braxton sisters will ever fix this, or if this is the moment the whole family dynamic falls apart for good.
So my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
And
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the gift.
accident, give me my money back. That was not a gift.
I'm supposed to say anything. The only thing that brings us together is the cameras.
I can't wait
But
to
I won't
see
be
it.
able to be there. But that's why I was calling you.
That made me very sad.
I know.
Let's dive into this because the Braxton family drama just flipped into something wild and straight up unbelievable. This whole situation between Tamar and Towanda is way deeper than people thought, and it's loaded with broken trust, big money, and sisters turning on each other when they were supposed to be tight like glue. We're talking about $50,000. Not pocket change, not let me borrow a little something, but a real down payment.
Has been using my credit card to pay her phone bill.
My phone bill?
Now, Tony.
Beautiful.
So what?
Tamar handed Towanda that money to lock in a house, a full-on place to live, something serious. But now Towanda is out here acting like the cash was just some friendly gift, like Tamar just handed her 50 grand for fun. That's wild. And here's the thing. This isn't some random rumor someone made up online. There's a real property tied to this whole mess, a real listing, and actual receipts that link everything together.
I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
And
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the gift.
accident, give me my money back. That was not a
Promise
gift.
to God. Yes, it was. But it's
no, you
okay.
didn't.
The same house that popped up on their reality show lines up perfectly with what Tamar talked about. And that makes everything hit even harder. It's not just talk. It's real-life proof sitting in plain sight. What makes everything even more shocking is how the rest of the sisters decided to play it. Tony, Trina, all of them apparently knew exactly what went down, but instead of helping clear Tamar's name, they stood back and let people think she was being dramatic or even making stuff up. That's rough, especially when it's family and you expect them to step up when stuff gets messy.
You didn't. Towanda told me her lender needed to see the money in her account and that she was waiting on a check and she would be giving me my money back. I was reluctant, but I said, okay.
Thank you so much.
You said I will pay you back the next day, and then you listed me as a creditor.
Oh my.
This whole thing is already sounding like the beginning of a storm, and it's only the first layer of the drama. That's cold on a whole different level, especially when you know someone is already battling their own mental and emotional struggles. Tamar has always kept it real about the things she's faced. She never hid that. So for her own family to gaslight her on national TV like she was confused or making things up, that's harsh. And here's the wild part. Tamar straight up told Towanda on the show, I paid your down payment, and Towanda didn't deny anything. She didn't argue. She didn't correct her. She actually thanked her right there in front of everybody. So how in the world does that suddenly turn into, it was a gift? Come on now. That's not how real agreements work, and everybody knows it.
It was absolutely a gift. And it wasn't that I approached her. She said, but I want to help you get, it's like, okay. And that's just something that we used to do as sisters, help each other.
The burden on you is the one that made it out. But you gotta be willing to let them fly.
I feel like I do. I feel like they don't let me.
What's making this whole situation even louder is what people have been whispering about Towanda's money habits. Folks have been saying she's had issues with spending and borrowing before, and now everything Tamar said is starting to look way too real. Tamar even mentioned that Towanda came into some money, something tied to a lawsuit or settlement, and even then she still didn't pay her back. That's the part that's got everyone raising their eyebrows. At this point, it's getting hard to defend Towanda's actions because the whole thing looks less like sisterly support and way more like a straight-up betrayal. Seeing your own sister struggling and still acting like you don't owe her anything, that hits different. And listen, Watching Tamar stay firm while everyone around her acted clueless, that speaks volumes. This was never just about the money. This was about loyalty, respect, and the truth being ignored while the whole world was watching. This part right here really exposes everything, because how are you living in a nice house, looking comfortable, pockets looking all right, but you still can't pay back the sister who helped you when you were down? That's the type of thing that makes people question everything, and that's wild for real. If someone comes through for you with that kind of support when you're struggling, the least you can do is make things right. Now let's break this down, because once you look at the real estate side of the story, the truth starts slipping out fast. When you're buying a house, every single dollar has to be tracked and explained. No mystery cash, no, it just showed up. None of that. The bank needs proof of where the money came from and exactly who sent it. You can get help from a family member, sure, but it all has to be in writing with full documentation, because lenders don't play around with big amounts. So if Tamar really transferred $50,000 to Towanda, that clearly wasn't some casual, here, take this as a gift moment. This sounds much more like a short-term loan to make Towanda look financially ready for the home purchase, the type of thing people do when they're trying to get approved and need their bank statements to look solid. That's why Towanda suddenly calling it a gift doesn't match how real estate works at all. The numbers don't add up, the story doesn't line up, and the timing makes the whole thing look even more suspicious. It feels like someone changed the narrative after the fact. And here's where it goes, from messy to straight up unbelievable. Tamar reportedly said Towanda promised she would return the money the very next day, like it was supposed to be a quick turnaround. But instead of paying her back, Tamar later finds out Towanda listed her as a creditor in her bankruptcy case. That means Towanda officially put Tamar on paperwork as someone she owed money to, even though she was publicly claiming the money was a gift. That twist right there is the kind of thing that makes people stop and go, wait, what? This whole situation just keeps getting more intense with every detail. Like what? That's bold on a whole different level. Let me break this down real quick, because this part right here is where things start looking real shady. Now, I'm not saying Towanda actually did this, but some folks out there will list someone as a creditor in their bankruptcy just so the debt gets wiped clean. That way, they don't have to pay back the person who helped them in the first place. And guess who ends up losing? The same person who stepped up for them when they were struggling. That's messed up. And here's the part that makes everybody's eyebrows shoot up. There are real bankruptcy filings with Tamar's name on them, and it's public record. That alone backs up what Tamar has been saying from the jump. This isn't some rumor floating around. This is actual paperwork filed with the court. That gives the story a whole different weight. Now let's talk about the timeline, because it hits hard. Towanda bought her home in 2018, right? But by April 2019, she was already filing for bankruptcy. That's barely a year later. So what does that tell you? She took the $50,000, closed on the property, then turned around and filed for bankruptcy, like wiping her sister off the debt meant nothing. If that doesn't look like a setup, then what does? At this point, it really starts to feel like Towanda never planned to pay Tamar back in the first place. And to make everything even stranger, Tamar says it was $50,000, while Towanda keeps insisting it was only $35,000. Why can't the numbers even match up? How do you misremember tens of thousands of dollars? Somebody is clearly twisting the story, and it's not hard to see who benefits the most from all this confusion. You know what's wild? That whole $35,000 versus $50,000 argument actually makes sense once you really think about it. If someone borrowed money all the way back in 2018, and we're only talking about it now, years later, the amount could have easily gone up just from interest alone. So that difference Towanda keeps talking about might not be some mystery. It might just be the result of her waiting forever to pay back what she owed. And let's keep it real. Tamar had proof. This wasn't some friendly little, oh, here's a sweet gift moment. There were receipts, documents, and actual bankruptcy records showing she was supposed to be repaid. So for Towanda to sit there and act like the money was just a gift, that's not just wrong. That's straight up gaslighting your own sister while the whole world is watching. Like, how do you take something that serious and twist it into something casual just to protect your image? That's wild. Towanda even tried to flip the story and make it look like Tamar was offering help she never asked for, trying to paint Tamar as controlling, like she was using money to hold something over her. But come on now, this wasn't the first time Tamar stepped in to help her. According to reports, Tamar had been covering Towanda's phone bills. Not one line, not two lines. 6 phone lines, all on Tamar's own credit card. 6. Who even needs that many lines? That's not helping out a sister. That's taking advantage of somebody's kindness until they're drained. And here's the part that blows my mind even more. Tamar wasn't out here bragging about any of this. She wasn't running around telling everyone what she paid for or trying to embarrass anyone. She kept it quiet until the whole situation pushed her to speak up because things were getting twisted beyond recognition. That's when you know someone has really reached their limit. After all that, Towanda had the nerve to act like she's the victim, like Tamar is the bad one just because she finally called her out. Come on now. If this were anybody else, people would be calling it exactly what it looks like, straight up taking someone's money and pretending nothing happened. Tamar had every right to take legal action, and the fact that she didn't shows how much she still cared about keeping the family together instead of seeking revenge. But instead of supporting her, the rest of the Braxton crew, Trina, Tony, even their mother Evelyn, all seemed to slide onto Towanda's side. They actually defended her, and that's wild to see. There were even rumors going around that they wanted to call the police on Tamar, the same person who lost the money. How does that even make sense? How do you protect the one who took the money and turn on the one who trusted them? Somebody needs to explain that logic because it's not lining up at all. At this point, the whole situation is screaming jealousy and favoritism from miles away. It's clear some of the sisters can't stand how Tamar always finds herself in the spotlight, and instead of dealing with their own feelings, they gang up on her like that's going to fix anything, and Towanda trying to deflect by bringing up Tony's condo situation. Please. There's a huge difference between asking your sister if she's staying somewhere temporarily and taking her money or using her credit cards without permission. One is a simple conversation, the other is a whole crime. Trying to lump those things together doesn't make Towanda look innocent. It makes her look like she's scrambling to shift blame onto anything and anyone else. This part right here shows how twisted the whole thing became because instead of honesty and accountability, it turned into blame games and finger pointing. What really gets me is how Tony and Trina acted through all of this. They knew exactly what Towanda did, the credit card situation, the money, all of it, and they still stood by her like nothing happened. How do you watch your own sister cross the line like that and still defend her? That's not loyalty. That's straight up enabling bad behavior. And here's the part that really hits. Tony even admitted on camera that she knew what was going on. She literally confirmed it herself. So that means the whole family knew the truth from the start. But instead of speaking up, they all circled around Towanda like they were protecting her from the consequences. That's sad, because that's not what real family support looks like. That's not protecting someone. That's covering up wrongdoing just to keep the family image polished. And Tony's reaction, that little smug smirk when she said, "Family helps each other." Excuse me, since when does taking someone's money count as helping? Since when does taking $50,000, filing bankruptcy to dodge repayment, and maxing out your sister's credit card turn into family helping family? Be serious. That's not family support. That's taking advantage of someone who trusted you. And Tony's calm, unbothered attitude while all this was playing out just shows how deep the cracks run in that family when it comes to loyalty and fairness. Some people get protected no matter what they do, and some people get blamed no matter what they didn't do. But let's get to the part that sent chills down my spine. Tamar said, "You don't want to go blow for blow with me." That line right there showed she was sitting on a whole mountain of truths she'd been holding back for years. It made everything feel 10 times heavier, like this drama wasn't even close to being over. "I know where the bodies are buried. That's not just a comeback. That's a straight-up warning shot." That line tells me Tamar is sitting on way more receipts, way more secrets, and way more truth than anybody in that family wants to face. She was basically saying, "I've been quiet long enough, but if you push me, I'll drop everything." And honestly, after watching how her own family treated her, who could blame her if she finally let it all out? Because let's keep it real. Tamar got painted as the crazy one, the liar, the problem, the dramatic sister who always made things bigger than they were. But when you actually look at the paperwork, the dates, the money trail, everything lines up with exactly what she's been saying since day one. The proof is literally sitting right there in black and white. Let's break it down one more time. Towanda gets the house in 2018 using Tamar's $50,000. Cool. But not even a year later, in 2019, she files for bankruptcy and lists Tamar as a creditor, which wipes out the debt completely. Then you've got the credit card situation. Unauthorized spending, multiple charges, and Tamar footing the bill without even knowing it first. And still, not one sister stepped up to defend Tamar. Not one single voice saying, "Hey, she's telling the truth." Instead, they all stayed quiet, acting like it was minor drama, brushing it off like it didn't matter. Why? Let's be honest, It comes down to jealousy, favoritism, or maybe a messy mix of both. Whatever the reason is, it's toxic. The truth is this: the Braxton sisters, especially Towanda, betrayed Tamar in a way that cuts deep, period. Let's call it what it is. Towanda acted like a sister who couldn't handle Tamar shining brighter, and instead of owning her actions, she slid into shady territory. And instead of holding her accountable, the family just turned their heads and let everything slide like it was normal. And what's worse, this wasn't a one-time slip-up. This was a pattern, a whole cycle of ignoring Tamar's side and protecting the one who caused the damage. This part right here shows how twisted the family dynamics really were and how much Tamar had to swallow just to keep the peace. Every single detail from Tamar's side, the money, the documents, the public records, all of it lines up perfectly. The evidence does not lie, and yet her sisters still threw her under the bus like none of it mattered. That's the part that hits the hardest, because the way they gaslighted Tamar in front of everybody was honestly sickening. Picture this: you lend your sister $50,000 out of pure love, just trying to help her get back on her feet. No drama, no pressure, just family supporting family. Then she doesn't pay you back, files bankruptcy to wipe the whole thing away, and somehow still flips the story to make you look unstable. That's not just sneaky. That's cold and calculated. And what makes it even worse is how the rest of the family played along like nothing was wrong, acting like Tamar was being too much or extra just for telling the truth. That's manipulation, emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty, and it's exhausting watching someone get painted as dramatic when all they did was speak facts. Let's be honest, Tamar has had one of the strongest careers out of all the sisters besides Tony. She built her own lane, dropped hits, had major TV moments, created iconic moments, and earned real success that people still talk about. And you know what comes with success? Jealousy. And you can feel it heavy in this situation. It's like Towanda couldn't stand watching Tamar win while she was still struggling. So what did she do? She found a way to benefit from Tamar's kindness, took advantage of her support, and when the truth came to the surface, she played the victim like she was the one wronged. And instead of correcting things, the rest of the family closed ranks around Towanda like the whole situation was just a misunderstanding. They acted like nothing happened, like Tamar was making noise for no reason, like the evidence wasn't sitting right there in plain sight. This right here shows exactly how deep the jealousy and favoritism runs, and how fast people will flip a story when someone else's success makes them uncomfortable. What does that really say? It tells Tamar loud and clear that her money is good enough for them, but her feelings don't matter. Her truth doesn't matter. It's basically saying, we'd rather protect the one who did wrong than the one who got wronged. That's not loyalty. That's toxicity, wrapped up in a pretty bow and labeled family. Because real family doesn't cover up lies or defend someone's bad actions just because they share the same last name. Real family checks you when you're wrong, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it hurts. That's what accountability is supposed to look like. And for anybody trying to shrug this off as just family drama, let's be serious for a second. This isn't some petty argument or little disagreement. We're talking about fraud, financial betrayal, and straight-up theft. Tamar could have pressed charges if she wanted to. She had every right to, but she didn't. And why? Because she still loved her sister enough to protect her, even after being hurt. And what did she get back in return? Lies, denial, public embarrassment. Towanda acting innocent after everything that happened is next-level boldness. Tamar gave her grace, and Towanda turned that grace into another weapon against her. And you know what makes this whole situation even more twisted? The way Tamar's silence has been flipped and used against her. People see her staying quiet and think she's over it or being dramatic, but that's not what silence always means. Sometimes being quiet comes from being done, not defeated. She's had to sit back and watch her family rewrite the story in real time, acting like things happen differently, acting like she's exaggerating, acting like the truth is optional, and instead of defending her, they used her vulnerability as a tool to make her look unstable, like her pain didn't count, like her voice wasn't worth listening to. This wasn't just betrayal. It was emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty. And seeing her pushed aside like that says everything about how deep the divide really is. That's not peace, that's pressure. Behind the scenes, insiders have said Tamar has been distancing herself from all the chaos for real. No more family vacations, no more group interviews, no more pretending everything is sunshine when it's not. She's choosing her peace, and honestly, that might be the smartest move she's ever made. Because what do you do when your own bloodline becomes the source of your pain? You protect yourself, even if it means stepping away from the people you love the most. Sometimes survival means creating distance, even if it hurts. Meanwhile, Towanda has been moving like nothing ever went down, smiling online, doing interviews, acting unbothered, like her whole reputation isn't hanging by a thread. It's almost like she's trying to outshine the scandal by pretending it never existed, like if she ignores it long enough, everybody else will too. But the internet doesn't forget. Every time her name comes up, people still mention that bankruptcy filing and that missing $50,000. That's a stain no PR trick, no interview, and no pretending can wash away. What makes this even more heartbreaking is how divided the fan base is now. Some folks are still praying the sisters can work things out someday, but a lot of people are completely done. They see the pattern clear as day. Every single time Tamar tells her truth, the family gaslights her until she looks like the villain in her own story. It's a cycle, a deep, messy cycle, and this time it feels like she's finally breaking it. She's choosing herself, choosing her healing, choosing peace over pretending. And honestly, this whole situation shows how fame, money, and pride can wreck a family from the inside out. The Braxton name used to represent unity, talent, and sisterhood, but now it's tangled up with betrayal, jealousy, and silence that says way more than words ever could. Tamar's story isn't just about the money. It's about the emotional hit that comes from loving people who keep proving they don't love you the same way back. And the saddest part, that wound didn't come from strangers. It came from home. At this point, it's hard not to shake your head at how deep this betrayal really runs. It's one thing to make a mistake, but it's a whole different level of boldness to keep pretending nothing ever happened while the person you hurt is left carrying all the weight. Tamar tried to protect her sister, tried to keep the peace, tried to hold the family together, and somehow she still got painted as the villain. That kind of emotional damage, no amount of money could ever fix that. You can feel the shift too. The vibe between the sisters isn't what it used to be. Every interview, every post, every moment they're seen together, there's this quiet tension that speaks louder than words ever could. And even though Tamar has been staying silent, that silence is powerful. Sometimes the strongest clapback is peace, and it's starting to show exactly who's been in the wrong all along. Meanwhile, watching Towanda act like everything's smooth while the receipts are out in the open, whew! That's a whole different level of audacity. She's smiling for the cameras, posting online like nothing ever went down. But let's be real, the internet does not forget. People remember the filings, the money trail, the credit card drama, every loose detail that still doesn't add up. And every single time Towanda's name starts trending, those same stories pop right back up. You can try your hardest to clean up your image, but you can't erase the truth, especially when the truth is sitting in public records. And honestly, this whole situation is a reminder that sometimes family drama hits harder than anything else. Because betrayal from someone who shares your blood, that cut hits deeper than anything. Tamar deserved honesty, not humiliation, support, not silence, truth, not twisted narratives. And after watching how everything went down, nobody can blame her for stepping back to protect her peace. That's the full breakdown, the truth behind the Braxton chaos. So drop your thoughts in the comments because this one has the whole internet divided. Do you think Tamar should finally air everything out or let it go for good? And before you scroll away, make sure you hit that subscribe button because more shocking celebrity twists and messy receipts are coming your way. And if you really want to keep the drama rolling, subscribe to the Juicy Real channel. That's where the real tea never sleeps.
We just got word in real time. Some receipts were sent to us. We did promise the girl that we would give her anonymity. He knows who she is because he blocked her today. Put up the block receipt, Jess. That was fast. And, she got her receipts before. I asked her to send a screenshot of the DMs and she did that. So let me pull up mine. So the voice note, we got him. Give me 1 second. He goes in the next text, like real bad. She says, you can have me. He says, I can't even front no more. She said, I'll let you have me. He said, we'll see. And then she goes, I will. She's from North Carolina, by the way. He goes, you be busy. And then she goes, so you don't want me? And then he goes, I do. Absolutely.
She and I had a thing. It was stupid, but it happened, and I feel bad about it.
Really popping with the Braxton sisters right now, because this beef between Towanda and Tamar didn't just heat up, it straight up exploded overnight. And listen, when people say Towanda allegedly aired out private family tea, they mean real deal paperwork, documents, reports, the whole messy package.
And for the most part, I have always minded the business that paid me. That's why every time I seen Mendice's out with oh girl, what's the girl name? Angie, that's married at MTK, and I seen them a few other places. And I got pictures too. I usually just mind my business, but tonight you really tried it. I told you not. How you gonna want to be a cheater and be scared that your husband gonna find out? You just created so much commotion tonight. Somebody could have ended up.
Now let's rewind for a second. We all know the Braxton sisters have had their fair share of ups and downs over the years. We watched the arguments, the makeup moments, and the tension on Braxton family values. But this situation? Nah, this hits way different. Word on the street is that Towanda allegedly crossed a serious line by leaking confidential family information tied to Tamar, and not just surface-level stuff. We're talking alleged medical records, financial details, and deeply personal business that was never meant to see daylight. That's not shade, that's scorched earth. And Tamar? Oh, she is reportedly furious, and honestly, who wouldn't be? That's trust shattered into pieces. Sources close to the situation say Tamar found out about the alleged leak and felt completely blindsided by her own sister. When family puts your private life on blast, that's not just drama, that's betrayal on a whole other level. Towanda still hasn't publicly addressed the allegations yet, but don't get it twisted. Social media is in full meltdown mode right now. Fans are choosing sides like it's a final round. Comment sections are straight chaos, and everyone's asking the same burning question. Why would Towanda allegedly do this? What pushes someone to expose their own sister like that?
Part of the problem with this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendices had in front of me. Okay. All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up. I was very uncomfortable with it. And if we gonna tell it, let's tell it all. So since you were throwing a party for a friend's birthday party, do y'all want to know why I did not get out the car and go upstairs with Tamar when we got back to her house? Because after her and Mendices got through kissing in the back of that goddamn car, I figured they wanted to be up there privately. That is why when we got dropped off at Tamar's house, I did not go upstairs. I got in my damn car and went home because you was sitting on his lap in that goddamn Uber and y'all was...
People online are throwing out theories left and right. Was it payback for old tension, long-standing grudges that never healed, money issues bubbling over? Right now, it's all speculation because the full picture hasn't dropped yet, and that silence is only making the noise louder. And here's where things get even messier. Other family members are reportedly getting pulled into the storm too. The family legacy, Mama Evelyn, long-standing family history, everybody's either forced to pick a side or step in as the peacekeeper. And once family secrets start leaking, it's like a chain reaction. One reveal sparks another, and suddenly nothing feels off limits.
Part of the problem with this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendices had in front of me. Okay. All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up. I was very uncomfortable with it. We're going to say that didn't happen. We're going to sit up here and say, after he was digging in between your thighs at that roof, Chris, and he got up and went to the bathroom, that the conversation was, y'all, I can't. He's just my friend. He just my friend. I can't. I mean, and then I said, Tamar, ain't he married? He ain't married. They not married. They just do that for the show.
The real heartbreak? These are sisters. They've survived careers, public pressure, deep family loss, and real-life struggles together. Watching it all unravel in public is painful. And let's be clear, there are always three sides to every story. Towanda's version, Tamar's version, and the truth somewhere in the middle. But let's be real, one thing is crystal clear. This beef is getting nasty and is all blowing up in real time. Allegedly, and that word matters, things took a wild turn when allegedly Menace Harris started moving reckless and the streets started buzzing with claims linking him to Tamar Braxton. Yes, that Tamar, the vocals, the chaos, the headline magnet. And from there, total meltdown mode. Funky Dinwiddie allegedly is airing everybody out. Yandy is reportedly furious. Tamar is shutting everything down fast. And Menace allegedly made the situation even worse. Word is, after the accusations started flying, he didn't just deny it, he supposedly confirmed involvement and then threw out claims that shocked everybody. Now pause, because allegedly, instead of taking accountability and calming the storm, Menace decided to escalate things in the worst way possible.
Now Saturday night, we went to the Roof Chris, we ate, we had a good time. She was like, let's turn up for your birthday. We went down to the V12, shouts out to Vinny and all the people at V12. That's the video y'all saw, or whatever, with us walking in, them making a whole lot of noise. We left there. We all got in the car together. Car dropped us off at Tamar house. I didn't go upstairs. I went to my car. I went and met James Knox at BJ Rooster, and I came home. The next day when I woke up, I had a text message from Tamar at 10 in the morning that said, can you give me Dr. Heavenly phone number? I didn't think anything of it because people ask me for Dr. Heavenly phone number all the time. And it's typically when people have an emergency